The story begins when gigantic, ominous pillars suddenly emerge across the world. These structures become known as black monoliths. As they rise, massive barriers form around them, and beams of purple light shoot straight into the sky. Almost immediately after, monsters called disaster beasts invade the human world, tearing through the barriers as if they were nothing and spreading destruction everywhere. Creatures of all kinds pour into the cities, slaughtering humans without mercy. Among them is the demon of ruin, Ling, a colossal being so enormous that even ant-like monsters looked insignificant beside it. Streets collapse into chaos as screams echo through the air and humanity faces complete annihilation. In the middle of the massacre, a boy's father shouts at him to run and save himself. The next instant, he is gone, vanished forever. The boy cries helplessly as his mother carries him through the chaos, desperately trying to escape. Flames, debris, and panicked crowds surround them. Then a monster wreathed in blue fire turns its gaze toward the child. It launches a devastating attack straight at them. Without hesitation, the mother shields her son with her body. As the flames engulf her, she uses her final breath to tell him to run, calling his name, Itsuki Tenma. Itsuki wakes up suddenly. Someone is calling his name. A pink-haired girl sits beside him, asking what happened. He brushes it off, saying it was nothing, but she watches him carefully and asks if he's sure. She notices tears on his face and asks why he's crying, comparing him jokingly to a wren. Another friend steps in to help, telling her that Itsuki is probably just sleepy, since he usually dozes off around this time. Their attention shifts as they wonder why the entire school has been called to a sudden assembly. A teacher stands ahead, wearing an unusually serious and unfamiliar outfit. He begins speaking about the Awakened and a war that occurred 10 years ago. During the massive disaster beast invasion at the North Bank, Awakeners from all over the world gathered and crossed the river to repel the monsters. That battle became known as the River Crossing War. Since then, large-scale attacks have decreased, but the number of falling black monoliths has increased rapidly. According to the teacher, another invasion on the same scale as the River Crossing War may be approaching. A classmate asks how Itsuki doesn't know Commander Izumi. At first, Itsuki imagines an old man with a long beard, but he quickly learns how wrong that assumption is. Izumi was the first Awakened in history, the sole authority on monoliths and disaster beasts, and the strongest warrior humanity had ever produced. He was also the mentor of humanity's greatest hero, Jin, known as the Light of Humanity. The teacher then reveals shocking news. Researchers have discovered that ordinary people can awaken simply by touching a monolith. Every student present will be given the chance to awaken and fight in the coming war. As he finishes speaking, the arena floor trembles. A massive stage rises, and from its center, a gigantic black monolith emerges. The students erupt in excitement. Itsuki's friend nudges him eagerly, and Itsuki realizes that the moment he's been waiting for has finally arrived. A line begins to form as students rush forward. One by one, they touch the monolith, but nothing happens. Even students who broke school records fail to awaken. It becomes clear that physical ability doesn't matter at all. Anxiety spreads through the crowd as more students fail, and people begin to fear that no one from their school will awaken. Then the guard calls the next name, Hikaru. Tension rises instantly. Hikaru is a known bully, and everyone fears what will happen if someone like him gains power. As soon as he touches the monolith, blue lightning explodes around his body. A display screen appears, revealing his elementalist class and total stats of 12 points. The assistant mutters that his stats should have been 5. Hikaru smirks, expecting Commander Izumi's attention. But before he can say anything, someone grabs him by the shoulder and pulls him away from the monolith. Furious, Hikaru turns and shouts, threatening whoever dared touch him. The crowd gasps. It's Itsuki who has stepped out of line. The blue-haired woman nearby senses an overwhelming surge of emotion coming from the boy. Itsuki places his hand on the monolith, his mind filled with burning hatred toward the disaster beasts. Commander Izumi watches closely, immediately noticing that the boy's determination is different, far stronger than anyone else. In the next instant, a massive blue entity materializes behind Itsuki, towering hundreds of feet into the air. An absurd amount of energy floods out of the monolith, completely engulfing him. And the world falls silent. That same overwhelming energy continues to expand, spreading across the entire arena and blooming into the shape of a colossal flower. The radiant structure resembles a gigantic lotus made of pure power, spanning hundreds of feet. The students stare in shock at the sight, unable to believe what they are witnessing. Itsuki's friends don't hesitate for even a second and immediately burst into cheers, shouting his name and celebrating wildly. The assistant announces in disbelief that this kind of phenomenon only appears when someone awakens the rarest class of all, the order breaker. Hearing this, the bully Hikaru's expression darkens completely. Inside his mind, Itsuki finds himself standing in a vast mental space. He sees his own figure seated at the center of a glowing blue lotus formed from energy. A transparent screen appears before him, revealing his class as Order Breaker, along with a gift called Nirvana and a Z-rank skill over mimesis. However, when he checks his status, his smile fades. Every single stat, strength, agility, defense, and magic is displayed as 0. For a brief moment, despair creeps in. Then Nirvana activates. In an instant, his attributes surge upward, distributing themselves perfectly. Each stat rises to 200, giving him a total of 800 points. Itsuki exhales slowly and smiles with confidence. Now, he finally has the power to wipe out the disaster beasts. He realizes that even if he can't level up normally, Nirvana and over mimesis will allow him to grow stronger in his own way by acquiring and mastering new skills. Back in the real world, the light is so intense that everyone shields their eyes. When the glow finally fades, Itsuki's silhouette appears calmly in front of the monolith. Hikaru stares in disbelief, unable to accept what he just witnessed. Even the blue-haired woman struggles to hide her shock at a rookie possessing such absurd power. The commander steps forward and declares that Itsuki Tenma is now the strongest awakened in history. His status screen confirms it. Every attribute stands at 200. The arena erupts into celebration as students cheer for the birth of a legend. Hikaru, however, is consumed by rage. He believes Itsuki stole the glory that was meant to be his. Lightning crackles around his body as he floats into the air and screams insults, calling Itsuki a worthless loser. He immediately activates his newly acquired skill, Silver Serpent, unleashing a violent lightning attack. Itsuki's system responds instantly. Over mimesis activates. The incoming skill is analyzed at terrifying speed. The lightning slams into the ground, blasting the arena, but Itsuki is already gone. Gasps echo through the crowd as they search for him. In the next moment, Itsuki appears behind Hikaru and grabs him by the head. He calmly whispers that Hikaru is lucky he's human, because otherwise he would have already died 100 times over. With a simple push, Hikaru collapses onto the ground, completely powerless. Itsuki notes internally that the analysis was fast because Silver Serpent was only a C-rank skill. The process reaches completion, and he acquires Thunderwave. Once again, his consciousness shifts briefly into his mental space. The system displays his new skill, along with another stat increase. His total attributes now rise to 840. One of the instructors jokes nervously that it's a good thing he's wearing glasses, watching Itsuki glow yet again. Itsuki realizes that every time over mimesis completes an analysis, his mind automatically enters that inner domain. Back in reality, Hikaru trembles on the ground, staring up at Itsuki in pure terror. He can't comprehend how someone else's lightning could surpass his so completely. Other students whisper in awe, noting how much stronger Itsuki's power feels. Suddenly, the sky darkens. Heavy rain pours down as an ominous presence descends from above. The students look up in horror to see a giant dark monolith falling straight toward the school. The commander immediately cancels the ceremony and orders an evacuation, realizing this attack is aimed directly at him. His blue-haired assistant urges him to retreat, reminding him that combat isn't their role. But the commander refuses, stating that fleeing would only cause panic. He points toward Itsuki, who hasn't moved an inch, and praises his courage. While everyone else runs, Itsuki stands alone beneath the falling monolith. The blue-haired woman watches in disbelief, unable to understand why he isn't escaping. The pillar crashes into the arena with a deafening impact, sending dust and debris everywhere. Itsuki's friends scream for him to get away, warning that a disaster beast is about to emerge. But Itsuki's eyes burn with hatred as he declares that he will exterminate them all. Riku and the girl beg him to stop, reminding him that he's still a rookie awakened. Itsuki turns to them calmly and asks them to trust him. The girl blushes before grabbing Riku and dragging him away, shouting that she won't take responsibility if he gets himself killed. Itsuki smiles darkly. This is his first battle as an awakened, and fate couldn't be more fitting. The creature emerging from the monolith is the same kind of monster that slaughtered his parents. The system display appears. Skeleton Soldier. Level 8. Total stats, 295. Itsuki's killing intent surges. With his resolve hardened, the boy prepares to test the skill he has just obtained. Without hesitation, Itsuki charges straight at the monster, and the two collide with explosive force. As he closes the distance, he shouts with unwavering determination that he will never allow anyone to die in front of him again. His lightning-coated fist slams directly into the skeleton soldier's chest. The impact is devastating. The creature is launched backward, its body shattering as it crashes into the arena floor. The assistant and her colleagues stare in disbelief. Sending a disaster beast flying with a single punch was beyond anything they expected. However, the commander remains calm. He explains that despite Itsuki's overwhelming strength, the skeleton soldier possesses two troublesome abilities. One of them is Bone Fire, a skill that incinerates anything that makes contact with the creature, reducing it to ash. The moment those words leave his mouth, blue flames erupt violently around Itsuki's body. His friends scream in horror as they see him engulfed in fire. Nearby, Hikaru bursts into manic laughter, convinced that Itsuki is finally about to burn to death. Inside the flames, however, overmimesis activates. The system begins analyzing the enemy's ability. The blue-haired woman clenches her fists, stating that even a level 10 awakened would not survive an attack like this. The commander clicks his tongue in frustration, lamenting that such a rare genius might fall before reaching his full potential. As his body burns, Itsuki's consciousness drifts inward. In his mind, he relives the moment from 10 years ago, the sight of his mother being consumed by the same blue flames as she shielded him. Pain, rage, and hatred surge together. Yet the commander watches closely. He believes Itsuki hasn't revealed everything yet. Somewhere within him there must be another trump card. The analysis finally reaches 100%. Itsuki's voice echoes calmly from within the flames, stating that the skeleton's fate is sealed. His friends despair, believing they were foolish to cling to hope. Then, suddenly, a familiar sight appears once more. The massive blue lotus flower blooms across the arena. From within the fire, Itsuki steps forward, completely unharmed. He briefly wonders what skill he has acquired this time. The system screen appears, revealing black ice wall, and confirms that all of his stats have been fully restored and increased. In the next instant, his consciousness is pulled back into his inner world. Floating at the center of the glowing blue lotus, he feels his body fully recovered, his strength renewed, and his mind sharper than ever. Back in the arena, his friends erupt into cheers. They can hardly believe he is alive, much less completely healed. The commander's assistant stares in disbelief, questioning whether his mysterious class includes a healing ability. She wonders just how far this recovery power can go and whether it could heal even more severe injuries. The skeleton soldier roars in fury, unable to understand why its flames failed. Itsuki responds by activating his new ability. Black ice rapidly spreads across his body, forming an armored shell that completely blocks the fire. The blue flames engulf him again, but this time they do nothing. Lightning crackles across the ice armor, merging with the power he copied earlier. The fusion dramatically amplifies his presence. He shapes the ice into the form of a dragon and launches himself forward at full speed. In a flash, he forges a massive sword composed of ice and thunder. The weapon descends with unstoppable force, cleaving through the skeleton soldier before it can even react. The creature shatters completely, reduced to fragments in a single strike. The students are stunned. Itsuki's movement was so fast it looked like teleportation. Even the instructors are left speechless, questioning whether he truly is a rookie. As the ice armor dissolves, they comment on how terrifyingly versatile his abilities are, equally suited for offense and defense. Riku finally snaps out of it and rushes over, calling out to ask if Itsuki is all right. He hugs him tightly, relieved beyond words. Itsuki returns the hug, then looks around and asks where Sayo is, realizing she's nowhere in sight. Riku explains that she was nearby earlier, nearly in tears from worry, but suddenly disappeared. Itsuki scans the crowd, wondering if she ran off because she was angry at him for taking such a reckless risk. The blue-haired woman shakes her head in disbelief at the fallen monster, while the commander calmly instructs her to handle the cleanup. Riku reassures Itsuki, guessing that Sayo probably went to touch the monolith, afraid of being left behind, and tells him not to worry. At that moment, a calm yet authoritative voice calls out Itsuki's name from behind. He turns around and comes face to face with Commander Izumi, whose serious gaze locks onto him. The surrounding students whisper among themselves, speculating whether the commander intends to train him, though most believe such a thing is impossible. Sensing the tension, Riku awkwardly announces that he'll go search for Sayo and quickly retreats. Izumi steps closer and states bluntly that Itsuki is special. Confused, Itsuki asks what he means by that. The commander explains that he can sense the overwhelming rage and hatred filling the boy's heart. He says he wants to understand where such deep darkness came from. Itsuki hesitates, then answers honestly. It all began 10 years ago when his parents were killed by a disaster beast. A painful memory resurfaces, his younger self trembling in fear amid chaos and destruction. He admits that he nearly died as well, until an awakened appeared at the last moment and saved him. The air grows heavy as the story reaches its end. In her final moments, his mother told him to keep moving forward, to walk his path alone, no matter how painful it became. The young boy could only scream her name, frozen in despair, unable to understand what he was supposed to do in that hellish moment. When everything ended, he blamed himself for their deaths. That guilt did not last forever. It twisted, fermented, and eventually transformed into uncontrollable fury. Standing before the creature responsible for everything, he felt hatred so deep it scorched his soul. His eyes burned red as he swore that one day, no matter the cost, he would take revenge for all of it. Back in the present, Itsuki finishes recounting his past. Tears stream down his face as he makes his vow he will kill every single monster, every last one. The commander watches him quietly, then asks a single question. Why does he cry, even with a heart filled with hatred? Itsuki answers calmly. Ever since that day, only his right eye sheds tears. It is a reminder, proof that his hatred has never faded. Commander Izumi studies him for a long moment before making an offer. He invites Itsuki to become his student and join the Savior's League. He explains that it is a global organization composed of the strongest awakened, those who fight directly against the disaster beasts. Members known as Saviors receive elite training and substantial monthly rewards. But he does not hide the truth. This path is not free. Saviors are sent to the front lines. They bleed, they die, and they protect humanity at the cost of their own lives. Itsuki answers without hesitation. He does not care about rewards, money, or resources. None of that matters to him. Clenching his fist, he declares with unwavering resolve that he wants to become a savior and fight on the front lines. Izumi nods and explains the requirement. To qualify, Itsuki must rank within the top 100 of a tournament that hosts more than 1,000 participants. He adds that he himself is not much of a benchmark, but he will share the record anyway. The highest score ever achieved was 115,000 points, set 11 years ago by a man from Taiwan. Itsuki immediately recognizes the name, the hero known as the light of humanity, the strongest awakened to ever exist. Izumi says that comparing himself to such a legend would normally be foolish, but he adds something unexpected. Itsuki has the potential to stand beside him. Itsuki meets his gaze and, without hesitation, declares that he will surpass the legendary Taewajin. For the first time, surprise flashes through Izumi's eyes, followed by genuine interest. In a brief flashback, Taewajin reflects that a new sun must one day rise to win the war against the beasts. Returning to the present, Izumi states that the sun he has been waiting for has finally appeared. Itsuki is then taken to another location and stares at a massive structure ahead. He asks what it is. The commander explains that the stone monuments are gateways to the world of the disaster beasts. Killing monsters alone is meaningless if the portals remain intact. More will simply continue to pour through. The massive structure before them is a facility designed to isolate these monuments, functioning as both a containment zone and a training ground for awakened. Itsuki confirms that it is a training facility. Izumi corrects him slightly. It is a stage. He warns that the beasts inside are extremely dangerous and that the place is infamous as the rookie graveyard. Even Jin, as a beginner, required 3 minutes and 14 seconds to clear it. The commander reminds Itsuki of his earlier words about surpassing the hero. Then he issues a challenge. Finish the stage in 3 minutes. If Itsuki succeeds, Izumi will officially accept him as his student. As they entered the building, people immediately recognized the commander and began whispering among themselves, wondering who the rookie walking beside him was. Itsuki was slightly taken aback by the attention and briefly wondered if the man was really that famous. A large screen nearby displayed the information for the stage, showing that the beasts inside were level 10, which made Itsuki pause and think about how strong that actually meant they were. A crowd slowly gathered, watching him with curiosity. Some whispered that he was probably just a pretty face, while others tried to guess what kind of ability he had. Itsuki walked straight to the reception desk and stated that he wanted to enter the stage. When the woman asked how many participants there were, he calmly replied that he was going in alone. The receptionist froze for a moment, clearly not expecting that answer, as the young man stood there by himself while the surrounding people observed from a distance. The woman quickly grew irritated, assuming he was joking, and warned him that the stage was extremely dangerous and that he could be seriously injured. Laughter spread through the crowd, with some people assuming the boy was only trying to flirt with her. Itsuki shut that idea down immediately, making it clear that he had no interest in her at all and that he was there only to fight. She didn't believe him and even tried to offer her number, thinking he was bluffing to save face. At that point, Itsuki gave her a cold look and told her not to make him repeat himself. Finally shaken, the receptionist handed him the entry bracelet and warned him that she wouldn't take responsibility for anything that happened inside. The crowd began murmuring again, calling him an idiot and saying that a level 0 rookie entering a level 10 stage was nothing but suicide. Some speculated that he might have a special gift, but others argued that level mattered more than any ability. With the bracelet secured, Itsuki approached the gate and scanned it. A screen lit up, confirming the entry of Itsuki Tenma into the stage. He cracked his knuckles lightly and reminded himself of the promise he had made to finish everything in under 3 minutes. As soon as the countdown appeared, a digital timer began ticking and the challenge officially started. The moment he entered, Itsuki moved forward, his eyes glowing red. He sprinted across a massive open field and quickly realized that the interior of the stage was far larger than he had expected. Stopping abruptly, he focused his senses and felt the presence of enemies closing in. A wooden monster suddenly emerged and attacked, but the system immediately displayed that it was only level 4. Without hesitation, Itsuki formed an ice blade and charged forward, cutting it down instantly. Holding a massive ice axe, he glanced around with a faint smile, almost provoking the monsters that were watching. Not long after, an entire group of wooden creatures appeared, surrounding him and preparing to attack. Outside the stage, the commander's assistant questioned why he had been sent there when there were safer stages meant for rookies. She stated that surpassing Taewajin was impossible unless someone went beyond humanity itself. She recalled how that hero had once calmly erased a level 97 beast, his eyes cold and empty, nothing like a human's. To her, those eyes had belonged to a god. The commander responded that Itsuki had the potential to rival Taewajin, though he was still unrefined. If Taewajin was a god who saved people, then Itsuki was the opposite, a being driven by hatred. Inside the stage, Itsuki realized that enemies of this level weren't even enough to trigger his overmimesis. That thought stirred something dark inside him, and the hatred reflected clearly in his red eyes as he charged forward, cutting down everything in his path. As the monsters fell, he wondered briefly if this was really all a level 10 stage had to offer. But he knew it couldn't be that simple. The system suddenly activated overmimesis after detecting a regeneration ability, and the analysis began at 5%. The monster he had split in half started regenerating rapidly, its body reforming before his eyes as its stats increased. Reacting immediately, Itsuki activated his black ice wall, shaping it into a blade along his arm. He understood that overwhelming damage was necessary to stop regeneration. As the analysis climbed to 17%, he continued attacking relentlessly, striking again and again with his ice weapons. When the timing felt right, he brought down a massive ice sword in a powerful downward slash, cutting the wooden creature straight through the center. With a sharp grin, he pressed the attack, refusing to let it recover. Using his ice-covered arms, he forced the two halves apart until the creature finally shattered into fragments and collapsed. Itsuki noted that maintaining black ice for that long was draining his mana. But just as he thought it was over, the broken pieces began pulling themselves back together once again. The monster lunged at him, proving it still wasn't finished, and Itsuki realized the fight wasn't done yet. As the analysis reached 60%, Itsuki realized that every time the monster regenerated, the progress increased. Knowing his mana was running low, he switched to lightning attacks to conserve energy and keep his distance. He understood that the fight would be decided by the analysis alone, but the timer was closing in fast, and he couldn't afford to slow down. With less than 3 minutes remaining, he combined ice and thunder together, forcing the analysis to jump to 75%. He deliberately activated both skills again, provoking regeneration to accelerate the copy process. Itsuki knew the risk. If the copied skill required mana, he would be finished on the spot. Even so, he kept moving, dodging attacks while the analysis climbed to 80%. Accepting the danger, he pushed forward, squeezing out another 5% mid-attack. Lightning wrapped around his body as his eyes glowed red, and he charged straight in, smashing the wooden monster's head with everything he had left. His body gave out immediately afterward, his legs barely holding him upright as exhaustion hit. That was when sharp spikes pierced through him, and he realized his mana was completely depleted. Even then, he smiled, knowing the copied skill didn't rely on mana at all. With the analysis complete, he knew the fight was already decided. As the progress hit 100%, the blue lotus flower bloomed around him once more. The system announced the acquisition of a new skill, Lotus Burst, revealing its explosive damage and passive effects. His stats increased by 20 across the board, and his wounds healed instantly. Standing tall again, Itsuki faced the monster and prepared to test his new ability. Bringing his hands together, he activated Lotus Burst for the first time. A massive explosion shaped like a blazing lotus flower erupted, swallowing the wooden creature whole. The shockwave tore through the area, reducing everything around it to fragments and ash. Itsuki observed the aftermath calmly, satisfied that the new skill was more than usable. He noticed that not only had his injuries healed, but his mana had also been restored, making future clears much easier. As the smoke cleared, something caught his attention, a glowing green crystal lying on the ground. Outside the stage, panic spread as the receptionist saw the timer nearing 3 minutes and prepared to call for emergency intervention. The assistant doubted that clearing the stage in minutes was even possible, though she knew Itsuki wouldn't lose outright. Suddenly, the screen flashed green, announcing a new record. The blue-haired woman froze, unable to believe what she was seeing as the panel confirmed a clear time of 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Before anyone could react, Itsuki stepped out of the portal and collapsed onto the floor from sheer exhaustion, the record still displayed overhead. The crowd erupted in disbelief when they realized he had beaten Taewijin's time by nearly a full minute despite being a level 0 rookie. Regaining his footing, Itsuki turned to Izumi and asked if this meant he was officially accepted. With a confident expression, he addressed him as master for the first time. Izumi praised him and accepted him as his disciple, while the assistant quietly noted that she hadn't seen him this pleased in years. Though the crowd was stunned by the revelation that Itsuki was now the commander's student, doubts still lingered among some onlookers. The receptionist approached awkwardly, offering a small gift and apologizing for her earlier behavior. Itsuki accepted it without issue, acknowledging that her concern came from dealing with a stranger, and thanked her sincerely, leaving her flustered and red-faced. The blue-haired woman called for them to leave, visibly irritated, and warned Itsuki not to let the title go to his head. Izumi remarked that the stage they had just cleared was already too easy for him, and suggested moving on to advanced levels. As they walked, Izumi explained that a beast's level alone didn't define its danger. Species mattered far more, as some monsters acted on instinct while others possessed intelligence rivaling or surpassing humans. The assistant added that while awakened and beasts shared similarities, only humans possess structured classes. Because of that, Itsuki's next destination would be the advanced stages of District 4. As he listened, Itsuki's expression darkened, and he briefly wondered whether the beasts he killed ever felt pain. Sensing the shift in his presence, the assistant felt uneasy, unsure of what was going through his mind. Nearby, people whispered about District 4 being controlled by someone named Kinishida. One man quickly told his friend to stay quiet, afraid that speaking the name aloud could bring trouble. Elsewhere, Kinoshita himself appeared in an arrogant setting, lounging comfortably as a guard asked when he planned to leave. The young man dismissed the question, stating that the place belonged to him and that he would leave only when he felt like it. With a snobbish smile, he declared that standing in lines was something meant for ordinary people, not someone of his status. Back on Itsuki's side, he opened the gift given by the receptionist and found a softly glowing white stone resting inside the box. Later, while sitting together with Commander Izumi and the blue-haired assistant, he mentioned that he recognized the object. Izumi immediately asked whether he had seen a karma stone before, and Itsuki turned the stone slowly in his hand. His mind drifted back to the large green crystal left behind by the beast inside the stage, and he pointed out that while they felt similar, there was a clear difference in color. The assistant was visibly shocked when she realized that Itsuki had encountered an intermediate karma stone inside a rookie stage. Remembering that he was still officially a level 0 awakened, she explained that karma stones were essentially experience crystals. When a beast is defeated, the energy released is usually absorbed directly by the one who lands the kill, allowing them to level up. In rare cases, that energy solidifies instead, forming a crystal that can be used later. What troubled her was the fact that such a stone had formed naturally in such a low-difficulty stage. Commander Izumi calmly stated that this outcome was most likely caused by Itsuki's gift. Both the assistant and Itsuki looked confused, clearly not understanding what he meant. Izumi explained that under normal circumstances, Itsuki should have absorbed the experience directly, but his level had not increased at all. From there, he theorized that the energy from the first monster had dispersed and been absorbed by everyone present in the area instead. In other words, Izumi and the assistant had unintentionally taken the experience meant for Itsuki. However, since there was no one else inside the stage during the later fight, the energy had nowhere to go and instead condensed into the karma stone. When the assistant asked how Itsuki's stats continued to rise if he could not level up normally, Izumi cut her off immediately, stating that the nature of an awakens gift was confidential. He told Itsuki to handle the stone however he wished and informed him that he would be leaving soon for a conference. Before departing, Izumi laid down 4 rules: keep everything secret, never speak about his gift, and clear at least 6 stages. Itsuki accepted with a confident smile, promising to follow every instruction his master had given him. Meanwhile, in District 4, 2 awakened were loudly arguing with security guards, protesting that the stage had been reserved by the Kinoshita family. One of them snapped that wealth did not give anyone the right to monopolize public facilities, insisting on entering since the rich heir had not even arrived yet. He went so far as to threaten reporting the incident to the Awakened Guild. At that moment, a dark presence appeared behind them, red eyes glowing ominously. Before either of them could react properly, one of the men was struck by a powerful punch that sent him flying. The attacker moved with terrifying speed, charging forward and smashing his fist into the second Awaken's Earth-based defense. The technique shattered instantly on impact. The young Awakened stared in disbelief, unable to accept that his B-rank skill had failed so completely. The attacker revealed a metallic face beneath his helmet, red eyes burning, as he remarked coldly that the attack had not even tickled. The second man froze in terror, realizing that the figure before him was something far beyond normal. The brute grabbed him by the collar without hesitation and slammed him down mercilessly. The surrounding crowd quickly recognized the attacker as Takeru Oga, one of Ryuji Kinoshita's pillars and a level 12 metal elementalist. Holding both men effortlessly, Takeru warned that no one was allowed to enter without permission and that resistance would be punished. He threw one aside and lifted the other by the neck to reinforce his message. A suited man nearby cautioned Takeru not to go too far, reminding him that people were watching and that Ryuji might not appreciate unnecessary trouble. Takeru ignored the warning completely and tossed the man away with visible contempt. At that moment, Itsuki and the blue-haired assistant arrived and rushed to help the injured. Someone in the crowd muttered that the level 0 rookie was finished for interfering, while another recognized the woman beside him. Takeru turned toward them and shouted angrily that no one passed without permission, ordering them to leave if they did not want to end up the same way. Itsuki understood immediately that the only way forward was to defeat him. The assistant suggested calling the administrator, but Itsuki stopped her. He remembered Izumi's words about fighting for what he believed in with everything he had. He asked her to take care of the injured while he dealt with the brute himself. The system display surfaced, revealing Itsuki's stats. Takeru scoffed openly, mocking the idea that a level 0 rookie would dare challenge him. Yet despite his confidence, he felt an unfamiliar pressure radiating from the young man standing before him. When Takeru's own status appeared, it showed a total of 605 points, making the disparity clear, but not as comforting as he expected. Something about Itsuki felt wrong, and for the first time, Takeru's grin began to stiffen. Even with the clear level advantage, the brute grew tense, unable to understand what was happening. His gaze locked onto the boy in front of him, trying to grasp where that confidence and strange pressure were coming from. In the reflection of his own eye, he suddenly saw Itsuki charging at him at an absurd speed. There was no time to react. A devastating punch slammed straight into Takeru Oga's metallic face. The crowd gasped as one after another failed to even follow the movement. Someone muttered that even at level 8 they could not have tracked that speed. The impact rang out sharply, and fine cracks began spreading across Takeru's metal defense. Holding his face, Takeru actually laughed and praised the boy's speed, pointing out the fracture left behind. Yet he immediately followed up by saying the attack lacked power, and he countered with a brutal kick that sent Itsuki flying across the ground. As he slid to a stop, Itsuki realized that against an opponent like this, he needed more than raw movement. He activated Thunderwave, intending to raise both his agility and striking power. His status screen surfaced, and over-mimesis activated. The analysis of Takeru's metallization began at 1%. Itsuki was briefly surprised that the skill was powerful enough to trigger his copy ability at all, but that only confirmed the danger of his opponent. Deciding there was no point holding back, he focused on the one weakness metal could never hide: flesh. The analysis crept up to 5% as he planned his next move. Planting his feet firmly, Itsuki prepared to charge again. Takeru mocked him openly, claiming he lacked both power and speed, and readied another attack with a confident grin. That arrogance became his opening. Activating Thunderwave fully, Itsuki burst forward, lightning wrapping around his body. Takeru stiffened in shock when he realized the boy was using a lightning element. Itsuki closed the distance instantly, refusing to give him time to fully metallize. A storm of rapid blows followed, and with each strike the analysis jumped violently, 25%, then 40%, then 66% in mere seconds. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Whispers spread as people wondered how a level 0 awakened could be using abilities from multiple classes. Some began to believe that the impossible was actually happening, that Takeru might lose. The brute felt it too. Panic crept in as he struggled to keep up with Itsuki's speed. He realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Gritting his teeth, Takeru barked orders at his men to stop standing around and help, but even as the words left his mouth, he knew it was already too late. Left with no choice, he decided to reveal his final card. With a roar, he released an overwhelming surge of energy. His shirt tore apart as metal engulfed his entire body, the transformation pushing the analysis to 88%. Thanking Itsuki for forcing his hand, Takeru explained that full metallization granted him a massive defense bonus. His total defense now exceeded 500 points. He declared that while he had planned to tear the boy apart slowly, he would instead grant him a quick and painless death out of respect. The crowd fell silent. Defense that high was absurd. Many had already assumed the fight was over in Itsuki's favor, but now doubt returned. Itsuki, however, calmly assessed the situation. He reasoned that such a transformation had to consume an enormous amount of mana. With defense that high, Takeru's reserves could not be limitless. Takeru laughed at the claim, but inwardly he was shaken. The fact that a level 0 could read him so accurately was unsettling. Itsuki stated calmly that there was no need to drain his mana because the fight would end here. At that moment, the analysis reached 100%. The blue lotus flower bloomed once again, and the blue-haired assistant realized that Itsuki had grown stronger yet again. The crowd stared in confusion, unable to tell whether this strange phenomenon was even an attack. The copy completed and piercing sphere was acquired. The drawback was immediately clear. The projectile moved at only 1 meter per second. Still, Itsuki's resolve did not waver. His stats rose by another 10 points, his injuries vanished, and his consciousness briefly returned to the lotus space before snapping back to reality. Looking straight at Takeru, Itsuki challenged him to try and dodge. With a confident smile, he activated the piercing sphere, fully intent on shattering the very defense Takeru took such pride in. Meanwhile, the audience began to murmur in disbelief, wondering if this terrifying display was truly one of the powers of an order breaker, the strongest among the four classes. None of them had ever witnessed a skill like this before. A level 0 had just shattered the absolute defense of a level 12 awakened, something that should have been impossible. Many of them felt an inexplicable chill when they looked into the boy's eyes, sensing that something about him was deeply unnatural. A small sphere of dark purple energy slowly formed in front of Itsuki. It pulsed faintly, radiating an eerie and oppressive presence. The sphere drifted forward at a painfully slow pace, almost lazily as if it posed no threat at all. The crowd broke into laughter, mocking the attack and dismissing it as pathetic. Some openly scoffed, calling it nothing more than a floating ball. Takaru laughed as well, his expression filled with disdain. He couldn't believe that this sluggish, harmless-looking attack was meant to be the boy's trump card. To him, it was laughable. He sneered inwardly, convinced that the fight had already been decided. Then the sphere struck his chest. In an instant, Takaru's expression twisted in shock and agony. The sphere passed straight through his metallic body as if his absolute defense didn't exist at all. The attack pierced him cleanly, tearing through what he had once believed was impenetrable. His knees buckled as pain surged through him, disbelief flooding his mind. Itsuki calmly observed the result, noting that he had deliberately spared Takaru's right arm. Had his opponent been a beast instead of a human, the attack would have gone straight for the neck without hesitation. Turning away, Itsuki coldly ordered the men in suits to take the injured man to the hospital. His patience was gone. He demanded that all of them disappear from his sight immediately. Terrified, the henchmen rushed to lift their fallen leader and fled the area as quickly as they could. Behind them, the blue-haired woman and the surrounding crowd erupted into chaos. Cheers broke out as disbelief turned into awe. No one could comprehend how a level 0 had achieved such a decisive victory. The two awakened Itsuki had saved hurriedly approached him, urging him to form a group with them. They insisted that together they could clear the stage effortlessly, especially since one of them had healing abilities that could restore mana and allow repeated use of that terrifying sphere. Itsuki considered the suggestion briefly, recognizing that fighting high-defense enemies would indeed accelerate the growth of his new skill. However, with a firm and serious expression, he rejected the offer without hesitation. He declared that he would continue alone. The crowd was stunned. Entering an advanced level 15 stage solo bordered on insanity. The blue-haired woman warned him that he was pushing his luck, but he remained unmoved. One of the men quietly excused himself, deciding to find another team instead. The assistant cautioned him about the stone beasts, exceptional defense, and warned him to manage his mana carefully. Though clearly worried, she denied it outright when confronted, turning red and insisting she was only doing her job. Before stepping away, she reminded him that stone beasts often moved in groups and advised him not to overextend himself. Itsuki acknowledged her warning and approached the gate without hesitation. The system confirmed the entry of awakened Tenma Itsuki. As he stepped inside, he surveyed the battlefield. The environment was far harsher than before, a desolate expanse of jagged rock and broken terrain. Stone creatures with glowing eyes watched him from afar, unmoving yet oppressive. The system displayed the stats of a stone statue, a total of 460 points, with the ability to convert magic directly into defense. Itsuki decided to test his new skill properly. Activating the piercing sphere, he condensed purple and blue energy into his hand before launching it forward. The stone creature charged recklessly, unaware of the danger. The sphere struck true, boring a massive hole straight through its chest. The system confirmed the defeat of the level 9 stone statue. Immediately, Itsuki sensed the change. The speed of the piercing sphere increased dramatically. His theory had been correct. 3 more stone creatures emerged, their presence far more aggressive than the first. He recognized them as ideal targets, slow, durable, and perfect for refining his ability. Cloaked in lightning, he engaged them methodically, but quickly noticed the cost. Each shot consumed 50 mana, leaving him with only 2 remaining uses. With the boss still unseen, he knew he had to conserve his strength. 2 monsters advanced simultaneously, forcing him to think fast. He concentrated, launching the sphere into the ground instead. The resulting explosion kicked up a cloud of debris, obscuring vision and disorienting the enemies. Using the chaos as cover, Itsuki leapt into the air, preparing to strike from above. From above, Itsuki gained a decisive tactical advantage. A wicked smile curved across his face as adrenaline surged through his body, his eyes glowing red as he gathered everything he had left. Concentrating all his remaining energy into the piercing sphere, he hurled it downward with full force. The purple energy flared brilliantly as it cut through the air, striking both stone creatures head-on. The impact was devastating, and the system immediately confirmed their elimination as the sphere's speed increased once more. The moment it was over, Itsuki's strength gave out. Completely drained of mana, he collapsed onto the ground, his body refusing to move. Even as exhaustion washed over him, he muttered inwardly that a recovery skill would have been convenient. Still, he couldn't help but note his progress. His attack could now hit targets moving at 5 meters per second, a massive improvement from before. The system displayed the updated details of the piercing sphere, revealing that its speed increase could reach up to 500%. Before he could recover, the ground began to shake violently. A colossal shadow fell over him as the stage boss emerged with a thunderous roar, dust, and debris exploding into the air. The stone creature activated a B-rank skill, gigantification, its body swelling to an enormous size. The system revealed its true threat, a level 15 monster with a total of 777 points. Sensing the danger, Itsuki activated Thunderwave, boosting his agility by 50%. He quickly assessed the situation, wondering whether his piercing sphere could even penetrate something like that. His instincts told him the head was the only viable target. Summoning what little strength he had left, he leapt high, spotting an opening and preparing to strike with everything he could muster. But the moment stretched too long. Midair, he realized the sphere was still too small to deal a decisive blow. The stone giant seized the opportunity and swung its massive arm toward him. Trapped in the air with no way to evade, Itsuki activated Black Ice Wall as a last resort. The impact was overwhelming. His ice defense shattered instantly, and his body was hurled violently into the wall. Pain coursed through him as he acknowledged the truth. The creature was far stronger than he had anticipated. At the same time, his Overmimesi's skill activated upon detecting gigantification, and despite the pain, a smile flickered across his face. This, too, could be copied. Far away in a lavish mansion, Reiji Kinoshita sat in irritation as one of his subordinates received a sudden call. The man's shock was obvious, and Reiji immediately snapped at him to stop making noise. When the report came in that Takaru Oga had been defeated and someone had forced their way into the reserved stage, Reiji's expression darkened. He initially assumed it must have been a high-level awakened, but the explanation that only rookies were present enraged him further. Without waiting for details, Reiji ordered his men to prepare immediately. He tore off his coat, vowing to personally deal with whoever had dared to trample on the Kinoshita family's authority. Back in the stage, Itsuki's analysis reached 100%. The blue lotus flower bloomed once again, enveloping him as the copied skill completed. When he reappeared, the giant stone creature was still looming before him. The system confirmed that piercing sphere had evolved to level 2. Its speed had increased to 7 meters per second, and for the first time its size could be freely adjusted. The passive bonus had doubled, allowing him to pour mana directly into its scale. Excitement surged through Itsuki. Without hesitation, he decided to test the new power immediately. The system showed that he had gained 20 additional stat points, though his overall reserves were visibly strained. Climbing onto the stone giant, he poured every last drop of mana he had into forming the largest piercing sphere he could create. A massive sphere of swirling purple and black energy formed above him, descending with unstoppable force. It struck the stone creature directly, piercing straight through its massive body from top to bottom with terrifying power. The giant collapsed, its form crumbling as the stage fell silent. Itsuki lay on the ground, utterly drained, his mana completely depleted. Despite that, a faint smile appeared on his face as he stared upward, wondering if he might have gone a little too far this time. The system confirmed the golem's defeat, followed immediately by a notification showing a 200% increase in the piercing sphere's speed. Itsuki held the green karma stone in his hand and began calculating calmly. If he went through 2 more stages like this, the sphere would move as fast as a car. Only then did he realize he had been overlooking the passive effects of his skills, and that realization made him smile faintly. Lotus Burst, after all, increased the range of all his abilities. The screen explained that the skill expanded range by 1% for every kill, and as he imagined that number stacking endlessly, The potential sent a chill through him. Outside the stage, the panel displayed the completion time, 3 minutes and 1 second. The crowd froze in disbelief. A 5-man group usually took over 10 minutes, and yet this level 0 rookie had shattered Taewajin's record. When Itsuki stepped out, people stared in confusion, unable to understand why he was still level 0 and didn't even look injured. The blue-haired assistant watched him closely and muttered that he had cleared it again without a single scratch, and even broken the record, nodding quietly that he was absurdly fast. Itsuki simply explained that the creature had been weak against piercing attacks before noticing the glowing butterfly hovering near her. Curious, he asked what it was. The woman introduced herself as a Shikigami user and explained that the butterfly was her jade familiar. Itsuki was genuinely amazed, admitting it was his first time seeing a Shikigami and that it was beautiful. When he asked about the types of awakened classes, she stared at him in shock, unable to believe he didn't know something so basic. She then explained that there were 4 main categories and that he had already encountered 3 of them. The first were elementalists, who controlled one of the 7 elements and made up the most common and generally powerful class. She referenced his classmate as an example, as well as Takeru Oga, who was a metal elementalist. She continued by explaining the second class, the Shikigami users, who summoned familiars bound exclusively to them since birth. These familiars absorbed experience alongside their masters, which was why they were often stronger than the user themselves. When she finished and asked if he had questions, Itsuki bluntly observed that her Shikigami was stronger than she was and wondered if she was truly a senior. The comment left her flustered and annoyed, embarrassed by how direct and unfiltered he was. She explained that Shikigami growth worked differently, which was why the balance seemed skewed. As he listened, Itsuki's thoughts turned dark. In a real fight, it would be far easier to eliminate the user directly. The blue-haired woman felt an ominous pressure leak from him and instinctively took a step back, wondering what was wrong with him. Ignoring her reaction, Itsuki asked about the next class since she had only mentioned 2. She paused, then revealed that the third class was the most mysterious of all, with almost no concrete information available. She pointed out that this class was his, the Orderer, leaving him genuinely surprised. She explained that Orderers were unpredictable because each one possessed entirely different abilities, like his blue lotus flower. Some could manipulate body size, others could create clones, and some had abilities that defied conventional logic. While normal skills ranged from C to S rank, Orderers possessed exclusive Z rank skills. That uniqueness was precisely why they were feared, and why her father had scolded her for even asking about Itsuki's gift. She added that he was an irregular existence, someone who had already used 3 different skills, 2 of which belonged to elementalist domains. Itsuki noted silently that since his master wasn't around, it was probably fine for her to keep talking. When he asked about the final class, she abruptly signaled for silence and smiled, calling it his punishment for not telling her anything about himself. He accepted the punishment calmly. She then informed him that the student he had saved earlier was fine and asked about his next plans. Itsuki stated that he intended to clear the stage again, only to be told there was a 2-day cooldown. The waiting time surprised him, so he decided instead to focus on strengthening Lotus Burst. He then asked whether there was a stage with a massive number of monsters suitable for training. The assistant smiled knowingly and said she knew the perfect place, warning that it would be extremely difficult without an area of effect skill. Itsuki smiled confidently at the challenge, agreeing immediately while realizing she had no idea about Lotus Burst. The location was the Locust Desert, a place filled with over 1,000 low-level monsters that attacked in overwhelming numbers. She insisted it was dangerous, but he reassured her without hesitation. Around them, people whispered that he was insane, and someone muttered that Ryuji Kinoshita would definitely show up soon. Meanwhile, Ryuji arrived at the stage only to find his target gone. His subordinate confirmed that the intruder had already left after clearing the area in just 30 minutes. Rage twisted Ryuji's face as he realized he was being made a fool of. He immediately ordered his men to contact a tracker to follow the Mana trails, shouting that he wanted the boy alive so he could make him experience hell firsthand. Far away, an assassin hid in the shadows, cursing under his breath. He hadn't known Ryuji possessed such terrifying subordinates. Relieved that he had escaped, he believed himself safe at last. But that illusion shattered when a massive wolf with glowing red eyes lunged at him from the darkness. The beast bit down hard, giving him no chance to resist. From atop a nearby building, the tracker Charles watched calmly alongside his giant wolf. The assassin screamed in terror, unable to understand how he had been found so quickly. With a faint smile, Charles explained that his familiar, Mort, had an exceptional sense of smell and could detect the scent of demise clinging to prey. The man begged desperately for mercy, crying uncontrollably, but Charles dismissed him coldly, knowing Ryuji would never forgive leniency. With glowing eyes, he ordered Mort to enjoy the meal. The wolf moved in without hesitation, ending the man's life on the spot. Moments later, Charles noted with satisfaction that his familiar had finally leveled up. The screen displayed the hound of Mort's updated stats, now level 16 with new abilities unlocked. As Charles answered a call confirming the task was complete, he learned that Takeru Oga had been severely injured. A slow smile spread across his face as he wondered whether someone had discovered the brute's weakness. Turning to his wolf, he murmured that a new prey had appeared, and this hunt would be far more interesting. Far away, Itsuki and the blue-haired woman arrived at a place known as the Locust Desert. He looked across the endless wheat fields and wondered if there were really that many locusts hiding in such a calm-looking environment. The assistant explained that beasts always chose environments that suited them and that predicting such behavior was a basic survival skill. She added that the stage was considered so dangerous that the administrators were already discussing shutting it down, and Itsuki immediately noticed there was no receptionist present. He questioned why such precautions were necessary when the stage was only level 13, but she answered that the rules here were different. The beasts were extremely aggressive, and their numbers were beyond absurd. A single second of carelessness was enough for someone to be completely surrounded and devoured alive. To prove her point, the scene briefly revealed a skull picked completely clean, bleached white under the sun. Instead of fear, a smile appeared on Itsuki's face. He remarked that this was exactly what he had been looking for, which made the woman wonder if he was considering backing out. With a confident look, he stated that he was not desperate enough to become insect food. The assistant watched him step into the portal and noted that despite everything, he seemed unusually calm. She told herself that she had warned him properly, and if he ended up dying inside, it would not be her responsibility. But suddenly, she remembered an important detail, that the locusts in this stage spawned endlessly until the boss was defeated. Realizing the danger, she decided she had to warn him and prepared to enter the portal herself with a determined expression. Before she could take a single step forward, Charles and his giant wolf blocked her path. They appeared suddenly, cutting off her escape. With glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, Charles stated that he was searching for someone. The atmosphere around them immediately turned tense. Meanwhile, Itsuki entered the stage alone. He scanned the area and commented that the place was a complete mess. Smiling faintly, he clapped his hands together as if welcoming the chaos and called for the pests to come out for extermination. In the center of the desolate field, a lone scarecrow stood crooked and abandoned, making the environment feel even more unsettling. The system's screen revealed level 1 and level 2 locusts, and he noted calmly that their individual levels were extremely low. Moments later, the sky darkened as a massive swarm of locusts appeared overhead. The sheer quantity made it clear that the threat lay not in strength, but in numbers. With a wicked glint in his eyes, Itsuki activated Lotus Burst. He declared internally that this stage was perfect for training. Covering his body with black ice armor, he laid out his plan in his mind. He would allow them to gather as much as possible and finish them all at once. The swarm descended and completely surrounded him, and he waited patiently until the moment was right. When the time finally came, Lotus Burst activated instantly. A blinding explosion erupted from the center of the swarm, annihilating countless locusts in an instant. The system immediately confirmed multiple kills and notified him of the range increase. Amid the destruction, Itsuki remained standing calmly as notifications continued to flood his vision. The power of the skill was absurd. The screen showed Lotus Burst at level 2, with a diameter of 10.5 meters and a total range increase of 110%. He quickly calculated that using 10% of his mana would allow him to fire roughly 10 explosions, potentially increasing his range by over 1,000%. His mana displayed as 280 out of 252, which made him complain internally about the strange cooldown mechanics of the stage. However, something felt wrong. There was no success notification, and that immediately raised his suspicion. Suddenly, the system detected a C-rank skill, and the Overmimes's analysis activated at 1%. Itsuki frowned slightly, realizing that there must still be survivors. Almost immediately, another massive swarm of locusts poured in from all directions, surrounding him once again. Protected by his ice armor, he understood that he had been careless. The detected skill had to belong to the stage boss. The problem was that he had no idea where the boss was hiding. Even so, he knew he could continue increasing his range. Deciding on his next course of action, he resolved to keep killing locusts until the boss finally revealed itself. Another explosion followed, and the system confirmed additional kills, pushing his range to 220%. His eyes widened slightly when he saw the updated numbers. The diameter of Lotus Burst had reached 16 meters, and the effect was growing increasingly monstrous. Even after wiping out several swarms, the boss still refused to appear. The scene then revealed the truth. Beneath the soil, countless locust eggs were hidden underground, hatching endlessly. As new swarms emerged, Itsuki realized that the assistant's warning about infinite respawns had been absolutely correct. As the monsters continued to pour out, the analysis of the boss's skill climbed steadily to 27%. His status screen showed that he had enough mana left for 9 more explosions, and he prepared himself without hesitation. With both hands burning with power, Itsuki declared that it didn't matter how many times they came back. Joining his hands together while encased in ice, he vowed silently to exterminate every last one of them. Another devastating explosion followed, and the system confirmed the eliminations. Notifications stacked rapidly as the skill was activated twice in quick succession. Without giving the locusts even a moment to regroup, he unleashed the skill 7 times in a row. The screen finally revealed the terrifying result. Lotus Burst's diameter had expanded to 54.5 meters, with a total bonus range of 990%. Faced with the situation, Itsuki realized that he only had enough mana left for one final attack, yet the locusts continued to pour in without pause. Completely surrounded, he acknowledged that the enemies were endless and that the situation had finally turned desperate. To make matters worse, the boss still had not revealed itself. For a brief moment, the thought of retreat crossed his mind so he could finish the analysis safely, but he immediately rejected the idea. Retreating now would mean accepting defeat, and that was something he refused to do. His eyes burned red as he resolved to fight to the very end, declaring silently that he would kill them all. With that resolve, he unleashed his final Lotus Burst, pouring every last drop of strength into the attack. The explosion tore through the battlefield, but the cost was severe. Completely exhausted, Itsuki dropped to his knees, his body trembling as he realized that at this rate he would not last much longer. Even after unleashing so much destruction, the number of locusts surrounding him had not decreased in the slightest. As the Overmimes's analysis climbed to 91%, he finally noticed something strange. Every locust after the first wave was only level 1. At that moment, understanding struck him. The boss's skill was infinite reproduction. The ground beneath him shifted and a massive presence emerged. A locust queen revealed herself, hidden beneath the earth all along. The system displayed her status, identifying her as a level 13 entity capable of controlling up to 110 locusts simultaneously. Itsuki understood immediately that she was the source of everything. But his mana was completely depleted, and the analysis was still incomplete. The situation appeared hopeless. Then, just in time, a blue sphere materialized before him. The analysis reached 100%. With that, he acquired a new skill, Mana Sense. The ability restored 10% of his mana for every enemy detected within range. Itsuki felt a surge of relief as the system confirmed the skill's range exceeded 1,000 meters and actively replenished his mana. A wicked smile formed on his face as he realized the absurd potential of the ability. With this, he could farm locusts endlessly if he wanted. Still, he decided not to drag the fight out any longer. The blue-haired woman was waiting for him outside the stage. The system confirmed that he gained 10 points in all attributes and that his health and mana had been completely restored. His total stats now reached 1,120. Rising to his feet, Itsuki prepared to hunt the boss properly. He released a wave of blue energy that expanded across the entire battlefield, scanning everything in its path. The mana wave spread outward until it finally locked onto the Locust Queen's position underground. With his eyes glowing blue, Itsuki smiled as he located her. Faced with the situation, he prepared his final attack with complete confidence. He acknowledged that hiding behind her children was meaningless and began forming his piercing sphere. Combining it with his passive effects, he launched the attack with full force. The system displayed the range at 120 meters as the orb tore through the ground at terrifying speed. The Locust Queen was struck head-on and sent flying violently from beneath the earth. In the next instant, Itsuki appeared behind her, his body wrapped in lightning and black ice armor. With glowing eyes and a cruel smile, he concluded the battle decisively. The fight was already over. He sliced the queen apart with his ice blade, leaving her no chance to resist. As he turned his attention to the remaining locusts, he saw them descend into chaos without their queen's control. Raising his flaming hand, he dismissed their fate, deciding to send them to join their mother. The system updated again, confirming that Lotus Burst's diameter had expanded to 65.5 meters, and that the piercing sphere's range now reached 131 meters, with his total range bonuses exceeding 1,210%. Collecting the dropped item, Itsuki noted that the harvest had been excellent and resolved to return later to further level his passive skills. As he exited the stage, the system announced a new record, 17 minutes and 7 seconds. He thought briefly that the assistant must be worried by now and imagined the scolding he would receive once he got close. Smiling faintly, he found her quirky concern endearing and prepared to apologize. But as he approached the exit, his smile vanished. The blue-haired woman lay collapsed on the ground, and from the darkness behind her, a pair of red eyes stared directly at him. Charles held her by the neck, his grip merciless, and calmly stated that if Itsuki had truly cleared the stage alone, then he was exactly the person Ryuji was searching for. He continued calmly, stating that he had already tried extracting information from her, but even while injured, the girl had not spoken a single word. At that moment, Itsuki appeared in front of him, his presence cutting through the tension like a blade. With cold, killing intent, he ordered the man to remove his filthy hands from her, promising in return to leave him barely standing. The man wearing the hat burst into laughter at the threat, mocking the boy for getting cocky despite being nothing more than a level 0 rookie. Without wasting even a second, Itsuki exploded forward, his body wrapped in crackling lightning as he charged straight at the enemy. Charles felt his heart skip a beat as he witnessed the absurd speed closing the distance instantly, a primal sense of danger screaming at him that death was near. Before the punch could land, the giant wolf Mort appeared in front of him and blocked the blow with its massive head, sacrificing itself to protect its master. The system immediately detected a B-rank Shikigami, triggering overmimesis as the analysis began. Itsuki instantly realized that the wolf was a Shikigami and that the man in the hat was its user. Charles, regaining some composure, praised the boy's movement and speed, finally understanding how Oga had been defeated without even activating his armor. He then twisted the situation by tightening his grip on the blue-haired girl and using her as a shield, declaring that Mort was his hostage. Itsuki shouted her name, Ajaha, while restraining the wolf as the analysis percentage steadily climbed. Mort opened its enormous jaws and attempted to bite through Itsuki's arm with crushing force, and Charles taunted him, explaining that Mort's bite could pulverize any defense under 300 points. His expression instantly twisted into shock when he saw the outcome. Itsuki blocked the bite effortlessly with his black ice arm. Before Charles could react, a piercing sphere formed and detonated inside the wolf's mouth, blasting Mort away with terrifying force. Itsuki stated coldly that without a Shikigami, a user was completely defenseless as the analysis climbed to 77%. Charles staggered back, unable to comprehend whether the boy in front of him was truly a rookie at all. He hastily explained that Mort possessed a response skill that drastically shortened its revival time. As if on cue, the giant wolf regenerated and lunged again, while Charles screamed for Itsuki to become dog food. Activating Mana Sense, Itsuki released a wave of detection energy across the area, narrowly dodging the renewed assault and acknowledging internally that keeping the skill active had been the correct decision. The analysis continued to climb. He knew it was almost complete, but if the Blue Lotus manifested now, the enemy would grow suspicious. Charles, meanwhile, grew increasingly desperate. The boy had superior speed, overwhelming power, and even a detection ability. Losing control, he threatened Ajaha again, declaring that if Itsuki resisted any longer, she would die. The analysis completed. Without the lotus flower appearing, Itsuki acquired the Shikigami Eater skill, granting him the ability to dominate Shikigami directly. His stats increased by 20 points, though the healing effect failed due to the incomplete manifestation. Itsuki noticed the lack of recovery but dismissed it immediately, as his body was already stable. Mort charged once more, and Itsuki finally understood the full nature of his new ability. It did not merely damage Shikigami, it allowed him to steal them. With eyes glowing crimson, he placed his hand on Mort's head and declared that the dog now belonged to him. Blue light engulfed the wolf as it began transforming under his control. Using the momentary distraction, Itsuki delivered a brutal kick to Charles, sending him flying through the air. Enraged, Charles screamed at Mort, calling it useless after all the experience he had fed it. He tightened his grip on Ageha's neck and threatened to kill her if Itsuki resisted again. With the last of her strength, Ageha told Itsuki not to worry about her and to keep fighting. Itsuki raised his hands in surrender, ordering Charles not to touch her. Charles smiled cruelly, stating that if the boy had obeyed earlier, she would not have suffered. Itsuki then questioned why he was being targeted at all, as he had no memory of provoking him. The man introduced himself as Charles and revealed that he had been sent by Ryoji Kinoshita. Upon hearing that name, Itsuki immediately understood that this was no coincidence and that he would need to have a proper conversation with Ryoji soon. Charles warned him that if he tried to use ice again, Mort would tear his legs off. He commanded the wolf to rip them apart at once. At the same time, Itsuki issued his own command, ordering the creature to prove its worth as his Shikigami. The wolf turned. With a glowing lotus symbol forming on its forehead, Mort lunged and sank its fangs into its former master. In the same instant, Itsuki moved with blinding speed, rescuing Ageha and pulling her safely into his arms. Charles screamed in agony, unable to understand why his own familiar had betrayed him. Itsuki calmly approached the wolf, praising it as a good boy, before turning his gaze back to Charles with murderous intent. He vowed silently to repay him 100-fold for the pain he had inflicted. Panicking, Charles begged for his life and offered to lure Ryoji in exchange for mercy. Itsuki considered the proposal briefly, his eyes glowing red, and remarked that it was not a bad idea. Seeing an opening, Charles believed he had a chance to turn the situation around and launched a massive ice spike in desperation, screaming for Itsuki to die. Itsuki dismissed the attack with chilling calm, returning the sentiment and declaring that dealing with Ryoji was his responsibility alone. He ordered Mort to make Charles experience the same suffering Ageha had endured. Charles sobbed and begged for mercy, desperately reminding the wolf that he had once been its master. Mort did not hesitate. The giant wolf opened its jaws and devoured him without a shred of hesitation. As silence fell, Itsuki narrowed his eyes and noted that someone had been watching him ever since he left the stage. With a serious expression, he turned toward the darkness and challenged the hidden observer to step out and show themselves. The scene shifts back to the vast wheat field, the towering stage structure still visible in the distance. Golden stalks sway gently in the wind when, without warning, a hooded figure rises from the middle of the field, hands slightly raised, admitting that he has been discovered. Itsuki turns toward him at once, eyes narrowing with suspicion as he wonders whether this man is connected to the one in the hat. The blonde youth panics immediately and shakes his head, denying it with visible fear, insisting that he is not an enemy and begging to be heard out. With no interest in listening, Itsuki turns away and continues walking, telling the wolf Mort to follow once it finishes eating. Watching this, the hooded man realizes that anyone capable of controlling a Shikigami like a rabid hound might be exactly the person he needs. He quickly introduces himself as Abaria, revealing that he already knows Itsuki's identity as the one who defeated Takaru Oga. From there, Abaria asks for help, offering creation stones, weapons, and various rewards as payment. Yet even as he speaks, confusion crosses his face, because he truly believed anyone would jump at such an offer. His thoughts drift back to his father's words, that rewards must be relevant like water in a desert. A blade for the avenger, medicine for the wounded. With sudden realization, Abaria smiles faintly as he understands what Itsuki truly needs. He warns that walking slowly with the injured girl could cost her life before reaching a hospital. As proof, he produces a glowing scroll, revealing that he possesses a healing item. Even as Itsuki continues walking, Abaria calls out confidently, stating that the artifact can save the assistant. That finally makes Itsuki stop. He turns back with surprise and demands confirmation. Abaria explains that while the healing is not instant, it is guaranteed to preserve her life. When asked whether it works through clothing, he confirms it does, identifying it as a rare artifact. Only then does Abaria realize that Itsuki is truly a rookie, which explains his unfamiliarity with artifacts. He begins explaining that ordinary weapons are useless against disaster beasts, and only artifacts crafted by artisans can harm them. He outlines the 4 artifact grades: common, rare, epic, and unique. Common artifacts merely allow damage, while rare and epic ones enhance stats and provide special effects. Unique artifacts stand at the pinnacle, possessing overwhelming power capable of altering battles entirely. Abaria adds that artisans themselves are not strong, but are deeply respected for their creations. Itsuki notes silently that his own father is an artisan, but Abaria reveals with a smug smile that his father ranks among the top 10 in the world. Having already created 3 of the 10 known unique artifacts, his father is widely known as the artisan king of the North. Despite the impressive revelation, Abaria grows irritated when he realizes Itsuki isn't listening at all. The young man has already turned away, uninterested in the story. Instead, Itsuki kneels and picks up the crossbow dropped earlier by Charles, examining it calmly. Abaria stares in disbelief as Itsuki assesses the weapon's use. He explains that the crossbow is a rare artifact capable of generating its own ammunition and is soul-bound. As if to demonstrate, the weapon vanishes from Itsuki's hand, confirming it can be stored at will. Itsuki thanks Abaria for the healing item, then states that his next destination is Ryoji Kinoshita. Hearing that name, Abaria stiffens in surprise. He admits that confronting Ryoji requires real courage, but then reveals that if Ryoji is the target, then they share the same enemy. He explains that the Savior's National Tournament preliminaries are approaching, with the northern venue located in District 4. As the chief's son, Ryoji is monopolizing stages to level faster and secure his position for the main event. Abaria proposes forming a team. He explains that since childhood, he watched his father create artifacts, each one a masterpiece, and his admiration only deepened over time. That admiration drove him to awaken, dreaming of fighting disaster beasts himself. But when he finally awakened and requested an artifact, his father refused, saying it was too early. Only after endless pleading did his father agree, on the condition that Abaria pass the tournament preliminaries on his own merit. Because of that promise, Abaria declares with determination that he must pass the preliminaries no matter what. Itsuki found that resolve familiar and questioned why, with a father of such influence, Abaria had not simply partnered with a high-level awakened. The blond young man explained that his father had forbidden him from using the family name or borrowed strength, insisting that he earn everything through his own merit. On top of that, intelligence reports showed that nearly all powerful independent awakeners had already been recruited or bought off by Ryoji Kinoshita. When Abaria learned that someone had defeated Takeru Oga and shattered a long-standing stage record, he immediately began investigating, eventually tracking that person down to Itsuki. After a brief silence, Itsuki agreed to the partnership, but stated that his priority was taking Ageha to the hospital first. Abaria tried to interrupt, already throwing out ideas for team names and plans, only for Itsuki to think quietly that this guy talked even more than Riku. As he carried Ageha, his thoughts drifted to his old companions, wondering whether Riku and Seiya would also participate in the preliminaries. Far away, Riku was already deep into training, pushing his body to the limit as sweat poured down his face. Seiya watched him closely before asking if he had caught a cold, to which Riku casually replied that maybe Itsuki was talking about him somewhere. Seiya then wondered aloud how long it had been since the attack and whether Itsuki was safe, since neither of them had seen him since. Riku teased her, asking why she hadn't gone to check on him herself if she was that worried, which made her blush instantly. Embarrassment quickly turned into irritation, and she retaliated by launching a sudden water attack that caught Riku completely off guard. He protested at the cheap shot, but Seiya brushed it off, saying it was his own fault for leaving himself open during training. Before things could escalate further, a muscular instructor appeared and ordered them both to stop fooling around, reminding them that the preliminaries were about to begin. Elsewhere, Ryoji Kinoshita stood inside a luxurious room, staring at 3 creation stones locked inside a silver briefcase. He frowned, irritated by the delay of his subordinate, and muttered that something unexpected must have happened. In frustration, he crushed one of the stones in his hand, dismissing it as worthless junk even as experience flowed into his body. He reminded himself that failure was not an option. As disappointing his father would result in isolation, he had no intention of enduring. As lightning briefly flickered across his body, his aura intensified. A subordinate reported that they had secured the cooperation of 887 awakened. Ryuji praised the man, remarking that he was the only reliable one left at his side. With a cold smile, he used the final creation stone, and power surged through him as his level rose to 12, his stats displaying clearly in preparation for the battles to come. Far away, our boy stood wrapped in a faint blue aura, his expression calm yet unshakably determined, as if he were already prepared for whatever awaited him next. Inside a quiet hospital room, he bowed his head slightly and apologized to Commander Izumi for Ajaha's condition. Izumi listened in silence before asking what should be done next, even offering to erase the rich kid and end the trouble at its source. Itsuki stopped him immediately, his eyes steady and serious, making it clear that this was something he intended to handle himself. Faced with that resolve, the commander agreed and told him to report everything in detail later. Abaria, who had been standing nearby, froze the moment he realized who Izumi was. The shock hit him hard when he understood that this man was Itsuki's master, and his first instinct was to excitedly ask for an autograph. Ignoring that, our boy stated that he would be entering the preliminaries with Abaria and then asked about Ajaha's condition. It was explained that she was stable thanks to her jade butterfly and the rare healing artifact Abaria had used. Izumi's gaze lingered on the item for a moment before he calmly identified it, immediately realizing that Abaria was the son of the renowned artisan Aiden. The blonde stiffened when his father was mentioned and suddenly decided he needed to act dignified. With a smug expression and completely misplaced confidence, he introduced himself as Aiden's father instead of his son. The room fell into silence. Izumi corrected him without hesitation, pointing out that he had it the other way around. Completely flustered, Abaria hurriedly fixed his mistake and admitted that Aiden was, in fact, his father. Izumi thanked him sincerely for saving his daughter and mentioned that he would visit Aiden after the tournament concluded. He then told both young men to prepare themselves, adding that he and Ajaha would be watching the preliminaries the following day. With confident expressions, the newly formed duo promised they would pass without fail. Ajaha commented lightly that her father seemed to like Itsuki a great deal, remembering how Izumi had often taken her along to his meetings when she was younger. Izumi then explained something he had never spoken about openly. Because of Itsuki's childhood trauma, the boy possessed a powerful self-destructive impulse. However, that impulse weakened drastically when there was someone nearby he genuinely wanted to protect. It was for that very reason that Izumi had placed Ajaha by his side. Her role had been to become his friend, and eventually, the person he would most want to protect in the world. The commander then revealed a grim truth. The attack on the school had not been an accident. It had been planned. The number of traitors working alongside the disaster beasts was increasing, and humanity's future was growing darker by the day. Even so, Izumi stated with absolute confidence that Itsuki would be the one to change that future. He would become a blazing beacon of hope for all of humanity. The scene shifted to the Northern District 4, where the Savior Tournament preliminaries were being held. Itsuki and Abaria arrived to find that the number of participants had surged from 3,000 to 5,000. The sudden increase irritated Ryuji Kinoshita, who muttered that the old man had deliberately increased the variables. Nearby, Riku and Seo noticed that Ryuji's followers were wearing red ribbons as a mark of identification. Soon after, a man named Soryu Fuji stepped forward to explain the rules of the preliminaries. The arena was divided into two massive zones, with all participants starting from different points. The first phase would be a race toward the inner area, and the moment someone arrived, their rank would be recorded. Only the top 500 would advance. Each participant was allowed to carry 2 tools. Abaria subtly drew Itsuki's attention to that restriction, while Riku noticed the function of the bracelet they had been issued. Seo remarked that eliminating thousands in the very first phase was brutally efficient. At that moment, Ryuji Kinoshita appeared alongside his men and loudly ordered everyone not to run ahead of him. Abaria immediately recognized the awakened Ryuji had bought and began planning a surprise for the moment their guard dropped. Before he could act, however, our boy walked straight toward them. The henchman quickly noticed that he wasn't wearing a red ribbon, and Abaria could only stare in shock at his partner's reckless confidence. The signal was given, and the first phase of the tournament began as thousands of awakened surged forward at once. Watching from above, Soryu commented that it was good to see so many young people eager to join the alliance, though numbers alone meant nothing. Shu Heian added that in past years there had been participants above level 15, while Soryu recalled his own year, when there had only been 2 competitors, one of them being Jin Taewajin. Shu remarked that events like this were dull without a monster rookie like Taewajin, and wondered if a similar genius might be present this time. Soryu dismissed the idea, stating that geniuses of that caliber appeared only once every 100 years. Shu, however, mentioned hearing a rumor about a certain student. Commander Izumi, who had been listening quietly, confirmed that the rumor was true. Shu's interest immediately flared, and he asked whether that student was present, convinced such talent would be extraordinary. Soryu began scanning the participant data, briefly stopping on Riku before dismissing him due to his mediocre Grade 2 gift. He then passed over Seo as well, ruling her out for being a support type. From there, Soryu's gaze stopped on a girl named Hana, whose displayed level was 16, an abnormally high number for a rookie. For a brief moment, he believed he had found the rumored genius, but Izumi showed no sign of agreement, his expression calm and unreadable. Shu Heian then casually asked whether there were any level 0 participants, remarking that there was always at least one curious anomaly in every tournament. Back inside the arena, Ryuji Kinoshita and his henchmen burst into laughter the moment they spotted our boy, openly mocking him and calling him a lost child who had wandered into the wrong place. Unfazed by their ridicule, Itsuki calmly activated one of his artifacts and turned to face the rich kid, his eyes glowing faintly with restrained hostility. Ryuji was caught off guard by the young man's composure and attitude, and with a twisted smile, he wondered aloud who the hell this nobody thought he was. Our boy stared straight back at him with an icy gaze and made it clear that Ryuji had been the one looking for him. The rich kid scoffed at the claim, refusing to believe that a level 0 nobody was the one who had beaten Oga. Convinced someone had sent the boy purely to provoke him, Ryuji's anger flared, and he ordered his men to seize the nuisance and make him regret standing in his way. Lightning crackled around Ryuji's body as he declared he had no time to waste on trash like this. At his command, the henchmen moved in, surrounding Itsuki and Iberia from all sides. One of them sneered and suggested they beg now if they wanted even a chance of being spared. Iberia quickly assessed the situation and realized he could handle one opponent at best, but fighting 4 at once was suicide, especially for Itsuki. He prepared to activate one of his artifacts, but our boy stopped him without even turning around. The henchman directly in front scoffed again, mocking the fact that the first obstacle in their path was a level 0 nobody. Itsuki stepped forward, met his gaze, and calmly told him to move out of the way. The sheer audacity stunned the man for a moment before he burst into loud, unrestrained laughter, his companions joining in soon after. One of the henchmen, the same one who had once been defeated by Itsuki before, found himself oddly amused by the boy's attitude, and remarked that he might save him later if things went badly. The man in front, however, grinned viciously and decided he would crack the boy's skull open just to see what was inside. He never got the chance. In the next instant, Itsuki's fist crashed straight into the center of the man's face with terrifying speed and precision. The impact sent him flying backward before he hit the ground unconscious. Standing over the fallen opponent, our boy repeated his words with the same cold expression, reminding him that he had been told to get out of the way. The remaining henchmen froze in shock, unable to process what they had just witnessed. A level 0 had just knocked out someone 7 levels higher than himself with a single blow. The remaining men panicked, unable to understand what had just happened, though one of them tried to laugh it off and claimed it had only been a lucky hit. Enraged, the masked henchman immediately activated a B-rank skill, Flamethrower, unleashing a violent torrent of fire at point-blank range. Iberia froze in terror as the flames surged forward far too fast for him to react, realizing there was no time to activate his artifact. One of the other henchmen muttered that this was complete overkill, adding that the level 0 had brought this on himself by acting tough, but another companion felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something was terribly wrong. When the flames finally dispersed, our boy stepped out from the inferno completely unharmed, his body shielded by the black ice wall that had absorbed the blast. Iberia stared in disbelief, unable to process how anyone could withstand a B-rank fire skill head-on. With a cold glance, Itsuki told him to step back and stay out of the fight. The system screen flickered, confirming that he had blocked a B-rank fire skill and that his defense had increased by 10%. Seeing this, our boy decided to test a theory, wondering whether the passive effect of his black ice wall would activate again if he blocked the same skill twice. The masked man was visibly shaken, confused about how ice could even be present when no water elementalist was nearby. Itsuki calmly provoked him, telling him to attack again and claiming he would not even bother defending this time. Believing it to be a bluff, the henchman gathered every last drop of mana he had and unleashed his strongest fire attack, convinced the boy was finally finished. From the outside, it seemed absurd, and some of his allies whispered that with this power alone, the masked man rivaled a level 8 awakened. When the flames faded, shock twisted across the attacker's face. It was impossible. Our boy stood exactly where he had been, untouched. With the test complete, Itsuki calmly concluded that the passive effect of black ice wall did not stack against the same skill. He turned his attention toward the remaining henchmen and stated that this pointless display was over. One of the brutes sneered, claiming he had already identified the boy's weakness, and immediately activated his own B-rank skill, Flame Barrier, launching a barrage of condensed fireballs. Itsuki questioned whether they truly intended to win through numbers and calmly raised his black ice wall again. The resulting explosion rocked the area as fire collided violently with ice. The henchman smirked, convinced that a level 0's mana pool would never endure such pressure. The smoke cleared, and our boy was suddenly right in front of him. He had crossed the distance instantly. Nodding that the passive had only activated once again, Itsuki observed the results with quiet precision. The henchman tried to compensate by relying on brute force, but our boy mocked the idea, asking whether he was even trying. With a single blow, he sent the man flying far across the arena. The system confirmed a minor defense increase of only 3 points, and Itsuki immediately understood that the calculation was based on base defense rather than total value. Turning his gaze to the last two standing, he recognized their elemental alignment immediately. Lightning elementalists. With a calm expression, he decided they would be perfect targets to refine his thunder wave. He asked coldly whether they truly believed they could escape him. Desperation overtook them. Both activated Silver Serpent simultaneously, one of them screaming that he would take Itsuki down with him. The system responded instantly, confirming that both skills had been absorbed and that Itsuki's agility had increased by 10% in total. Moments later, both men collapsed helplessly to the ground. Observing the aftermath, Itsuki reflected that Thunder Wave's passive behaved the same way as Black Ice Wall, activating only once per target. Iberia stared at the fallen henchman in stunned silence before letting out a breath and remarking that our boy had knocked them all out effortlessly. Smiling awkwardly, he admitted he had expected a difficult fight and never imagined Itsuki was this strong. One of the defeated men, still barely conscious, demanded to know who he really was, certain that he was no ordinary level 0. Iberia, grinning mischievously, stepped closer and began declaring grand plans, proclaiming that together they would become the double-eye duo and rule the North. Itsuki ignored him completely, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him along while reminding him they still had business with Ryuji Kinoshita. The blonde protested loudly, while the half-conscious henchman muttered that the duo name sounded ridiculous. Elsewhere, a man with glasses noticed the disturbance from afar and assumed the so-called level 0 had already been dealt with. However, when he recognized the beast that had once belonged to Charles, his expression hardened, realizing this situation required further investigation. Outside the alliance, there were very few in the North capable of subduing Charles so completely. Nearby, another participant sprinted past others, boasting loudly about his speed and mocking brute-type awakeners. Without warning, a bolt of purple lightning struck him mid-stride, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. As he lay there in shock, he wondered who could possibly have hit him while he was running at full speed. The man with glasses stepped into view, planting his foot on the fallen runner's head and looking down with pure contempt. His body crackled with purple lightning as he coldly remarked that this was the price for daring to run ahead of him. Soon after, the man with purple lightning calmly told his group to conserve their strength and not waste time on trash that wasn't worth the effort. Far away, a woman watching the event commented on the arrogance of the District 4 administrator's son, but since none of it violated the tournament rules, there was nothing that could be done. Surrounded by his allies, the rich kid continued forward proudly, boasting about his stamina as his men cleared the path ahead of him. In his mind, passing the second phase of the tournament already felt guaranteed. The scene shifted to the inner area, where many participants had already arrived and were waiting for the next challenge to begin. Kinishida soon appeared among them, loudly bragging about how effortlessly he had reached the inner zone ahead of everyone else. Just as his confidence peaked, a voice suddenly shouted his name, and a streak of blue lightning tore through the sky straight toward him. Startled, the rich kid turned around, his expression freezing the moment he saw who was approaching. Rain fell heavily as our boy and Iberia emerged from the distance, surrounded by crackling blue lightning. Panic spread through the remaining henchmen as one of them immediately recognized the level 0 rookie. They could hardly believe he had actually made it this far. Ray stared in disbelief, unable to accept that the two of them alone had managed to break through his entire group. With a mocking smile, he scoffed that his men must have been bribed to let them pass. Iberia, still catching his breath, knew the truth. He had only arrived because Itsuki had crushed every obstacle in their way. Clearly annoyed, the rich kid declared that he was busy and had no intention of wasting time on them. He decided to leave some entertainment behind and gestured coldly, ordering his remaining henchmen to grab the two and finish them off. One of the men laughed cruelly, claiming he would teach the level 0 some manners the hard way. Iberia's face drained of color when he realized there were well over 100 enemies closing in, but our boy remained calm. With a serious expression, he simply told Iberia to cover his ears. In the next instant, a violent lightning shockwave exploded outward from Itsuki, striking every henchman in range. The rich kid watched the scene with complete indifference, showing no concern for his subordinates. The shockwave sent bodies flying in all directions, violently clearing the entire path ahead. Iberia stood frozen in shock, unable to process the sheer power his partner had unleashed. Ray, for the first time, felt disbelief creeping into his expression. Stepping forward through the rain, our boy stated coldly that it seemed his earlier warning hadn't been clear enough. With unwavering resolve, he fixed his gaze on the rich kid and made it clear that he had no intention of letting him leave before settling things once and for all. Elsewhere, Seo and Riku finally reached the inner area, commenting on the red-ribbon groups that had blocked their path earlier. Riku was visibly shaken, admitting that while he considered himself fast, he never imagined there were people who could move that much faster than him. A man named Gaeyu complained loudly after finishing in third place, while a girl named Hana secured first place, her status as a level 16 rookie drawing widespread attention. Riku worried that our boy might be alone and vulnerable to a group ambush at any moment. Suddenly, Seo's eyes widened as she noticed someone being thrown violently into the inner area. The system notification confirmed that Iberia had arrived and was ranked 6th. Lying flat on the ground, the blond young man shouted Itsuki's name, urging him to hurry. Hearing that name echo through the inner area, Riku and Seo froze, recognizing it instantly. When they looked up and saw the familiar figure surrounded by blue lightning standing before the crowd, there was no mistaking it. Our boy stood calmly at the center of the inner area, rain falling around him as his presence dominated the space. With a cold, unyielding stare, he repeated his declaration. He would not allow the rich kid to go anywhere until everything between them was resolved. The older man watching from above wondered why the rookie seemed so fixated on Ryuji. Sensing that things might spiral out of control, Izumi quietly asked Shu Heighten to step in if the situation became too complicated. Shu Heighten, however, was more impressed than worried observing Itsuki's movement speed, and wondering whether he himself could have moved like that in his youth. Down in the arena, Rai grew visibly irritated and warned Itsuki to prepare himself. With a twisted smile, he declared that this wasn't a battle at all, but an execution, one man against everyone. In other words, it would be a 100 versus 1 massacre. The surrounding crowd closed in, their gazes heavy and hostile. For Itsuki, however, the preliminaries no longer mattered. Passing the tournament was secondary. What mattered was avenging Ageha. Rai finally snapped, screaming for all his henchmen to finish the rookie at once. The mass of fighters surged forward simultaneously, completely surrounding Itsuki. One of the masked men roared that Itsuki's head was his and launched a full-power fire punch straight at him. Itsuki stopped the blow with a single hand. The attacker froze in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. A moment later, Itsuki countered with a punch to the center of the man's face, sending him flying before he could even react. Shock rippled through the group. One of the henchmen shouted for everyone to stay calm, insisting that numbers were still on their side. Itsuki faced them calmly and told them to come at him. The system notification showed his defense increasing by 10% as he decided it was time to end the foolishness. He activated Lotus Burst without hesitation. A massive explosion erupted, fire and energy tearing through the arena and swallowing the charging henchmen whole. Iberia, Riku, and Seo watched in stunned silence as the blast expanded outward. Iberia finally realized that this overwhelming power was Itsuki's true ability. Elsewhere, a muscular man and a cat-eared girl paused mid-movement, staring at the distant explosion in disbelief, while a green-haired swordswoman observed the scene thoughtfully. Even the announcer was shaken, unable to understand how Itsuki could use abilities that clearly exceeded the boundaries of a single class. From afar, Ageha and Shu Heighten watched closely, and Ageha finally understood why Itsuki had been so confident entering the stage alone. As the dust settled, Itsuki noted to himself that he had only used around 30% of his power, restraining himself because his opponents were still human. The scene revealed Rai's henchmen scattered across the ground, unconscious and broken, while Itsuki stood alone at the center of the devastation. With his eyes glowing blue, he turned his attention to Rai and stated that now it was just the two of them. Rai staggered backward, terror spreading across his face. He couldn't comprehend how one person had just defeated 100 fighters. Desperately, he demanded to know why Itsuki was chasing him. Itsuki answered calmly that Rai had attacked him first and harmed his friend, and that he would pay for it. Furious and cornered, Rai boasted about being the heir of the Kinoshita family and shouted that he could level endlessly using karma stones. Declaring that they were on completely different levels, he unleashed a B-rank violet thunder cannon. Itsuki's system instantly detected the skill and Overmus activated, beginning its analysis, but Itsuki dodged the attack with absurd speed, leaving Rai staring at empty air. Rai collapsed to the ground in panic, finally realizing that he had no chance of winning. Screaming desperately, he called out for someone named 40 to save him. A man with red eyes appeared, hesitating briefly as he recognized the violation of tournament rules, but ultimately deciding he no longer cared. Rai revealed that the man was a level 35 awakened and ordered him to kill Itsuki. At the same time, Shu Heighten signaled calmly from above, giving a thumbs up to someone else. Using Mana Sense, Itsuki detected multiple high-speed presences approaching. As the analysis continued, a brute descended from above and slammed into the arena floor, sending dust flying everywhere. Itsuki remained unmoved. Before the brute could act, Shu Heighten himself intervened, striking down the so-called 40 in a single blow and telling Itsuki to finish what he had started, purple lightning crackling around him. Itsuki turned back to Rai and told him his life had just been cut short. Desperate, Rai tried invoking his family's name to threaten Itsuki and save himself. It didn't work. Itsuki attacked without mercy, beating Rai down until he collapsed screaming. Looking at the fallen body, Itsuki stated coldly that this was for everything Rai had done to Ageha. From a distance, Ageha watched the scene, her face flushing red despite herself. Izumi remarked calmly that Itsuki had defeated Rai and wondered why he was now looking in their direction. The skill analysis reached 99%, and Itsuki deliberately paused it, planning to reset his stamina later. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out Itsuki's name. He turned in surprise and immediately recognized who it was. Seo and Riku had finally arrived, rushing toward him through the rain. Seo scolded him gently, worrying he would catch a cold, her eyes watery with relief. Itsuki smiled and said it had been a while, just as the system announced that he was now ranked 7th. Riku and Iberia both grabbed him at the same time, hugging him tightly and saying they were glad he was safe. Riku immediately shot a hostile glare at Iberia, demanding to know who he was to cling to Itsuki like that. With confidence, Iberia introduced himself as Itsuki's partner, shocking everyone. Riku called him a traitor on the spot, while Seo commented that it was rare for Itsuki to make friends so easily. Iberia asked whether they had a duo name. Riku scoffed, saying he wasn't a child. Before Itsuki could stop him, Iberia proudly declared that their duo was called Double I, claiming it had taken serious effort to come up with. Riku burst out laughing, calling the name lame, while Iberia fumed in frustration. At that moment, the announcer declared that 500 participants had reached the inner area and that all others were eliminated. The second phase would begin immediately. In this phase, each participant would fight beasts alone for 1 hour inside the arena. Iberia visibly paled at the words alone, while the others listened in silence. From above, Shu Heighten grinned, saying he couldn't wait to see what the rookies were truly capable of. The screen then displayed the rankings of the first phase, highlighting the top 7 contenders. With that, everyone turned their attention toward the gigantic arena where the second phase of the tournament was finally about to begin. The sheer scale of the place made the air feel heavy. As the group merged into the crowd, Iberia stared at the structure in disbelief, wondering aloud whether this massive battlefield was truly where the next stage would take place. Riku frowned at the darkness surrounding the arena and glanced at Itsuki, once again asking whether his level was really fixed at 0. Itsuki confirmed it calmly, which only deepened Riku's confusion about how he continued to grow stronger. Iberia shared the same curiosity, but Seo cut him off immediately, reminding him that the abilities of order breakers were confidential and that prying into them was pointless. High above the arena, the tournament organizers observed the participants and prepared to make their announcement. Iberia stiffened when he noticed who had gathered to supervise the event. Soryu stood calmly among them, alongside the veteran Heiino, and at the center was the legendary Izumi Menu himself. It was nothing less than a gathering of living legends. The announcer explained that the second phase would consist of direct combat against beasts, with points awarded based on difficulty. The screen displayed the scoring system clearly. Beginner difficulty was worth 100 points, normal 500, hard 1,000, and nightmare a staggering 5,000. After each victory, participants would be granted 1 minute of rest before advancing to the next difficulty. Gakuo scoffed at the explanation and immediately declared his intent to challenge nightmare difficulty, his level 13 stats flashing proudly across the screen. At that moment, Itsuki raised his hand calmly and asked to speak. Murmurs spread instantly through the crowd, with some mocking him and claiming that he had only made it this far because others carried him, and that now he was afraid of fighting alone. The announcer allowed him to ask his question without hesitation. Itsuki asked, with an almost casual smile, whether Nightmare was truly the highest difficulty available. Shu Heighten found the question bold, even refreshing, while the surrounding participants laughed openly, claiming that a level 0 wouldn't even survive beginner mode. The announcer explained that Nightmare had no upper limit, and that Itsuki would understand once he faced such a beast himself. Riku muttered that even hard mode would be a stretch, and that Nightmare was completely unrealistic. It was then revealed that the points earned here would directly count toward qualification for the main tournament and alliance admission. The revelation sent a wave of tension through the group, and Seo immediately realized that this phase would determine everything. Itsuki recalled Taewajin's legendary record of 115,000 points and made a quiet decision to surpass it. With that, the announcer ordered everyone to enter the arena and prepare. The second phase began, and Itsuki observed that the battlefield itself didn't look very different from ordinary stages. That thought vanished the moment 10 level 1 calamity hounds materialized around him. Rather than showing concern, he seemed energized. Activating his black ice wall, he decided to finish the encounter quickly since these enemies no longer contributed to his stat growth. Inside the control room, the announcer asked whether Shu Heighten was monitoring Itsuki again. Shu replied casually that he had originally been watching Han Yu, but quickly corrected himself, admitting that Itsuki was far more interesting. The announcer sighed, noting that Shu always seemed surprised whenever the young man acted. In the arena, Itsuki eliminated all 10 hounds with a single strike in less than a second, earning 100 points instantly. The announcer stared in disbelief, noting that such enemies usually took minutes to clear. Shu Heighten only smiled, remarking that he had warned him. He added that while level 1 enemies were trivial, the next beast would be level 8, and brute force alone wouldn't suffice. Moments later, a level 8 salamander appeared, worth 500 points. The announcer assumed this would finally slow Itsuki down, but Shu Heighten disagreed and switched to a multi-screen view. Ajaha noticed the shift and realized that her father was intentionally diverting attention away from Itsuki. Around the arena, most participants were still struggling against beginner monsters. Seo fought her waves smoothly, while only one other competitor kept pace with Itsuki, the green-haired Hanakana, whose strength stood out clearly. Suddenly, flames engulfed Itsuki completely as the salamander launched its attack. Ajaha's breath caught, panic flashing across her face. The announcer moved to call the medical team, but Shu Heighten stopped him, insisting they wait. As the flames subsided, black ice armor formed instantly around Itsuki's body. He surged forward and split the salamander cleanly in half with an ice blade. 5 seconds, 500 points. The announcer could barely process it. The system confirmed the kill and displayed the updated time and score. Observing the results, the announcer wondered why Itsuki had taken the attack head-on if victory had been that easy. The answer appeared immediately as the screen showed his defense increasing by 10%. Itsuki noted internally that every opportunity to strengthen himself mattered. His stats updated again, with his defense now reaching 434 and his total exceeding 1,300. Without resting, Itsuki advanced immediately. The announcer explained that the next difficulty tested speed and combat sense, and a level 10 electric rhino materialized, worth 1,000 points. Shuhaiten elaborated that the creature's horn could pierce through unprepared defenses instantly, and its lightning would paralyze anyone lacking resistance. Normally, the strategy involved exhausting the beast before counterattacking. The announcer fell silent when Itsuki approached the creature directly and calmly placed his hand on its horn. Smiling faintly, he decided it was perfect for testing his defense again. The rhino roared and charged, lightning surging across its body. The impact sent Itsuki flying, but a bluish aura absorbed most of the force. In the control room, Ajaha screamed his name, terror flooding her voice. Shuhaiten only chuckled, nodding that Itsuki's actions were impossible to predict, yet somehow always exceeded expectations. The system confirmed that Itsuki absorbed the skill, increasing his agility by 5% through Thunderwave. Red light flashed in Itsuki's eyes as he activated Thunderwave fully, boosting his agility by 50%. The rhino charged again, enraged. This time, Itsuki vanished from its path, reappearing in a blur atop the creature's back. An ice blade ended the fight instantly. 7 seconds, 1,000 points. Shuhaiten admitted that Itsuki had surpassed even his own speed in his youth, and that he still wasn't fighting seriously. The announcer's tone darkened as he announced the final enemy of this phase, the beast everyone feared. Swift, heavily armored, armed with iron chains and a massive maw, it was the most ferocious opponent in the preliminaries. The screen revealed its name and stats clearly: Purgatory Giant, level 15, worth 5,000 points. Without hesitation, Itsuki activated his true piercing sphere and launched it. The system confirmed the monster's defeat instantly. Sphere speed increased by 200%. Inside the control room, both the announcer and Shuhaiten were left speechless. The screen displayed the updated data, piercing sphere speed now 9 meters per second, with a 900% increase. 3 seconds. As the shock lingered, Itsuki calmly prepared himself for the next battle. The scene shifts to Riku, who is locked in combat against a beast spewing violent flames from its jaws. Nearby, Seo fires her water bullets with sharp precision, knowing that if she takes down the remaining 2 enemies, she will advance to the next difficulty tier. Elsewhere, Gakuo skips the lower stages entirely, confident that he will be the first to reach the normal class of the tournament. Moments later, a camera feed confirms that the nightmare difficulty has been cleared in just 21 seconds, instantly ranking the participant in first place. Hana has already cleared the normal class and sits calmly while her mana recovers. Watching the rankings, Sayaku and Hana exchange glances, wondering who could possibly be faster than them. Hana is certain of the answer in her heart. It can only be Itsuki. Back in the arena, our boy looks at the fallen body of the giant and decides to move on without hesitation. Inside the control room, the announcer struggles to hide his disbelief. A level 15 giant had been erased with a single blow. With a dangerous smile, Shuhaiten orders the difficulty to be raised further, curious to see just how far the young man can go. The system immediately announces the next stage of Phase 2, this time with 2 giants. Itsuki merely notes that they have increased the number, nothing more. The 2 massive creatures charge at him simultaneously, their footsteps shaking the arena. Faced with the situation, our boy prepares his piercing sphere and calmly decides to take one of them down first. The attack lands cleanly, and the system confirms the defeat as the sphere's speed increases again, now reaching 1,100%. The announcer wonders aloud whether the sphere even has a limit anymore. Shuhaiten, however, points out that despite its overwhelming power, the ability carries a fatal weakness. The remaining giant suddenly surges forward at an absurd speed, catching Itsuki completely off guard. He realizes instantly that this creature is faster than anything he has encountered before. In the control room, the staff explains that giants are often mistaken for slow monsters because of their size, but in reality, some of them are exceptionally agile. The screen confirms that these giants possess no mana, but their physical stats far exceed normal limits. Itsuki launches another sphere, aiming to strike before the giant can close the distance. The attack connects head-on, and the system displays the monster's agility and defense, both exceeding 300. Yet to his shock, the giant twists its body and narrowly dodges the attack. In the control room, the observers realize the truth at once. The sphere is still too slow, and if Itsuki cannot increase its speed further, he will be unable to advance. The giant retaliates with a devastating punch. Itsuki barely evades the blow as it crashes into the ground, generating violent shockwaves that tear through the arena floor. Dust and debris explode outward from the impact. Realizing that the attack is dodgeable, Itsuki understands that he must change his approach to win. Shu Heighten watches closely, thinking that continuing to miss with the same technique would only prove that the boy has run out of options. Instead, a wicked smile forms on Itsuki's face. If the monster is fast, then he will simply close the distance himself. Lightning surges around his body as he activates Thunderwave, dramatically increasing his speed. The two charge at one another, the giant preparing another full-power punch. The blow smashes into the ground, forming a massive crater, yet Itsuki continues forward through the chaos without slowing down. In the control room, Ageha covers her mouth in terror, unable to look away. The announcer panics and orders the rescue team to prepare, but Shu Heighten stops him once again, calmly insisting that they wait. The giant's power is overwhelming, but power means nothing if the attack cannot connect. As the monster winds up for another strike, Itsuki deliberately draws its attention. The giant turns, only to find the young man already behind its head. At point-blank range, Itsuki releases his piercing sphere. The attack tears straight through the giant's skull with unstoppable force. Covered in lightning, Itsuki watches as the enormous body collapses lifelessly to the ground. The system confirms the kill. The sphere's speed increases to 1,300%, and 10,000 points are awarded in just 12 seconds. In the control room, both the announcer and Shu Heighten stare at the fallen giant in silence. Ageha finally breaks into celebration, shouting Itsuki's name with visible relief and joy. Embarrassed by her reaction, she quickly tries to play it off, claiming she was only praying for everyone's safety. The announcer notes that she has become far more expressive than before, earning a flustered reaction in return. Shu Heighten explains that Itsuki had been dodging deliberately. His base speed is not vastly different from a purgatory giant, but once lightning courses through his body, the gap becomes insurmountable. At that point, no attack from such a monster can ever touch him. The announcer remarks that with his current score, first place is already guaranteed. But Itsuki does not stop. To surpass the strongest, hesitation is unacceptable. Without resting, he moves forward as the next challenge begins immediately. The system announces Phase 3, summoning 3 giants at once. Itsuki activates his sphere without hesitation and eliminates one instantly. Shu Heighten smiles, remarking that this outcome was inevitable. He recalls that even at his peak, he could not push past Phase 3 and wonders how far Itsuki will truly go. The second giant charges. Itsuki dodges, the punch smashing into the ground and throwing debris into the air. Activating Thunderwave again, he slips behind the creature and ends it swiftly. The system confirms the second kill, pushing the sphere's speed to 1,700%. Turning calmly, Itsuki faces the final giant. This one opens its massive jaws, chains whipping violently as it attempts to devour him whole. Its colossal body and reinforced armor make it an even greater threat. Unfazed, Itsuki decides he will destroy it from the inside. With that, he activates Lotus Burst at maximum output, preparing to bring the monster's existence to an absolute end. From there, he unleashes his fire attack with full force, striking straight into the giant's face without even a second of hesitation. The skill detonates violently, flames engulfing the creature as the system immediately confirms the defeat of the level 15 monster. In just 13 seconds, another 15,000 points are added to his total, and the screen displays a new, absurd record. Inside the control room, the announcer is left speechless, unable to process what he has just witnessed. Moments later, he recognizes the fire skill and realizes it is the very same attack that wiped out dozens of participants during the first phase. The realization sends a chill through the room. With that attack, our boy drains every last drop of mana he has. His reserves fall to 0, completely emptied. Still, he remains calm, knowing that as long as enemies continue to appear, his passive mana recovery will restore everything again. Just as expected, the system announces Phase 4, summoning 4 giants at once, and his mana instantly rises to 124. Shu Haiten hears the announcement and feels a surge of excitement. If the boy clears this phase, he will surpass everyone except Jin Taewa, the only person in history to have reached this far. Smiling faintly, Shu remarks that he cannot wait to see how far the young man will truly go. Our boy understands that the faster his piercing sphere becomes, the more accurate and lethal it will be at long range. If he can increase its speed just a few more times, distance will no longer matter. But his mana is still limited, and he cannot afford to waste even a single shot. Suddenly, one of the giants lets out a thunderous roar and fires chains from its massive mouth toward the young man. Caught off guard, our boy tries to prepare his sphere, but the monster moves faster than expected. The chains wrap tightly around him, binding his body completely. Before he can react, the giant slams him brutally into the arena floor. The impact is devastating. The ground collapses beneath him as he is driven into a deep crater, his body battered by the absurd force. Unable to move, completely restrained, he realizes he has fallen into the worst possible position. The giant raises its enormous hand and brings it down without mercy, crushing him with overwhelming pressure. The arena trembles as the monster steps back, surveying the destruction it has caused. Lying motionless in the crater, our boy is gravely injured. For a moment, it truly seems as though the fight has ended. In the control room, panic erupts. The announcer shouts for Shu Haiten to intervene immediately. Shu hesitates, his expression darkening as memories from his own past resurface. The scene before him mirrors the moment when he himself once fell. He prepares to move, but the commander stops him with a raised hand. Izumi calmly tells him to wait. The announcer protests desperately, warning that if they delay any longer, the boy will surely die. Izumi, however, remains composed. He states that our boy still has 1 card left to turn the situation around. When asked how he knows, Izumi simply answers that it is in the young man's eyes. Even as his body lies broken, a blue aura begins to rise around our boy. His eyes burn with unwavering determination. He has not accepted defeat. At that moment, he activates Overmimes and resumes the analysis he deliberately paused earlier. His mind recalls the fight with Rhea and the Violet Thunder Cannon skill. He had intentionally stopped the analysis at 99%, saving it for a moment exactly like this. The final percentage clicks into place. The analysis reaches 100%. A blue aura floods his entire body as the system confirms the acquisition of Thunderwave. A massive blue lotus blooms, its presence visible even within the control room. The woman with glasses stiffens in shock, and Shu Haiten stares in disbelief. The screen reveals the details. Thunderwave now absorbs B-rank lightning attacks and increases agility by 100%. In addition, all debuffs are removed, his health is fully restored, and 20 points are added to every stat. The blue lotus shatters. Our boy rises from the crater, his body wrapped in radiant blue energy. The warm-up is over. The real fight begins now. The announcer is stunned. His stats have skyrocketed, and he healed faster than even a specialized healer could manage. In the blink of an eye, our boy annihilates 2 giants simultaneously with his piercing sphere, its speed surging even higher. Phase 4 ends in just 31 seconds, awarding him 20,000 points. Without pause, another giant falls, and the sphere's velocity continues climbing relentlessly. Phase 5 ends in 57 seconds, granting him another 25,000 points. Phase 6 follows soon after, concluding in 1 minute and 34 seconds with an additional 30,000 points. Inside the control room, absolute silence reigns. No one can speak. No one can comprehend what they are witnessing. Surrounded by the fallen bodies of countless giants, our boy sits among the wreckage, staring at the destruction. He briefly wonders whether this place is hell, and whether he himself has become the real monster. As time passes, no new giants appear. Confused, he looks around, waiting for the next phase to begin. The announcer finally breaks the silence, his voice trembling as he reaches for a large red button on the control panel. With a grave expression, he declares that the battle is over. The truth is revealed at last. Our boy has wiped out every single purgatory giant they had prepared. The announcer shouts in disbelief that the young man has completely exterminated all available giants, bringing the second phase of the tournament to an unprecedented and terrifying conclusion. Our boy remains confused, having believed that the difficulty truly had no defined upper limit. Standing atop the fallen bodies, he reflects that the gap between himself and Jin Taewa no longer feels insurmountable. He has achieved his goal of accelerating the piercing sphere, and the screen confirms 12 confirmed kills. The sphere's speed now reaches 38 meters per second, faster than most cars. Surrounded by a faint blue aura, he steadies himself and prepares for whatever may come next, his expression calm yet resolute. The focus narrows on his eyes, glowing with a faint green light that reflects an unwavering determination. Exhaustion finally catches up to him, and he realizes he forgot something important, having fully expected more enemies to appear. Because his level does not increase, the accumulated experience condenses into a physical form, and a blue karma stone materializes before him. Inside the control room, Shu Heighten stiffens in shock as he recognizes the stone's value, 10,000 points. The commander calmly explains the reason, and Shu immediately understands. With a fixed level, the boy converts raw growth into pure accumulation, and Shu realizes that if this boy were a beast, he would be an absolute nightmare. Our boy picks up the karma stone, visibly satisfied with the reward. With his objective completed, he decides it is time to leave and turns toward the exit. The massive metal doors of the arena begin to open slowly. The announcer informs the control room that the participant is exiting, and the screen confirms the result: 106,600 points in 3 minutes and 55 seconds. The announcer praises him openly, calling him pure potential and offering to arrange a personal instructor, but our boy refuses, already having a master. The announcer admits he does not fully understand the situation. At that moment, Shu Heighten steps in and tells the announcer to stop bothering the exhausted young man. Our boy thanks Shu for dealing with Kinishida's henchmen, but Shu replies that he merely punished those who broke the rules and adds that since the boy is Izumi's student, helping him was only natural. The announcer freezes upon hearing this revelation. Our boy thanks Shu again for his support inside the arena, and Shu confirms the truth with a faint smile while the commander observes quietly from a distance. Approaching him, our boy calls Izumi-sensei, leaving the announcer completely stunned. The woman with glasses congratulates him and asks if he is injured, offering to have Ageha treat him. He explains that he has no injuries, only fatigue, and that rest will be enough. The announcer remarks that it finally makes sense how far he progressed, and Shu Heighten recalls that another student also performed well. When asked if Taewa reached Phase 6, the announcer replies that the maximum achieved was Phase 4. Shu tells them to continue observing, as the second phase is still ongoing for others. Another participant finishes the hard difficulty and admits nightmare mode is impossible for him. Elsewhere, Seo struggles in combat, realizing she is running out of mana and that the next difficulty may be beyond her reach. The announcer confirms that both Riku and Seo stopped at the hard class, and Shu praises their effort. Our boy asks why they have not exited, and Shu explains that leaving early is only allowed under special conditions. The scene shifts to Gakuo, who smiles confidently, nodding that others have also reached nightmare difficulty. The announcer comments that with his rare artifact, Gakuo should be able to defeat at least one giant. He also praises the Shikigami user Cheyenne Akagami for advancing so far alone. Her small familiar suddenly transforms, revealing its complete and terrifying true form. The massive creature towers over the arena and unleashes a powerful punch that shakes the battlefield. Ageha remarks that Shikagamis are filled with mysteries, as their forms do not change in ordinary ways. Our boy thinks of Mort and realizes he has neglected his own Shikigami. Seeing that his friends have finished, he decides there is no reason to remain. As he prepares to leave, something unusual catches his eye. He sees his partner Iberia clad in red armor, radiating overwhelming power. The blonde reveals it to be the strongest epic armor his father, the Artisan King, has ever created. The screen displays its effects, 100 points each to attack and agility, increasing every minute. Iberia explains that the artifact possesses a will of its own and chooses its wielder. He struggled greatly to obtain it, knowing that using it for more than 15 minutes would trigger a severe penalty. Even so, after only 1 minute, his stats have already increased by an additional 120 points. He believes the nightmare announcement was caused by Itsuki and declares that he cannot afford to disappoint him. Charging forward, he shouts that together they are the double-eyed duo and that they are unbeatable. Our boy watches with a small smile, admitting that Iberia looks impressive. At that moment, an announcement echoes throughout the arena, declaring the end of the second phase. Only the top 10 advance, and the top 2 will receive special rewards. Gakuo, lying on the ground, confidently claims the reward will be his. The announcer then begins announcing the rankings. The screen displays first place, Itsuki Tenma, with over 100,000 points, leaving everyone else far behind. Shock spreads through the arena, as even Jin Taewa once scored only 60,000. Many wonder just how many giants were eliminated. Gakuo stares in disbelief at his third-place ranking and asks who this Itsuki Tenma even is. The green-haired girl who secured second place smiles faintly, expressing interest in fighting him someday. Seo is overwhelmed by the sheer difference in power and wonders whether she truly belongs on the battlefield. Eiji announces that the preliminaries have concluded and that Itsuki placed first across the entire country. She feels her father's pride and realizes he sees in the boy a new sun for humanity, shining brighter than ever. Iberia celebrates loudly from the ground, claiming he knew all along his partner would place first, and adding that he performed well enough not to disgrace his father's name. Our boy helps him to his feet and tells him he did a good job, admitting genuine surprise. The blonde is completely overjoyed by the praise. The announcer officially declares the preliminary tournament concluded. Carrying his exhausted partner on his back, our boy leaves the arena. The scene shifts far away to District 1 of the southern continent, where an elderly man with a white beard sits in meditation. A soldier complains about guarding him, while another reprimands him to show respect. The man is revealed to be Barger, commander of the southern continent and a true prophet. A soldier questions why he does not predict the monolith falls so preparations can be made. A masked attendant explains that although Barger only sees fragments of the future, his prophetic accuracy is absolute and that he stands on equal footing with Menu Izumi. At that moment, the old man awakens abruptly. His attendants rush to support him as terror fills his expression. He screams that the northern continent is in grave danger. With a trembling voice, he reveals a catastrophic vision, a massive beast invasion led by a creature exceeding level 100. The scene shifts to a massive tree with glowing blue leaves, gently swaying under the wind of a stormy night. Back at the arena, the commander calmly observes the aftermath of the battles and notes that our boy's total stats have finally surpassed 1,500. He explains that under normal circumstances, an awakened gains around 50 stat points per level, meaning that reaching 1,500 places him on the same level as a level 30 awakened. The commander adds that, while his agility and defense can continue to grow endlessly through skill interactions, his attack power is the only stat that cannot increase naturally in the same way. Before the explanation can continue, a loud voice suddenly announces that the food is ready. Faced with this interruption, our boy turns toward the sound with a surprised expression. Seo and Riku appear together, and the guy with glasses proudly announces that he prepared a whole spread of dishes. All of them are boy's favorites. Our hero briefly considers the idea that he might be able to copy an attack skill through over mimesis even while eating, then quickly pushes the thought aside. He remarks that it has been a long time since he last tasted Riku's cooking and seems genuinely satisfied as the meal begins. Midway through eating, our boy realizes someone is missing and asks about Iberia. Eiji explains that she treated him earlier, but the strain from using the epic armor completely exhausted him, so he is still asleep. Riku reacts in shock upon hearing that a level 7 awakened cleared the nightmare class, something neither he nor Seo managed to accomplish. Riku jokingly asks if his cooking scared Seo into retreating earlier, but the girl suddenly points behind him with a terrified expression. A dark shadow with a single glowing red eye looms behind the guy with glasses, unnoticed by him. Drooling heavily, the figure mutters about food, clearly too hungry to wait any longer. In the next instant, the shadow reveals itself as Iberia, who lunges forward and throws himself onto the table, devouring everything in sight. Riku explodes in anger, yelling about the scare and demanding to know why the blonde is stealing their food. With the table completely wiped clean, Iberia turns toward Riku with crumbs all over his face, looking oddly ready for a fight. Sweat pours down Riku's face as he nervously asks if Iberia really wants to fight him, but the blonde only grins and praises the food as delicious. Riku proudly declares that his cooking restored Iberia's energy, which is why he looks so lively again. Iberia compliments the food and suggests Riku should become a chef, leaving him unsure whether that was praise or mockery. Izumi interrupts the moment and announces that since they aim to become saviors, he has an important question for everyone. He asks them what they fear most in the world. Riku answers first, explaining that his dream is to become a savior so he can earn money and travel the world while enjoying great food. Because of that, his greatest fear is growing old, losing his stamina, and dulling his sense of taste. Just imagining such a future sends chills down his spine. Seo follows, explaining that she was raised in a hospital because her family are doctors. From a young age, she witnessed countless patients suffering from various illnesses. A memory flashes of a severely ill patient on a stretcher, leaving a deep impression on her mind. As a result, she developed a trauma and now fears even catching a simple cold. Our boy finally understands why she panicked when he sneezed earlier. A brief memory surfaces of him sneezing and Seo fleeing in terror, worried about germs. Izumi reassures her that awakened live far longer than normal humans and rarely get sick, meaning she is safe. The commander then turns to Iberia. The blonde admits that before, he feared failing the preliminaries and losing his chance at the artifact. But now, with a faint smile, he says his greatest fear is not being able to fight alongside the people he cares about. Iberia then turns the question back to our boy, leaving him momentarily silent. The others grow curious, unable to imagine what someone so strong could possibly fear. After a pause, our boy explains that after losing his parents, he lived in constant anxiety about survival. He was consumed by anger, sadness, hunger, and helplessness. Everything began to change when Seo and Riku appeared and helped him through that dark period. A memory surfaces of them asking if he had caught a cold and inviting him to eat something warm to cheer up. With tears in his eyes, our boy admits that their kindness pulled him out of that negative world. He remembers later meeting Commander Izumi and then forming a partnership with Iberia. Calmly, he realizes that he has finally gained true companions to stand beside him. He adds that it feels less like he gained allies and more like his family simply grew larger. With a soft smile, he admits it has been a long time since he felt such peace and wishes it could last forever. More than anything, his greatest fear was living completely alone. Ageha notices the change immediately. His aura feels gentle and calm, nothing like the frightening presence he once carried. Overwhelmed, Iberia suddenly hugs him tightly and promises never to leave his side, not even for a single step. The commander explains that the purpose of the question was to determine whether they harbored regrets, because regret is forbidden for a savior. To fight without regrets is the ultimate goal of those who stand on the front lines. He then tells them to finish eating and informs them that Seo and Riku will return to their district the next day. The following morning, everyone exchanges farewells, promising to meet again at the national tournament. Our boy jokes with Iberia, asking when he became so close to Riku. He recalls wanting to ask Seo something but decides to save it for later. At that moment, Ageha comes running toward them, clearly distressed. She rushes to her father and reveals that she has received secret intelligence from the southern continent. She explains that the information is of the highest classification and normally only shared with the strongest, but Izumi allows her to speak freely, stating that he fully trusts the two young men present. Ageha reveals Commander Barger's prophecy of a massive beast attack on the northern continent. Iberia questions the reliability of the prophecy, but she explains that Barger is the most renowned prophet alive. Ageha urges evacuation, but Izumi calmly concludes that the true target of the attack is likely himself. If he remains, he will serve as perfect bait to draw the beasts away. His daughter protests desperately, and our boy immediately offers his strength if needed. Izumi refuses and instead gives our boy a task. He orders him and Iberia to protect Aiden, the greatest artisan of all continents and Iberia's father. The blonde is stunned by the order, while our boy realizes his master is intentionally sending him away from danger. Turning to his daughter, Izumi gives her 3 final instructions. Announce the incoming attack, evacuate all civilians, and assemble the strongest forces for the battle ahead. With his eyes glowing red, he orders Heighten to be summoned and declares that they will intercept the beasts themselves. Ageha informs her father that Heighten is already on his way, and the commander calmly tells her to get some rest. The blue-haired woman does not move immediately and instead keeps staring at her father, her expression filled with worry and deep thought. Sensing her hesitation, the commander asks if she is curious about why he sent Itsuki away. Her face flushes slightly as she admits that, as expected, her father can see straight through her thoughts. The man explains that if the young man were to fight now, he would be forced to reveal all of his cards, and once that happens, the beasts would begin hunting him relentlessly. He also reveals another reason. The boy still lacks true attack power. Aiden, however, may possess an artifact capable of filling that gap. With such an item, Itsuki would become a complete awakened, with no weakness left to exploit. The scene shifts abruptly as multiple monoliths begin falling across the northern continent, signaling the start of the invasion. Far away, Itsuki and Iberia are running at full speed, and the blonde announces that they still have nearly 100 kilometers to go before reaching his home. Faced with the situation, our boy grows tense and urges them to hurry. Suddenly, Iberia shouts Itsuki's name and points ahead with a stunned expression. Our boy turns instantly in the direction he indicates, and what he sees makes his blood run cold. A monolith is descending straight into the heart of a city. The structure crashes down moments later, and a massive explosion lights up the sky, shaking the ground beneath them. Our boy immediately realizes that if beasts emerge now, the number of civilian casualties will be catastrophic. Throughout the city, Awakened notice the sudden appearance of the monolith and fall into panic as the attack arrives far earlier than expected. A barrier begins forming around the impact zone, and Iberia points out that if they stop to help the civilians, they will be late for their mission. Itsuki understands that Iberia is exhausted and that continuing forward is only because of concern for his father. He also knows that the blonde would normally hate delaying their objective. But then, a gigantic stone fist slams into the ground nearby with overwhelming force, shaking the area violently. Iberia looks back toward the city and says they cannot ignore what is happening. Without a powerful awakened present, everyone inside will perish. With a sudden grin, Iberia changes his plan entirely and declares that they will clear the city first and then continue onward. Almost immediately, a level 20 fire golem emerges and radiates immense heat, preparing for battle. Several awakened nearby believe that with 3 level 15 fighters and 1 level 16, they can handle the creature. One of them activates a rock shield and shouts for the others not to break formation. He braces himself to block the attack while instructing his companions to look for an opening to counter. The golem responds instantly, launching a fire spike that pierces through the formation with terrifying speed. The man with the shield barely manages to hold on before screaming in disbelief, realizing it is impossible to withstand such power. Panic spreads as the awakened realize that their highest defense member was nearly defeated in a single strike. One of them shouts that fighting is suicide and that they need to run, but the golem attacks again without giving them a chance. Another man, wearing a headband, smiles nervously and remarks that someone else should be worried instead. In the next instant, his eyes widen as a dark figure appears directly behind him without warning. Elsewhere, a water elementalist desperately begs for his life and unleashes a full-power B-rank water cannon. He boasts that water is the natural enemy of fire beasts and believes victory is assured. His companions suggest finishing the creature together, but the man insists they stay back, confident he can handle it alone. Moments later, the fire golem regenerates, leaving the man frozen in shock as his ally screams for him to kill it quickly. The creature retaliates with a massive fire attack, and everyone believes the battle is lost. At that moment, a towering black ice structure rises and blocks the flames completely. Standing at the center of the defense, our boy appears. Iberia tells the others to relax and assures them that everything can be left to the double-eyed duo. Itsuki instructs Iberia to evacuate the civilians immediately, and the system confirms another increase to his defense. Iberia remarks that they are not saviors yet, drawing scoffs from some of the awakened, one of whom accuses him of arrogance for comparing himself to Jin Taewa. Arguments break out as some claim they never asked for help and insist they were about to win anyway. One man eyes Itsuki's armor and wonders if it is some kind of artifact. As the chaos continues, our boy recalls something his master told him before they parted. Izumi had warned him that while his black sphere was devastating, its casting time was too long for most situations. It was meant to be a trump card, reserved only for decisive moments. Back in the present, our boy realizes he cannot use the sphere here. The civilians watching from behind the barrier begin cheering at his arrival. With a steady breath, he decides there is only one option left. He will crush the fire golem with brute force. With that resolve, our boy charges forward and delivers a lightning-covered kick straight into the center of the creature's body. Thunderwave activates instantly, and he rides the momentum, leaping onto the golem's head at extreme speed. He then lands a devastating punch straight into the monster's chest, and a massive explosion erupts through the city, shaking the streets and sending debris flying in all directions. From a distance, the civilians believe the creature must have already been injured, convincing themselves that the young man only won because of that and his age. The awakened who had been fighting moments earlier stands completely frozen, unable to comprehend what he just witnessed. He cannot believe that a level 20 fire golem failed to even land a hit on the boy, and begins wondering who he truly is. Elsewhere, a screen displays our boy's agility, defense, and magic stats, all boosted heavily by his active skills. Iberia comments in disbelief on his partner's speed, but our boy responds calmly that speed alone is meaningless without power. With a determined look, he realizes that increasing his attack strength has become a necessity. The blonde is taken aback by this realization, having never considered it before, but quickly claims there is a solution. Growing excited, he asks if his partner truly wants a way to increase his attack power. Iberia then reveals that his father's warehouse is filled with artifacts, and that he would certainly give him one. His imagination runs wild as he pictures our boy clad in incredible armor, to the point where he almost starts drooling. Noticing this, our boy asks what exactly he is imagining, prompting the blonde to snap back to reality and urge him to hurry. Without hesitation, the young man lifts his exhausted partner and tells him that if he does not push himself, he might not be able to fight if needed. Carrying him on his back, our boy takes off at extreme speed, leaving Iberia screaming in terror as the scenery blurs past them. Night falls as the scene shifts to a forest, and after a long sprint, the two finally arrive at their destination. Iberia stretches his arms and complains that they almost fell off, but at least they made it home. Our boy questions why his house is located so deep in the forest, and the blonde explains that his father prefers peace and quiet. He also reveals that the area is packed with traps, which our boy immediately confirms by sensing dense mana traces around them. Iberia tells his partner to stay close to avoid triggering any traps, but our boy considers simply relying on his mana sense. With a smug grin, the blonde celebrates that it is finally his turn to lead, only to immediately step on a perfectly hidden trap. Completely embarrassed, he admits that he forgot about it, causing our boy to question whether this really is his home. The surrounding mana suddenly spikes violently, and Iberia panics, claiming this is the worst trap of all. From the shadows, an epic iron golem emerges, its stats revealing 500 attack and 300 agility. Our boy is caught off guard, having not expected even humanoid artifacts to exist. Without wasting time, the golem charges and throws a devastating punch toward the blonde. Our boy reacts instantly, dodging with absurd speed as the punch slams into the forest floor instead. The impact creates a massive crater, sending dust and debris everywhere. He immediately realizes that although this artifact is incredibly strong, destroying it outright is not an option since it exists to protect Iberia's father. Turning to his partner, the young man asks if there is a way to stop it permanently. The blonde explains that the golem's power source is a karma stone embedded directly in the center of its chest. Activating Thunderwave, our boy declares that even if he lacks power, he is still far faster than the artifact. Forming a lightning blade, he charges forward, aiming straight for the weak point. The iron golem responds by slamming both arms down with full force, but our boy does not move at all. In a single swift motion, he rips the karma stone from the golem's chest. The artifact immediately deactivates, collapsing motionless to the ground. Holding the stone, our boy wonders if that was enough, only for a warrior's shadow to appear behind him. Iberia screams desperately for someone named Jasuk to stop, but it is already too late. A man in armor appears instantly and strikes our boy with his sword, sending him crashing to the ground. Lying there, our boy looks up at the attacker, who appears just as shocked, wondering when the young man appeared so close. The warrior introduces himself as Jose Bocudo, admitting that he thought they were bandits. He cannot understand how he failed to sense the boy's mana until the moment of the strike. Meanwhile, our boy is more intrigued by the man's sword, realizing it seemed to vanish entirely. Iberia hurriedly introduces him as his partner, but Itsuki cuts him off and demands to know where his father is. Jose explains that the master is further inside and warns them to be cautious, adding that the old man is in a particularly foul mood. The scene shifts to reveal the artisan's furious expression. The blonde rushes forward and excitedly announces that he passed the preliminaries, proudly declaring that he cleared the nightmare class and demanding the artifact his father promised. Without warning, the old artisan slaps his son across the face, leaving him utterly stunned. Clutching his cheek, the blonde demands to know why he was hit, only for his father to shout angrily and order him to return the dragon equipment he took without permission. The blonde protests that he merely borrowed it, but the old man warns him of the artifact's severe consequences. Overcome with anger, the young man declares that he will never use another item made by his father again and storms off, dropping his bag as he leaves. The old artisan then turns his sharp gaze toward our boy and asks if he is Izumi's second student. Our boy introduces himself calmly and explains that he was sent to protect him due to the prophecy of the coming attack. Aiden stares at the young man for a long moment, wondering why the commander would choose someone with such an ordinary appearance. Just as that thought forms, the old artisan's expression shifts sharply. His eyes narrow as he senses something deeply abnormal about the boy standing in front of him. With a stunned look, he asks whether the young man's level is fixed, and moments later, the order breaker stats appear before his eyes. The old man immediately suspects trickery and questions whether an artifact is being used to falsify those values, but the young man denies it without hesitation. Realization dawns on Aiden's face, and he finally understands the situation. It becomes clear why the commander made such a special request. The old artisan mutters that the commander truly knows how to do business, while our boy calmly replies that he was only sent there to protect him. Aiden then reveals that protection always comes with a price, and that in exchange, he must provide the young man with an artifact. The boy refuses at first, stating that he will protect him regardless. The old man says he does not mind giving the item, but wonders aloud why his master would choose a flawed product for someone so important. From there, Aiden produces a golden crystal, explaining that it was originally designed to double attack power and grant a 99% critical hit rate. However, he then reveals that a mysterious crack formed in its core. Because of this flaw, the artifact transformed into what is now known as the broken critical crystal. Instead of boosting critical hits, it increases attack power tenfold while setting critical hit chance to 0. Our hero immediately understands why the artifact is useless to ordinary awakened. Since most people level up normally, their critical rate constantly resets, making the item impractical. Without hesitation, he takes the broken crystal into his hand, recognizing that it was practically made for him. Aiden watches closely and calls him special, stating that the artifact is perfect for someone who does not level up. By defeating enemies, the boy's critical hit rate will gradually rise until it eventually reaches 100%, all while his attacks remain 10 times stronger than normal. With that, the young man equips the artifact, and the system confirms the activation of Iron Fist of Destruction, displaying a critical hit rate of 0%. At first, our boy notices a problem. The critical rate only increases when he defeats enemies with higher attack power than his own, which will not be easy. But then the screen updates, confirming that the critical hit rate increases by 1% for every stronger enemy defeated. Aiden nods, saying the artifact truly suits him, and the young man thanks the old artisan, admitting that his low attack power had always been his greatest weakness. The old man remarks that they are both fighting for humanity and wonders, aloud, whether the beasts already know his location. Suddenly, a blade of compressed air slices through the forest at terrifying speed. Without moving an inch, our boy raises his arm and blocks the attack, protecting Josuk in the process. The impact sends Iberia flying backward, and he scrambles to his feet, completely confused about what just happened. His eyes widen when he sees a faint green barrier lingering in the air, questioning why such a thing would appear deep within the forest. Aiden mutters that only the commanders know his location and begins wondering if the falling monolith was truly a coincidence. Josuk warns that the beasts are coming, but our boy calmly corrects him, stating that they are already on their way. Activating his mana sense, he detects several hostile presences rushing toward them at extreme speed. He announces there are 6 enemies, then immediately corrects himself. There are 8. Moments later, several horned demons emerge from the shadows, each one radiating overwhelming power. Their levels read 141. One of the creatures attempts a sneak attack from behind, but our boy sidesteps effortlessly. He activates his black ice wall and prepares to engage the entire group. For a brief moment, he considers wiping them out instantly with Lotus Burst, but hesitates. While Josuk could survive the impact, Aiden and Iberia are hiding inside the cabin behind him. He refuses to risk harming them. Instead, he manifests black ice blades and prepares to face the horde head-on. With a focused expression, he accepts that fighting alone is still his most reliable option. Suddenly, his senses flare violently. A much heavier mana wave crashes over the area, far stronger than anything before. His eyes sharpen as a massive figure steps forward. A horned guardian demon appears, its level reading 242. Far away, seated upon a massive throne, a demon lord observes the human world with disinterest. He declares that the first wave of slaves has already been dispatched. Resting his chin on one hand, he considers which of the 8 demon kings should command the main force. One of the demons reports that an important individual has been detected within the human world and requests permission to capture him. Yamaraja, one of the 8 demon kings, questions whether this mission will be entrusted to one of them. The demon lord dismisses the idea, stating that sending a king could cost him one of his eyes. Instead, he chooses to deploy a general. With a cruel grin, he hands command of the main force to the fearsome monkey known as the Devouring Demon, one of the 8 demon kings. And the invasion truly begins. Suddenly, our hero hears Iberia's voice and immediately frowns, wondering how a beast could have possibly made its way inside the room. Before he can think further, a level 24 horned guardian appears out of nowhere, ready to attack. His expression darkens as he realizes he has no choice but to use that technique. At the same time, he notices the creature's attack power is slightly higher than expected, which might actually help improve his hit rate. A system prompt appears, reminding him that his broken crystal increases his hit rate by 1% after every victory. Seeing an opportunity, he activates his piercing orb to test his newly acquired ability. A surge of purple energy shoots forward like a drill, tearing straight through the monster and defeating it in a single clean strike. Just like that, his critical rate rises to 1%, confirming that his plan worked exactly as intended. Without wasting time, our hero calls out to Josk, telling him to handle the situation outside while he deals with the threat inside. Moving at lightning speed, he rushes toward the cabin to help his friend. Inside, Iberia is lying on the ground, cornered by a horned demon. He clenches his teeth in frustration, knowing that without his dragon gear, he stands no chance against it. With no other options left, he braces himself for the worst. The creature moves in and Iberia panics, shouting for help. But before the attack can land, his father, Aiden, suddenly appears and blocks the strike with a massive hammer. Iberia is left completely stunned. His father isn't even a fighter, yet he shows no fear at all. The craftsman stares down the monster unfazed, while the creature snarls in anger at being interrupted. With a single powerful swing, Aiden sends it flying as if it weighed nothing. At that moment, our hero arrives, and Aiden calmly leaves the rest to him. Summoning a wall of black ice, our hero lunges forward and drives his attack straight through the monster's chest, finishing it off. Aiden apologizes for arriving late and asks about the situation outside. Our hero replies that he no longer senses any mana, assuming Josk has already dealt with everything. From a distance, they spot the aftermath, bodies scattered across the area. Iberia stares in shock at Josk's overwhelming strength. However, Josk quickly reminds them that the battle isn't over yet, as the barrier still remains active. With a serious expression, he declares that he will destroy the barrier while dealing with the remaining beasts. But our hero stops him, telling him to stay back and protect Aiden and Iberia instead. Aiden notices the look in his eyes. It isn't fear, but pure excitement for battle. Understanding his intent, Aiden decides to trust him and leaves the barrier entirely in his hands. Josk hesitates, warning that a green barrier can contain monsters up to level 260, making it extremely dangerous. Unfazed, our hero dashes forward like a bolt of lightning, declaring that he can finally fight without holding back. Iberia, not wanting to be left behind, tries to follow and asks Josk to look after his father. But Aiden stops him immediately, telling him to stop acting recklessly. He explains that they live in completely different worlds. Iberia argues back, saying that a team should support each other and cover weaknesses. But Aiden shuts him down harshly, calling him dead weight and warning that he will only become a burden if he keeps acting like this. Iberia is left speechless. Hearing those words from his own father hits him hard. Aiden then calmly adds that such rules don't apply to our hero because he is someone entirely different. He asks his son if he has ever truly looked into the boy's eyes when he faces a beast. Meanwhile, the system detects 5 enemies nearby and restores 50% of his mana. Surrounded, our hero prepares himself and warns the enemies not to get in his way. With a single strike, he unleashes Lotus Explosion, wiping out all 5 enemies at once. His critical rate rises to 2%, and he remains focused, determined not to let anything reach Iberia. From afar, Iberia is startled as a massive explosion lights up the forest. He and Josk grow concerned, realizing that our hero must have encountered much stronger enemies. The armored man begins to suspect that the reason the boy isn't leveling up normally is due to his unique ability. Our hero finally reaches the green barrier and immediately senses that the monsters inside are on a completely different level. He tries to scan the area using mana detection, but the barrier blocks his senses entirely. Then he recalls his master's words, that the color of a barrier indicates the strength of the monsters within. A green barrier means creatures ranging from level 26 to 50. Instead of hesitation, a grin forms on his face as he thinks about the experience points waiting for him inside. Without delay, he summons his new Shikigami. The system displays its details. A Death Hound B-rank level 16 with impressive stats. Smirking, he gently pats the creature and says he'll be handing all the experience points over to it. At a residence late at night, Choha informs her father that the awakened guards have finally arrived. Moments later, a man clad in armor steps forward and introduces himself as Kairajima Kai, a first-grade savior level 63. The woman explains that several other saviors are already stationed around the area, securing the perimeter, but her concern lies elsewhere. She asks about someone who hasn't arrived yet. She reveals that she spoke to him nearly 6 hours ago, and he had already been on his way, yet now he isn't answering his calls. Her worry deepens as she mentions that monoliths have begun falling across the northern region. The old man remains calm, stating that ordinary beasts are no threat to that individual. Isami then instructs her to keep trying to reach him, explaining that only a special-grade savior would be capable of handling what's coming. However, the armored man interrupts, questioning whether they are overestimating special-grade saviors. He confidently claims that the gap between ranks isn't as large as people think, and that there is no beast they cannot defeat. The old man responds sharply, saying confidence is one thing, but believing oneself equal to a special grade is pure delusion. Izumi adds that such confidence only comes from someone who has never faced a truly terrifying beast. Suddenly, the armored warrior's expression changes. He senses something and shouts that a monolith has fallen and disaster beasts are approaching. The elder looks toward the sky and calmly states that they have finally arrived. Meanwhile, the young woman reports that she still hasn't been able to contact Heighten. With unwavering confidence, Makai steps forward, declaring that there is no need to worry. He vows to eliminate every beast himself and boldly claims that he will prove that first-grade saviors can stand on equal footing with special-grade ones. Elsewhere inside the green barrier our hero was sent to destroy, the protagonist and his wolf companion, Grim, stand surrounded by a landscape identical to the outside world. However, as a beam of green light shoots upward, the atmosphere shifts. His mana detection activates, allowing him to sense magical waves within the barrier but nothing beyond it. He quickly realizes that this space is completely isolated. The system alerts him to 5 nearby enemies and restores 50% of his mana. He tells Grim to remain where he is and intercept any beast that tries to escape. 2 monstrous creatures rush toward him. Using his incredible speed, he dodges one effortlessly. Without hesitation, he activates his black wall and slams it into one of the beasts with overwhelming force. Then, channeling electricity, he strikes the second creature head-on, sending it flying from the sheer impact. Just then, a much larger and more intimidating beast appears. Without giving it a chance to react, he fires his piercing orbs directly at its face. The purple energy tears through the creature instantly, leaving it no time to defend itself. With that victory, his critical rate rises to 3%. He calculates that at this pace, landing his first critical strike won't take long. His attention then shifts to the green monolith. It's the first time he's seen one this close. He wonders if destroying it will collapse the barrier entirely, concluding that a single powerful strike should be enough. But before he can act, the system detects one more enemy and restores an additional 10% of his mana. His expression sharpens. There's still one opponent left. Suddenly, black spikes erupt from the ground and shoot toward him. He narrowly dodges, realizing that if he hadn't sensed the incoming mana, he would have been impaled. The situation could have turned disastrous in an instant. Looking toward the monolith, he realizes the attack originated from behind it. This isn't like the previous beasts. This one is different. From afar, the massive green barrier looms over a section of the forest. Outside, the blonde boy stands battered and anxious. Jazuk warns him that even Tenma wouldn't be able to handle all the beasts alone. The boy begins to doubt himself, wondering if he'll only slow his friend down. The armored man tries to reassure him, saying the master tends to exaggerate, but Iberia still feels useless. He explains that beasts inside green barriers range from level 26 to 50 and admits he wouldn't stand a chance. Jazuk encourages him, saying that at his age, he didn't even have the courage to step into such a barrier. Iberia is surprised, but Jazuk clarifies that the difference isn't just about levels. He explains that beasts from gray barriers lack intelligence and simply destroy everything in their path. While dangerous, they can still be outplayed with strategy. But green barrier beasts are entirely different. Some possess intelligence, like a four-horned general at level 34. Few in their generation could face such a creature. Iberia realizes the truth. He isn't a burden because he's weak, but because his friend is simply on another level. Back inside the barrier, our hero finally comes face to face with the intelligent beast he had been expecting. The creature sneers, asking if he's mumbling out of fear, begging for his life. It mocks him further, questioning his strength and calling him a coward for being level 0. But instead of fear, the boy smiles. He calmly replies that he's not afraid, he's excited. Since the creature can speak, he decides to ask it something. The monster agrees, amused, offering to grant his final wish before killing him. With his red eyes glowing faintly, the protagonist asks one simple question. Does it feel pain? The beast's expression twists with rage, declaring that a mere human could never make it feel pain. It proclaims that inflicting pain is a privilege reserved for beings like itself, then lunges forward, its sharp blades slashing down with full force. With electricity coursing through his body, our hero doesn't retreat. Instead, he steps forward to meet the attack head-on. In the same instant, he counters with a powerful slash that cuts through the air toward the creature. The monster pauses, wondering if it had landed a hit, but quickly notices something unusual. His opponent's mana is rising. It realizes the boy's movements have become even faster, his reactions sharper than before. Still, the young man remains confident. As long as he has the advantage in speed, he believes he can keep up. Yet frustration creeps in. His attack barely left a mark. The beast, slightly impressed, comments on his agility and asks what his real level is. Then it sneers, dismissing him as nothing more than an insect. It mocks him, claiming that even 100 weak strikes like that wouldn't be enough to make it feel anything. Ignoring the taunts, the boy continues to move. With enhanced agility, he dodges each incoming strike, weaving between the blades. At times, he even uses the creature's own limbs to deflect its attacks, narrowly blocking one after another as the pressure builds. He keeps defending, letting the monster push him, then suddenly challenges it. If it's truly capable, then try to land a proper hit. The creature narrows its eyes. It notices the electricity is only boosting speed and begins questioning the boy's mana reserves. It realizes something else as well. The antenna-like extensions are part of its own body, which is why his analysis skill isn't activating. Meanwhile, the young man counts silently, wondering how many attacks he has already thrown as he continues dodging. The beast laughs, saying it's pointless. At the same time he feels it, his mana is starting to run low. With a focused expression, he makes a decision. He will put everything into offense. If he can land a critical hit, the fight will end. He increases the speed and frequency of his attacks, relentlessly striking while the system displays the details of his critical hit mechanism. There is only one path forward: keep attacking until it triggers. The monster defends effortlessly, its blades intercepting every blow. None of his strikes seem to have any real effect. Then, in a brief moment of carelessness, the boy is struck hard and staggers back, blood spilling from his mouth. The creature mocks him, calling him a fool for throwing himself in so recklessly. It sneers, asking where that so-called pain he promised is. Still, it's surprised to see him standing. It admits his defense is impressive. Then everything changes. A red aura suddenly envelops him, and the crystal notifies him. His next attack will be a guaranteed critical hit. Without hesitation, he lunges forward and delivers a devastating punch straight into the monster's chest. The impact is overwhelming. A shockwave bursts outward, tearing through the surroundings. The creature drops to its knees, stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer force behind the blow. It questions where such power came from. The boy stares at it, equally surprised. The critical hit was far stronger than he expected. As he looks down at the weakened enemy, a strange mix of satisfaction, focus, and exhilaration fills him. Only then does he notice something else. Despite the wound in his stomach, he doesn't feel pain. With a faint smile and steam escaping from his breath, he mutters that the feeling is incredible. Grabbing the creature by the head, he leans in and calmly asks if it felt pain from that attack. Fear finally appears in the monster's eyes. It trembles, calling him a monster, accusing him of cheating with abnormal stats. Its voice shakes as it remembers how the other beasts didn't even get the chance to scream. With glowing red eyes, the young man responds coldly and finishes it off. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he remarks that the scream of a beast that truly feels pain is satisfying to hear. The creature calls him a demon as it fades, completely overpowered. With its defeat, his critical rate rises again, now reaching 4%. The battle is finally over. As the tension fades, the adrenaline drains from his body, and the pain from his stomach wound begins to surface. He exhales slowly, regaining his composure. Looking around, he notices the barrier has turned transparent. That means there are no more beasts left inside. He approaches the monolith, realizing that destroying it will complete his mission. Without hesitation, he throws a punch with everything he has left, shattering it into pieces. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground, thinking the structure was weaker than expected. But before leaving, he remembers something important. With a serious look, he calls out. A shadow stretches across the ground, and a wolf begins to emerge. Grim steps forward, and immediately the boy notices something different. His companion looks larger than before. Surprised, he checks again. The system confirms it. Grim has gained 3 levels and received 150 stat points. So it wasn't his imagination. The wolf truly grows as it levels up. A faint smile forms on his face as he wonders just how massive his companion might become in the future. And for the first time, he finds himself genuinely looking forward to it. Later that night, the green barrier finally disappears, leaving the nearby warriors stunned by what just happened. The experienced fighter watches with a serious gaze, realizing the rookie managed to destroy it in barely 10 minutes, making him seem even more powerful than himself. Meanwhile, the hero has reached his absolute limit. Leaning against a rock, his body is covered in wounds, barely able to stay conscious. His massive wolf stands beside him, silently observing his condition. With weak strength, the boy asks his companion to follow his mana trail and guide him back to where his blonde friend is waiting. Without hesitation, the giant wolf lowers itself, allowing its master to climb onto its back before dashing through the dark forest. Hearing the sound, the armored warrior becomes alert. He wonders why beasts would still be roaming when the barrier has already been destroyed. Staying cautious, he orders the young apprentice to return to his room immediately and remain safe. However, the blonde boy pauses, feeling that the howl sounds strangely familiar. At that exact moment, a powerful creature bursts out of the shadows, charging forward at incredible speed and slamming its claws into the ground. The veteran instantly draws his massive sword, preparing to cut down whatever approaches. As the beast leaps toward him, he swings his blade with full force, determined to end it in one strike. But just before the attack lands, the blond boy recognizes the creature. In panic, he shouts for the warrior to stop, realizing that the wolf is the same spirit his companion had tamed earlier. The wolf skillfully avoids the strike while carrying its injured master. The veteran halts, staring in confusion as he sees the unconscious boy protected by the enormous, bright-eyed beast. He cannot understand how someone labeled as level 0 is capable of commanding such a powerful spirit. The blond friend rushes forward, worried, questioning how his companion can use abilities from completely different classes. As he gets closer, he sees the extent of the injuries and anxiously asks what happened. The protagonist barely manages to open his eyes, muttering that he just needs a moment to rest before losing consciousness entirely. Panicking, the blond boy shouts for help, unsure what to do. But the veteran calms him, explaining that the boy is still alive. To reassure him, he points at the boy's chest, showing that he is still breathing steadily. Half conscious, the protagonist weakly asks him to use the kodama bandage he still has. The blond boy nods and begins treating him, watching his friend lying there. Deep down, he feels that he may never catch up to him in strength. He thinks about his own role as a wind elementalist, someone who controls air and flow. The system reveals his ability is more suited for healing, effective for himself and allies, but sacrificing offensive power. He always disliked this ability and rarely used it, but now he has no choice. Determined, he activates his C-rank skill, Healing Wind. A soft green aura surrounds him as he channels the energy into his friend, asking him to recover for the sake of their team. The process causes visible pain, and he calls out his friend's name in worry. Suddenly, the situation changes. A massive purple barrier rises over the region, created by a newly fallen monolith. Moments later, a devastating attack slices through a building, splitting it in half with terrifying force. Nearby, a woman spots an injured warrior lying on the ground, with a dark-armored monster standing before him. She tries to heal the fallen man using her butterfly-like magic, but he shouts at her to run away. Facing the enemy, the warrior sees a massive minotaur and admits that humanity stands no chance against such a creature. The system reveals it to be a level 80 minotaur warrior from the bull tribe. The dark-armored figure urgently tells someone named Isazumi to escape immediately. The minotaur fixes its gaze on him and calls him Isazumi Nento, its tone filled with disdain, making it clear that he is its target. In the next instant, a blinding flash erupts as a powerful attack is launched. The woman is thrown back by the explosion, screaming for her father, who has been struck and is now bleeding from his eye. The older man mutters that this is the end, believing there is no hope left. The dark-armored fighter, heavily injured, looks toward the newcomer and remarks that he's late. Then a young man with glowing red eyes appears on the battlefield, his expression cold and serious. He apologizes briefly and tells them to leave the monster to him. The minotaur scoffs, mocking him for speaking so boldly after arriving late. The wounded warrior warns him to be careful, stressing how dangerous the creature is. Unfazed, the red-eyed youth charges forward and throws a punch with everything he has. The impact is overwhelming. His fist pierces straight through the minotaur's chest, leaving a massive hole. The monster freezes in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. The blue-haired warrior watches in disbelief, completely stunned by the sheer strength of that single attack. He realizes that special-class saviors are no longer ordinary humans. They are monsters in their own right. The young woman begins to celebrate, thinking the battle is over. But the savior calmly states that the real fight has only just begun. At that moment, the barrier shifts color. The once purple barrier turns deep red, signaling an even greater threat. Inside, a flame-covered demon watches with a twisted smile, wondering how his lord will torment humanity. He introduces himself as a level 37 king, eager to witness the chaos. Soon, a level 49 white ogre appears beside him, showing he is not alone. The flame demon warns them to stay focused, reminding them that their mission is to capture a specific target. A level 87 demon general explains their strategy. They split their forces to avoid drawing attention with the purple barrier, while one of the demon lords uses the red barrier to distract the strongest humans. While the monkey lord engages in battle, they will quietly proceed toward their true objective. The general reveals that Lord Ringo is guiding them using a demonic eye planted in the human world. Through it, they can see their target clearly. The vision reveals the target. It is the protagonist, lying unconscious on a bed. Suddenly, the boy jolts awake from a nightmare. As he breathes heavily, one of his eyes glows red like that of a demon. Lying in bed, the boy keeps thinking about the strange dream he just had, one where he saw his late mother again. In that dream, his younger self stood in front of her, proudly saying that he had finally found a beast capable of feeling pain like humans. The child happily declared that he had defeated it and that her revenge had finally been fulfilled. But his mother gently interrupted him, her voice soft yet firm, telling him that wasn't the right way to look at things. She explained that there were far more important things than revenge. Confused, the boy asked what could possibly matter more. She looked at him with warmth and asked him not to use his power for vengeance, but instead to protect the people he cared about. Hearing that, the young Itsuki became furious. He shouted that such a thing was impossible. His voice trembled with anger as he swore that he would never forgive the beasts who had taken his parents away in such a cruel way. His eyes burned with hatred as he declared that he would wipe them all out without mercy. His mother only smiled sadly as her figure slowly began to fade. She told him goodbye, saying it was time for her to leave. As her body grew more transparent, the boy panicked and ran toward her, asking where she was going, insisting that he still had so much to say. In her final moments, she pleaded with him not to let hatred consume his heart. He stretched out his hand desperately, trying to reach her, but her body dissolved into glowing particles. Their fingers brushed for a brief second before she vanished completely. Left alone in darkness, the boy stood there with his hand extended toward nothing, a tear sliding down his cheek in the empty, silent space. Then a voice echoed around him. It mocked him for crying over someone so insignificant, someone who was already gone. Filled with anger, the boy turned toward the source of the voice and saw the shadowy figure that had haunted him for so long. Recognizing it instantly, he screamed in rage. The figure revealed itself as the demon of destruction, sneering as it explained that it only took the form of a child when near that woman. A crimson aura burst from the boy as his anger surged. He charged forward, throwing a powerful punch, vowing to destroy the demon once and for all. But the demon responded instantly, surrounding him in a swirling purple energy, saying it would let him experience that feeling again. His body began to fracture like shattered glass under the overwhelming force. Even as he broke apart, he shouted that he would definitely defeat the demon Ringa, no matter what. Then everything shattered. The young man jolted awake, breathing heavily, his body drenched in sweat, his glowing red eyes still lingering for a moment. Realizing it was only a dream, he looked beside him and saw his blonde friend sleeping peacefully. A sharp pain suddenly pierced through his eyes. Though there was no visible injury, the sensation felt real. Remembering how one of his eyes had turned red, he began to wonder what that dream truly meant. He then noticed something else. His injuries were completely gone. It didn't take long for him to realize that his friend must have used the bandage and stayed up to take care of him. Careful not to wake him, the boy quietly got out of bed and stood there for a moment, watching him in silence. He was about to tell his wolf not to make any noise when he realized the beast was already inside the room. The situation made him feel slightly embarrassed, realizing what he had overlooked. Just then, the blonde boy suddenly woke up in panic, immediately using his wind ability, thinking his friend was in danger. But the protagonist remained completely unfazed, thinking that such a weak breeze wouldn't even bother a beast. Seeing him awake, his friend's expression changed instantly to relief. He rushed forward and hugged him tightly, happy that his treatment had worked. The boy asked how long he had been unconscious, and his friend replied that it had been around 3 hours. Doing a quick calculation, he realized it was now the second day of the prophecy. His friend reassured him that nothing unusual had happened since then, but the boy couldn't shake off the words the demon had spoken in his dream. A bad feeling lingered in his chest, telling him something was about to go wrong. He stood up and put on his coat, saying he couldn't afford to lower his guard. His friend smiled, happy to see him fully recovered and ready again. Looking out the window, the boy mentioned that the reinforcements his master talked about should arrive soon. Outside, his friend curiously asked what the giant wolf was called. The boy casually replied that it was just a death hound. The blond boy offered to give it a proper name, but he immediately refused, saying he was a Shikigami user. His friend looked disappointed, but the boy silently decided he wouldn't let him name the beast no matter what. Thinking back, he realized that the bandage alone shouldn't have been enough to heal him completely. That meant his friend must have used his healing ability. He asked about it, and the blond boy admitted that his offensive power was weak compared to others. The boy then walked toward the campfire and asked the armored veteran if any reinforcements had arrived. The man found the question odd and asked why he was suddenly concerned about it. The boy explained that his master had sent help. The veteran nodded, mentioning how dense the forest was, making movement difficult. The boy agreed but still felt uneasy. Something didn't feel right. There was a strange, ominous presence in the forest, as if something evil was approaching from the darkness. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a group of people rushed forward toward their destination. One of them asked how much longer it would take to reach their target. Another complained about the terrain but remained excited about the mission, hopping for a promotion. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appeared ahead of them and told everyone to stop immediately. The group halted and instinctively shifted into combat stances. The girl explained that she sensed something unusual approaching. Not far away, two shadowy figures noticed they had been detected. The boy in the group shouted for everyone to prepare themselves, as disaster beasts were incoming. Moments later, their path was blocked. A fire-haired demon and a massive white ogre stepped forward, cutting off their route. With a sinister grin, the flaming creature looked at them and asked if they were heading to the same destination. At that moment, a flaming skeleton is summoned, stepping onto the battlefield alongside the enemies. The fire demon sneers, mocking how fragile humans are, claiming that a single fireball was enough to wipe them out. Nearby, the white ogre stands still, and the demon casually asks if it has already finished dealing with the others. The answer becomes clear as the ogre's massive fist is shown, still stained from crushing one of the warriors. The demon chuckles, commenting on how brutally his companion flattened the poor man. The pink-haired girl trembles in fear, unable to understand how these creatures appeared without any barrier. With a cruel grin, the demon forms another blazing fireball and casually remarks that they came from a place far beyond her reach. Overwhelmed with despair, the girl begins to cry, realizing there is no way out of this situation. At the same time, the demon warns a shadowy figure nearby not to interfere with his entertainment. Suddenly, everything changes. An icy attack strikes the fire demon, freezing him in place. The shadowy figure speaks coldly, warning that next time it won't be so lenient. Irritated, the demon demands that the spell be undone as the freezing spreads across his body. Moments later, the ice shatters apart. With a surge of flames, the demon breaks free, slightly shaken as he realizes he was close to being completely frozen. The pink-haired girl watches in shock, unable to comprehend the level of power these beings possess. Hesitantly, she asks if they are actually going to let her go. The fire demon looks confused, questioning whether she has some kind of special ability to deserve such treatment. However, the shadowy figure explains that he simply wants to test a new power granted by his lord. Dark tendrils suddenly emerge and wrap around the girl. She screams in agony as the darkness engulfs her completely. When the energy fades, she stands still, her face covered in shadow, completely unresponsive. One of her companions assumes she's dead, but the demon general calmly reveals that she has been transformed instead. Her eyes glow red, and a strange mark appears on her forehead. He explains that she now belongs to them, fully obedient and aligned with their side. The girl slowly kneels and asks for orders from her new master of shadows. Without hesitation, he commands her to infiltrate human society. She is to claim that her team was wiped out and that she alone survived. Her mission is to blend in and wait until the arrival of Lord Ringa. With her face still veiled in darkness, she acknowledges the command and rises. Without another word, she runs off into the forest, beginning her infiltration. Watching her leave, the fire demon questions why they would recruit someone so weak. The general explains that she is only one of many. Thousands of humans have already been turned into monsters, including even powerful awakened individuals. These converted humans will act as key pieces in their larger plan when their lord finally takes control of the human world. Their leader cuts the conversation short, ordering them to move. This mission, he reminds them, is the most important one they have ever received. Time passes, and the story shifts to the second day of the prophecy. A massive iron golem stands guard over a quiet village, its presence making up for the lack of manpower. The veteran warrior remarks that the golem's strength will be crucial for the upcoming battle. The blonde boy asks about their other companion, and the armored man explains that the young man has gone to the workshop to take care of something. Inside the workshop, the black-haired boy speaks with a blacksmith about the strange crystal he used during his last fight. He explains that his critical hit chance had only been around 3%, but it increased to 4% after defeating a strong enemy. The blacksmith is impressed, noting how rare it is to trigger such an effect at such a low probability. However, the boy explains that what caught his attention wasn't just the increased damage. He felt something else entirely, like he had entered a state where everything became clear, as if he could do anything. Hearing this, the blacksmith pauses, raising his hammer thoughtfully. He wonders if the crystal holds a hidden effect beyond what is known. The boy describes the sensation further. His senses sharpened, his mind calm, and everything around him felt easier to read despite the chaos. The blacksmith nods, realizing what happened. He explains that the boy had entered the legendary flow state during combat. Seeing the boy's confusion, he simplifies it. It's a condition where someone becomes completely absorbed in what they are doing, losing awareness of everything else. Like a painter forgetting time while working, or an athlete moving perfectly without hesitation. In this state, an awakened individual gains extreme focus, heightened senses, and even an increase in their overall abilities, up to 20% stronger than usual. The boy is surprised, having never heard of such a thing, not even from his master. The blacksmith explains that achieving this state requires talent, concentration, and a great deal of luck. It's something that separates true geniuses from ordinary fighters. He adds that even he took 2 years after awakening to experience it once. But the boy, he did it within a single month. The craftsman is clearly impressed, but notices the boy seems distracted. When asked, the boy suddenly senses something approaching, 3 presences filled with heavy, ominous magic. At first, he assumes they might be guards, but quickly realizes the energy feels wrong. It resembles disaster beasts. Without wasting time, he rushes out of the workshop. Bursting through the door, he steps outside with a serious expression. His friends immediately notice his tension and ask what's wrong. He explains that he felt dangerous magic approaching, possibly enemies. The blonde boy dismisses it, saying there's no barrier nearby and the golem is still guarding the area. But in the next instant, something strikes. A blur of movement pierces through the iron golem at incredible speed. The blonde boy freezes in shock as the massive construct is struck through the chest. Cracks spread across its body before it shatters into countless pieces. The veteran warrior is stunned. The golem didn't even have time to react. As the dust settles, 3 figures emerge from the destruction. They are identified as a flame king, a resentment king, and a massive white ogre. And just like that, the real battle begins. The scene continues on the second day of the prophecy, as a heavy and sinister aura spreads across the area. The protagonist faces the incoming enemies and immediately senses that these creatures are far stronger than anything he encountered inside the previous barrier. His gaze locks onto their leader, and he realizes the magical pressure coming from it is unlike anything he has ever felt before. The demon leader calmly declares that he will personally secure the target, leaving the rest of the battle to his 2 subordinates. He only gives one warning: under no circumstances are they to damage the demonic eye. The 2 monsters nod in agreement and step forward, ready to deal with the humans. Seeing this, the protagonist and his companion are stunned, realizing these creatures can actually speak. Before they can react further, the veteran warrior moves ahead of them, gripping his weapon tightly and swearing that he won't let the enemies pass. Without hesitation, he charges toward the shadowy leader at full speed. However, the moment he closes in, the enemy disappears from his sight. The armored man is caught off guard, unable to track its movement. He realizes too late that the demon's speed is on an entirely different level. Still, he refuses to back down, determined to stop it at any cost, while the blond boy shouts that he won't let anything reach his friend. In the next instant, a wall of ice suddenly forms in front of the warrior, completely blocking his path. He crashes into it and quickly understands that this isn't something he can easily break through. Even when he strikes it with his sword, the barrier barely budges. Before he can react further, the white ogre appears behind him. Sensing danger, the warrior turns just in time to block the incoming blow, but the sheer force of the punch sends him flying backward. Seeing this, the protagonist calls out in panic, unable to hide his concern. At the same time, the fire demon turns its attention toward him, mocking him for worrying about others. With a twisted grin, it conjures a massive fireball and launches it straight at him. The boy shouts for his friend to move away, and instantly raises his black wall to defend himself. The fireball explodes upon impact, sending flames everywhere. From a distance, his blonde companion watches in shock. At that moment, the system detects the attack and activates a high-level copying ability, beginning to analyze the enemy's power, though the progress is still at just 1%. The protagonist drops to one knee, his arms scorched, realizing he underestimated the strength of his defense. He should have avoided the attack instead. The fire demon laughs, mocking him for thinking such weak defenses could withstand its flames. Still, it pauses slightly, wondering if it might have gone too far against someone tied to the demonic eye. Seeing the boy's condition and his level 0 status, the demon becomes even more arrogant, deciding it can finish him off without concern. But the protagonist refuses to give up. Summoning his death hound, he prepares to continue the fight. The fire demon scoffs at the idea of facing it with such a creature, claiming that even 10 beasts wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Another attack is launched without hesitation. A massive explosion follows, but when the smoke clears, the demon is surprised. The target is gone. Turning its attention, it notices the giant wolf rushing toward the real objective. Something about the creature feels unusual, and the demon immediately shifts its focus back to the boy. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps his composure. If he shows weakness, the enemy might lose interest in finishing him quickly. At the same time, his system analysis progresses to 36%. He considers stalling for time, but his pride won't allow him to act cowardly. Instead, he smirks and declares that it doesn't matter. His opponent doesn't seem that strong anyway. Blue lightning bursts around him as his eyes glow red with intensity. The fire demon is instantly enraged by his arrogance, calling him an inferior being. Changing its mind, it decides to incinerate him immediately. But the boy dodges. As he observes the enemy, he realizes something important. The demon's speed hasn't changed. It relies on ranged attacks. With that realization, he makes his move. He rushes forward at full speed, aiming to close the distance and end the fight quickly. The demon is caught off guard by his sudden advance, surprised by the boy's incredible speed. However, instead of panicking, it remains calm, watching him approach with a sinister smile. The protagonist throws a punch. But it's stopped. A shield of flames appears instantly, blocking the attack. The boy is shocked, realizing he underestimated the enemy again. The demon laughs, asking if he really thought it didn't understand its own weaknesses. In the next moment, it counterattacks. A powerful blast of fire strikes the boy directly in the chest, sending him flying across the battlefield. He crashes into a tree with tremendous force, his body aching from the impact. Lying there, battered and bruised, he realizes he walked straight into a trap. The demon comments on his speed, nodding that there's no way someone like him is truly level 0. Even so, it admits the boy managed to deceive it for a moment. Despite his injuries, the protagonist slowly stands back up, determination still burning in his eyes. The demon warns him that resisting is pointless and that accepting his fate would be easier. But the boy doesn't respond. Instead, he glances at the system. The analysis has reached 81%. He just needs a little more time. The scene shifts back to the village. It's 3:14 in the morning, and the giant wolf's howl echoes across the silent area. Standing before the blacksmith, the demon leader calmly lists his achievements, calling him the finest craftsman among humans. The man asks if the creature intends to kill him, but the demon replies that such a thing depends on whether he proves useful. The craftsman responds with a cold, defiant look, saying he has no intention of taking orders from anyone. Without hesitation, he grabs a tool and charges forward, his eyes burning with fury. In an instant, a chilling aura spreads across his body as ice forms around him, preparing a full-powered counterattack. The demon is momentarily surprised, recognizing the ability as a high-ranking skill. But before the man can act, the creature raises its hand. And the blacksmith is frozen solid. The demon declares that in this place, they alone decide who lives and who dies. Hidden nearby, the blond boy watches in panic. Seeing his father captured, he instinctively prepares to move but hesitates, overwhelmed with fear. He crouches behind a suit of armor, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the protagonist's death hound bursts onto the scene. Recognizing it, the boy's eyes widen with hope. The massive beast charges directly at the demon leader, aiming to tear it apart. But the enemy doesn't even flinch. With a single glance, it releases its power. And in the next instant, the wolf is frozen mid-charge. Its body crashes to the ground, shattering into fragments of ice. The demon clicks its tongue in irritation, scolding its subordinates for allowing the beast to get that close. Meanwhile, the blacksmith realizes that someone tried to help him. Watching everything unfold, the blond boy is terrified. Even such a powerful Shikigami couldn't land a single hit. He understands clearly he stands no chance in a direct fight. For a moment, he considers calling the protagonist. But then he remembers his father's warning that reckless actions could cost his friend his life. The realization hits hard. The hero is already badly injured. Calling him now would only make things worse. His expression hardens. Running isn't an option. Clenching his fists, he declares that he will save his father himself. Suddenly, he remembers something, the dragon gear. If there's any chance at all, it lies with that equipment. Without wasting time, he dashes toward the workshop, convinced the item must be hidden beneath his father's bed. As he runs, he silently begs his father to hold on just a little longer. Back at the battlefield, the shadow leader notices the presence that had been hiding and sneers, calling them a coward for running away instead of helping. It then calmly states that the blacksmith will now be taken to his final destination, as the man remains trapped in ice. Elsewhere, the fire demon prepares to end things. Raising its hand, it forms a powerful technique, red flame bullet, and targets the black-haired boy. Struggling to move, the protagonist reinforces his body using his black wall, covering his burned leg. At the same time, he activates Thunderbreaker, forcing his body to move faster as he narrowly escapes the first explosion. The demon watches with interest, noting that although the boy keeps dodging, his speed is clearly dropping. It smirks and prepares another attack, wondering how long the human can keep running from the inevitable. This time, both of the demon's hands ignite. With a shout, it unleashes a barrage, dozens of flaming projectiles launched simultaneously. The protagonist freezes for a split second, shocked by the overwhelming number of attacks. Flames surround him from every direction. He quickly searches for an escape route, but there's no clear opening. In his current state, he knows he won't be able to avoid everything. He grits his teeth. Normally, this would be easy to dodge. But now his body feels heavy, drained, unresponsive. As the attacks close in, he shouts in frustration, realizing he's about to take the hit head-on. At that moment, his system flashes. Analysis 90%. Still not enough. Even as the flames engulf him, the analysis continues, 92%, 94%. He endures the scorching heat, refusing to fall. 98%. Almost there. But before it can finish, the attack hits. A direct impact sends him flying, swallowed completely by the flames. As he's consumed, a memory surfaces. His mother burning in blue fire. The same helpless feeling. The same pain. Watching this, the fire demon smiles cruelly and prepares the final strike, a concentrated red flame bullet meant to end everything. It fires, but just before the attack lands, analysis 100%. A blue barrier suddenly forms around the boy. The incoming flame crashes into it, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. The demon stares in confusion, unable to understand what just happened. The system announces the result, analysis complete. Black Wall has evolved to level 3. At the same time, his stats surge, and all his injuries are completely restored. The boy quickly calculates the increase. This boost is equivalent to multiple level gains for an average awakened. When the smoke clears, the demon sees him standing there completely unharmed. Even more shocking, his defense has transformed. The black wall now manifests as a massive ice lotus, surrounding him like a blooming shield. The fire demon narrows its eyes, thinking it finally understands the situation. With a grin, it prepares to get serious. But then, it notices something. The boy's body, which had been completely destroyed moments ago, is now perfectly restored. For the first time, the demon is left speechless. The protagonist looks at it calmly. He says he originally planned to deal with it later and prioritize saving Aiden first. But that plan has changed. Those flames, they reminded him of something he can't ignore. His eyes glow red, filled with cold fury. Staring directly at the demon, he declares that he'll end it right here. And crush it first. Leaves swirl violently through the dark forest as the air thickens with the oppressive trail of the enemy's mana. In the next moment, the veteran warrior is sent flying across the battlefield. Even as he blocks with his karma tool, he realizes the creature's strength is on another level. If he had reacted even a second slower, that strike would have ended him. The impact slams him into the ground, forcing the breath out of his lungs. Struggling to stay upright, he coughs through the rising dust, wondering how far he was thrown. His body aches, but his eyes remain sharp. Not ordinary demons, these are something else entirely. With that realization, he steadies himself and decides to head back and support the others. Before he can move, a massive explosion tears through the ground, sending debris and dust into the air and blinding everyone nearby. Instinct kicks in. He recognizes the presence. The same monster from earlier is chasing him. He immediately goes on high alert. From the darkness, the massive beast emerges, its grotesque tongue lashing out as if ready to swallow anything in its path. The warrior clenches his jaw. If that thing reaches the others, it will be a disaster. Without hesitation, he steps forward, drawing its attention toward himself. His eyes glow red with resolve. He has no intention of falling here. He will end this quickly. He has to protect the master craftsman and the boy. Meanwhile, inside the workshop, the blonde boy is frantically searching for anything that could help. He turns over tools, checks drawers, and digs through every corner in desperation. Finally, his hand brushes against something hidden beneath the furniture. A box. The moment he opens it, his eyes light up. Relief floods his face. He lifts the item high, a crimson set of armor. The dragon suit. Hope surges through him as the system confirms its power. A massive boost to attack and agility, but only for 15 minutes. Without hesitation, he equips it. As the red armor locks into place, energy pulses through his body. His stats spike instantly. This time, he won't be useless. He recalls his father's warning. The armor's limit is absolute. 15 minutes, no more. Then that's all he needs. Clenching his fists, he swears to end this and save his father within that time. Back in the forest, the Shadow General looks down at the frozen blacksmith with clear contempt, mocking him for thinking escape was possible. He casually remarks that only special-grade saviors could ever threaten his plans. The craftsman, trapped in ice, demands to know if all this chaos was really just to capture him. The demon scoffs, saying he isn't nearly important enough for that. This is only one part of a much larger plan. Just then, the general pauses. He senses something. Someone is approaching fast. Annoyance flickers across his face. These humans just don't know when to give up. A blur cuts through the trees. In the next instant, a red-armored figure crashes into the battlefield. The blonde boy. Flying low and moving at incredible speed, he charges straight at the Shadow General and launches a mon-infused strike without hesitation. His voice shakes with anger as he demands his father back. The system registers 2 minutes of usage, further amplifying his stats. The demon narrows its eyes in surprise. First a giant wolf, and now a child. Elsewhere, the black-haired protagonist steps forward once again, standing atop his ice lotus formation. The fire demon freezes for a moment. It doesn't make sense. The boy had been completely burned, yet now he looks untouched, as if nothing had ever happened. Confusion quickly turns into rage. It doesn't matter how many times he recovers. The result will be the same. With a furious roar, the demon unleashes another barrage of red fireballs, determined to erase him completely. The explosions ripple across the battlefield, flames and smoke swallowing everything. The demon laughs, confident the human has finally been reduced to ash. But then, he walks out, unharmed. The system confirms another increase in his defense. Without wasting time, the protagonist activates Thunderbreaker, lightning surging across his body as his speed spikes dramatically. The fire demon's eyes widen. Even with its barrier active, he's getting faster. The boy steps forward, his gaze cold and focused, and declares that it's time to tear this creature apart. In a flash, he closes the distance and drives a powerful, energy-charged punch straight into the demon's barrier. Cracks spread instantly. The shield shatters. The demon's confidence disappears in an instant. The boy lets out a fierce shout as another boost surges through him, his resistance climbing even higher. The demon can feel it now. His defense has crossed an overwhelming threshold. Fear creeps in. For the first time, the monster hesitates. The protagonist steps forward slowly, his voice low and threatening. Now it's his turn. Panic takes over. The demon turns and runs, screaming for help, calling out to its allies as it flees through the forest. The ground trembles under the speed of the chase. But there is no escape. The boy closes in effortlessly, pressing the demon down with relentless pressure. Desperation takes over the creature as it begs for its life, its arrogance completely shattered. It screams that it cannot accept defeat at the hands of a mere low-level human. But the protagonist says nothing. His expression remains calm, cold, unmoved. The demon trembles, unable to understand how a level 0 human could possess such overwhelming power. Then, the system activates. Critical hit ready. The creature stares at him, fear flooding its eyes. For a brief moment, a thought crosses its mind. Maybe this isn't a human at all. The villain is hurled backward with tremendous force, struggling to process what just happened. Before it can recover, the young man surges forward again, lightning crackling across his body, his expression filled with raw anger. His strike lands with such overwhelming power that the ground fractures violently, cracks spreading outward like a shockwave. Dust and smoke rise instantly, blanketing the battlefield and obscuring everything from view. Hovering above the wreckage, the boy looks down and realizes the fight has finally ended. Still, a hint of dissatisfaction lingers. He had wanted the creature to suffer longer before delivering the final blow. As the adrenaline settles, a thought crosses his mind. He had entered that strange state again, the same intense clarity he felt before. The flow state. It had triggered right after the critical hit. He begins to wonder if there is some connection between those decisive strikes and that heightened awareness. Checking his system, he notices something else. His total stats have now surpassed 2,000. At that moment, the defeated monster's essence condenses into a glowing green karma sphere. Instead of dispersing, the sphere suddenly shoots forward, streaking deeper into the forest at incredible speed. His eyes narrow. That energy, it's heading somewhere specific. Focusing on its trail, he quickly realizes where it's going. The workshop. Confusion flickers across his face. Why didn't the energy split like before? Without wasting another second, he launches forward, lightning boosting his speed as he races after it. A sense of urgency grips him. If that energy is heading there, then his blonde friend could already be in danger. At the same time, the Shadow General effortlessly blocks Iberia's attack, its defense completely unyielding. Even with the dragon armor equipped, the boy's strongest strike has no effect. Frustration builds, but he refuses to back down, vowing to keep attacking until he breaks through. The demon watches him with cold amusement, warning him that he still doesn't understand the gap between them. Suddenly, his father shouts angrily, ordering him to remove the armor immediately. His voice carries both fear and desperation, even threatening to disown him if he continues. But the boy doesn't hesitate. He insists he will save him no matter what. With resolve burning in his chest, he leaps high into the air and dives toward the enemy with everything he has. In that moment, he thinks of his friend, convinced he would do the same. The blacksmith shouts for him to stop, but his words fail to reach him. The Shadow General, disgusted by this display of human emotion, decides to end things. With a simple gesture, ice magic activates. In an instant, the boy freezes midair, his body locked in place before he can even react. At the same time, the veteran warrior is trapped as well, immobilized by the same overwhelming power. The demon calmly tells him to remember his place while the man glares back helplessly. Just then, something leaps into the air. The system flashes a warning. The armor only has 3 minutes left. Nearby, the giant wolf becomes enveloped in crystalline energy as its level jumps from 19 to 20. With a powerful surge, it shatters the ice binding it and emerges stronger than before, growling as it prepares to defend. The protagonist, arriving at the scene, immediately notices the change. The wolf must have absorbed the karma sphere. But where is his ally? What happened to the enemy here? His gaze sharpens, and then he sees it. His eye flickers with a strange green glow. The area is suddenly filled with flying debris and shards of ice as something begins to stir. From a dark opening ahead, a massive wave of sinister energy erupts, sending a chill through the battlefield. Without hesitation, he activates his lightning and dashes forward, refusing to wait for reinforcements. Elsewhere, the veteran warrior continues his battle, unleashing a powerful red slash that cuts through the air. But the monstrous creature charges straight through, its claws aiming to tear him apart. He slides across the ground to evade the attack and quickly prepares his next move. But as he glances at the wound he inflicted earlier, his expression darkens. It's already healed. Regeneration. This is his toughest opponent yet. Spotting a nearby karma sphere, he steels himself. If he wants to win, he'll have to end this alone. Channeling all his strength, his blade glows with intense red energy. He strikes, aiming directly for the creature's weak point, but the monster blocks with its arms, protecting its core. That's when he understands. Those arms are the key. A confident smile forms. Now he knows how to defeat it. He charges again, launching a relentless series of slashes across the creature's chest. Instead of finishing it immediately, he focuses on disabling both arms first, stripping away its defense. Analyzing its movements, he realizes the beast takes about a second to regenerate fully. 1 second. That's all he needs. With his eyes burning with focus, he pours everything into a single decisive strike. The blade descends with overwhelming force, cutting straight into the creature's core. A streak of red energy tears through the battlefield, and at last the monster collapses. Breathing heavily, he admits to himself that the fight was far from easy. Still, there's no time to rest. He needs to regroup with his allies. Looking at the destruction around him, he realizes one thing clearly. That ice creature is a serious threat. Meanwhile, back at the workshop, the blacksmith remains cornered by the Shadow General. The demon mocks his helpless state, demanding he speak. Instead, the man begs for his son to be spared. The demon laughs, explaining that soon the old man will lose himself entirely, becoming nothing more than a puppet of the shadows. Then it notices something. The armor, it recognizes it instantly. It belongs to the dragon clan. The creature reveals a terrifying truth. That equipment carries a lingering life force, one that continues even after its original owner has died. But prolonged use comes at a cost. The wearer's consciousness is slowly consumed. At that moment, the system confirms it. The blonde boy's body is being overtaken by a dark and dangerous will. He cries out in pain as his body begins to change. Little by little, he starts losing his humanity. At that moment, the dragon armor reaches its final stage. The transformation completes, and an overwhelming surge of power erupts from it, radiating a dark and terrifying aura. Rewinding slightly, the scene shifts to the past. The black-haired warrior walks ahead while his companion silently wishes for his safety. Curious, the protagonist asks if the boy truly admires him that much. Without hesitation, the blonde replies that he wants to become just like him. The veteran raises an eyebrow, intrigued. He questions that choice, pointing out that there are countless famous warriors in the world. Names of legendary fighters come to mind, their achievements echoing like distant memories. The boy himself mentions powerful masters with far greater experience and recognition. Even so, the dark-haired man remarks calmly that his own reputation is far greater than the boy realizes. Then he asks the real question. Why him? The boy falls silent. Caught off guard, he struggles to find an answer, his thoughts scattered. Seeing this, the veteran places a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to worry about it for now. Still, the question lingers. For the first time, the boy realizes he has never truly thought about why he admires him so much. The memory drifts further back, 10 years earlier. A small child swings a wooden sword in a wide open yard, laughing as he imagines himself battling monsters. His mother watches fondly, asking if he likes his birthday gift. The boy beams with excitement, proudly nomming his toy like a true hero's weapon. With a loud, confident voice, he declares that one day he will defeat monsters and protect everyone. His parents observe from afar. The blacksmith quietly wonders if his son even has real friends to share these dreams with. Moments later, the boy runs toward a group of children, eager to show off his treasured sword. At first, they gather around him, but their expressions slowly change, curiosity turning into something less friendly. One of them stretches out a hand, asking to see it. The boy hesitates. Fear creeps in. Soon, the others surround him, pointing out that his father can simply make another one. The pressure builds, and though he wants to refuse, he can't say a word. With trembling hands and a forced smile, he gives it up. The children run off, laughing and pretending to be heroes themselves, leaving him behind. From above, he looks small and alone in the vast, empty space. Biting his lip, he feels anger, not at them but at himself. Back at the workshop, he watches his father working tirelessly while his mother rests nearby. She greets him gently, asking if he enjoyed playing outside. He lies, says everything was fine. But she notices the truth hidden behind his smile. The blacksmith, less subtle, immediately asks where the training sword is, already suspecting what happened. The mother offers to retrieve it, but the father shakes his head. Even if they get it back, the same thing will happen again. With frustration, he slams his hammer down and scolds the boy for lacking the courage to stand up for himself. He didn't raise him to be weak. Months pass. Now the boy stands in a hospital corridor, tears streaming down his face. His father grips the doctor in desperation, demanding answers, refusing to accept that nothing more can be done. Inside the room, his mother lies weak on the bed. She calls for him. He rushes to her side, clutching her hand, begging her not to leave. With a faint smile, she tells him something he will never forget. His father calls him a coward, but she knows he is simply too kind. But kindness alone isn't enough. Without strength, kindness can hurt the people you want to protect. She asks him to grow strong, truly strong, and to use that strength with courage. She tells him to take care of his father, and that one day he will become a great awakened one. Then, the monitor falls silent. The sound disappears. The boy breaks down, crying as he promises to become strong, stronger than anyone, no matter what it takes. The memory fades. Back in the present, the boy recalls the first time he met the protagonist. He had been terrified by that overwhelming power, thinking the man was just a temporary ally. But he soon realized the truth. The dark-haired warrior was different. He had seen him stand alone against countless awakened ones, unshaken. He had seen him face disaster beasts without hesitation, and despite that strength, he always treated his allies with quiet kindness. That was what stayed with him. Looking up, the boy finally answers. He wants to be like that. Someone strong enough to protect others, but still kind. Then his expression dims. He calls himself talentless, a coward who could never reach that level. Still, with a faint smile and blood staining his face, he says that fighting alongside the hero is already enough for him. At that exact moment, the transformation completes. The dragon armor erupts with dark energy, its power overflowing uncontrollably. The air around him trembles as something far more dangerous awakens. Covered in crimson armor, the boy leaps forward, landing heavily as he faces his opponent. The monster bares its fangs, smoke curling from its mouth as it prepares to strike. From a distance, the protagonist watches, and his expression darkens. Something is wrong. Very wrong. His friend is no longer in control. With its gaze locked onto the target, the creature lets out a thunderous roar, ready to engage in a deadly clash deep within the forest. At that moment, the system activates Wind Blade, and a sharp blue aura forms along its claws. In a single motion, it releases a powerful air slash that rips through everything in its path. Reacting instantly, the dark-haired warrior activates his mana detection, his eyes glowing a vivid blue. But something feels off. That ability, it belongs to a wind elemental. Confusion flashes across his face as he wonders how the blonde boy could possibly be using it. The attack narrowly misses him, slicing past and smashing into a tree behind him with terrifying force. The impact alone is enough to make him uneasy. He begins to question whether this power is coming from the armor, or if something else is controlling his friend. Without hesitation, he activates Thunderbreaker, lightning surging across his body as he prepares to bring him back to his senses. The armored figure charges forward with overwhelming force. Even the protagonist struggles to hold his ground against the sheer impact. The creature roars wildly, showing no signs of restraint. It has completely lost control, driven only by destruction. The young man's expression tightens. That aura, it's definitely his friend. But why is he being attacked? His eyes flicker with shock as he realizes the situation has spiraled beyond anything he expected. Then, in a faint, broken voice, the creature begs him to end it quickly. Sweat forms on his brow. He never imagined he would have to fight his own ally. But the beast doesn't stop. It continues its relentless assault, tearing through the surroundings with brutal force. The warrior braces himself, focusing everything he has just to survive. Suddenly, a powerful strike cuts through the chaos. The veteran, Jazuk, appears with his massive blade, intercepting the attack and saving him. With immense strength, the armored warrior pushes the creature back, refusing to give even a single step. The impact sends the beast flying, dust erupting and covering the battlefield once more. With a grim expression, the veteran explains that this is the worst possible outcome. The dragon armor has completely consumed the boy's mind. The protagonist clenches his fists, understanding the danger. If this continues, his friend will be lost forever. But Jazuk warns him, it's already too late. The armor has fused with his body. He recalls a past case where someone was overtaken by their own power and never returned. Silence falls. The realization hits hard. The veteran grips his sword tightly, preparing himself. There is only one option left. Eliminate the creature. He offers to finish it himself and tells the young man to leave, sparing him from witnessing what comes next. But the dark-haired warrior refuses. Firmly, he says he will handle it. Stopping the veteran, he gives him a new task: follow Aiden's trail and rescue the prisoner from the ice beast. Then a blue light flashes as he summons his loyal death hound. Jazuk pauses for a moment, then nods. He places his trust in him. If the creature escapes, it will become an even greater disaster. It has to be stopped now. With a fierce battle cry, the young man and his wolf charge forward together. The clash of their combined power shakes the ground itself, forcing the creature back as it senses the pressure of its new opponent. The wind blade technique activates again, slicing through the air with deadly precision. As he observes the attacks, the protagonist realizes something. His transcendence ability still hasn't triggered in this fight. A sharp cut grazes his face, blood slowly trailing down. Even so, he steps forward. Unflinching. Facing the monster head-on, he comes to a realization. Deep down, his friend isn't truly trying to kill him. Within the monstrous form, Iberia roars wildly, his consciousness slipping further away. The system suddenly announces a new activation, 1,000 wind blades. The armor's power surges dramatically. The transformed warrior rises into the air and unleashes a barrage of blue energy slashes toward the ground below. The battlefield becomes a storm of cutting force. Yet, the protagonist doesn't move. He walks forward through the storm of attacks, his expression dark and resolute. This is where his comeback begins. Above him, the armored figure cries out in agony, tears streaming down his face as he struggles against himself. Even now, he's still fighting from within. From the shadows, a cold voice reports that the mission has been completed and Aiden has been successfully captured. The figure pauses briefly before continuing, adding that the white ogre was defeated during the battle, brought down by the red flame demon king along with a human. There is no urgency or concern in his tone, only calm observation. He remarks that fighters of that level are not rare, implying that such losses are insignificant in the larger scheme of things. Then, with quiet certainty, he states that as long as Aiden is in their hands, nothing else truly matters. The shadowed figure continues his report, adding that Lord Saru Shokuma is currently locked in combat with Izumi Nento and appears to be struggling. However, the one listening shows no concern. He calmly states that this was expected from the beginning. Saru Shokuma was never meant to defeat Izumi Nento. His role was simply to keep the special-grade saviors occupied and prevent them from interfering with the real objective. Still, there is a slight shift in tone when it is mentioned that Saru Shokuma is being held back by a single opponent. That catches his interest. He notes that this means there is another human, aside from Taewajin, capable of standing against Saru alone. Curious, he asks for the name. The answer comes quickly. According to their informant, this individual possesses the strongest physique among all humans. His name is Heitan Akira. Elsewhere, the battlefield remains in chaos. The fight that began the previous day continues without pause, its intensity so overwhelming that even wounds that should have healed by now feel insignificant compared to what is unfolding. Watching from nearby, one can hardly believe such a battle is happening right before their eyes. The clash escalates as one of the 8 demon lords charges forward with terrifying force, each strike powerful enough to tear through the ground itself. The sheer pressure of the blows leaves everyone stunned. A blue-haired woman, witnessing the destruction, realizes that if Heitan falls, there will be no one left capable of stopping the disaster beast. She steels herself, ready to act despite the danger. But the armored warrior beside her reassures her, explaining that Heitan is not someone who would fall to attacks of this level. Even so, the scale of the battle is overwhelming. Special-grade saviors truly stand at the peak of humanity, beings so powerful they are almost indistinguishable from monsters themselves. Suddenly, the tide of the fight shifts. The massive beast slams its weight down, shaking the earth, yet something feels different. The observers notice it immediately. It has been a long time since they have seen Heitan's second form. In this state, his entire presence changes. His aura becomes darker, heavier, almost unrecognizable. His strength increases dramatically, pushing all his abilities far beyond their limits. But that power comes at a cost. His personality grows far more violent, his actions driven by a brutal, almost uncontrollable instinct. Even so, there is something unusual. Despite entering this state, Heitan still retains a fragment of clarity. Instead of losing himself completely, he moves with purpose. Rather than attacking everything in sight, he heads straight toward the barrier's core, aiming to destroy the structure sustaining it. Watching this, the others are surprised. They had expected him to rampage without restraint. But this level of control, even in such a state, is what truly defines him. Because if he were to lose that control entirely, even his immense power would only bring destruction. And in that case, he could never be considered a true special-grade savior, a protector of humanity. Meanwhile, in the midst of the battlefield, Heighten suddenly slows. His gaze sharpens as awareness returns to him. Confusion flickers across his face as he looks around, as if waking from a trance. He questions why he is there, trying to understand what just happened. Looking down at the fallen enemy, he wonders if the battle has already ended. Then, almost as if confirming it himself, he realizes that the fight is over and that he has once again returned to consciousness. From a distance, someone observes him and mutters that he is as troublesome as ever. High above, the sky begins to settle, the chaos gradually fading. One of the observers quietly wonders if this time everything has truly come to an end. She then reflects on her earlier actions, realizing how close she came to sacrificing herself just to heal Heighten. When questioned about it, she hesitates before admitting that it's true. But the response she receives points out how unusual that behavior was. Normally, she would have chosen caution over risk, suggesting retreat rather than throwing her life away. It's then noted that she's beginning to resemble someone else, Tenma. Flustered, she quickly denies it, though her reaction says otherwise. The blue-haired woman quietly wonders how things are going on Tenma's side. Though concern lingers in her voice, she reassures herself that they are not alone in the forest. With Jasuk and other high-level awakened fighters present, she convinces herself that everything should be fine. But far away, reality is far from reassuring. A desperate voice echoes through the chaos as Iberia screams, begging Itsuki to dodge. His entire body trembles, unable to comprehend why the one he looks up to is simply standing there, taking the attacks head-on. Itsuki remains calm despite the blood covering his body. His expression does not waver. In his mind, he has already made a choice. Physical pain, he realizes, dulls the heart. That is exactly why he refuses to evade the attacks coming at him. Instead, he stands firm, enduring everything. Then, in a sudden movement, he reaches forward and grabs the beast directly. The moment freezes as he calls out Iberia's name. Dark energy gathers in his hand, swirling violently as the clear orb activates. Without hesitation, he drives that power straight into the monster, unleashing a precise and devastating strike that pierces through it completely. The fight ends in an instant. As the enemy collapses, Itsuki steps forward and catches Iberia, who is already falling apart. The boy's body trembles, blood running down his face as tears mix with it. He apologizes again and again, blaming himself for everything that has gone wrong. He confesses that he never wanted to become a burden. Itsuki listens silently before answering in a steady voice that he has never once thought of him that way. Those words hit harder than anything else. Iberia looks up at him, unable to believe it at first. But Itsuki simply tells him that they are just different, each strong in their own way. That is all there is to it. Then more seriously, Itsuki reveals something important. He overheard part of the enemy's plan. The disaster beast never intended to kill Iberia's father. It planned to take control of him instead. Hearing that, Iberia's trembling voice regains a small spark of hope. He says that if it's Itsuki, then he will definitely be able to save his father. Itsuki gives a short reply, telling him to leave everything to him. And then, with quiet resolve, he declares that the one responsible for all of this will be crushed by his own hands. For a moment, the tension fades. Iberia's expression softens as tears continue to fall. He smiles faintly, saying he is glad he got to speak with Itsuki like this in the end. Then everything stops. Time passes silently as the scene shifts. On the second day of the prophecy, at 3:33 in the morning, the outcome is revealed. Iberia has died. In the shadows, the enemy watches with interest. A voice acknowledges the boy's effort, calling it impressive for someone so young, but the tone quickly turns cold. This, it says, is only the beginning. A sinister smile spreads across its face as it promises that everything precious will be taken away, piece by piece, and in far crueler ways than before. The man looks ahead quietly, thinking that he had believed everything would be resolved once the disaster beast was defeated. He never expected things to turn out like this, escorting Izumi all the way out into the mountains instead. Behind him, Tenma lies injured, barely conscious. The responsibility had originally been Heighten, but after the previous battle, Heighten can no longer even stand properly, forcing the situation to change. Suddenly, the blue-haired woman reacts sharply as a wave spreads outward. She senses something unusual through Tamacho, detecting a strange surge of emotions. The source, she realizes, is coming from just ahead of them. The group immediately becomes alert. The man draws his weapon and calls out, demanding to know who is there. At the same moment, her gaze shifts downward. She notices a familiar figure lying ahead, and her voice tightens as she recognizes him. It is Tenma. The injured man slowly lifts his head, his body covered in blood. Despite his condition, he manages to speak, addressing her as Choha, his teacher. Shock spreads across her face as she rushes forward, asking what happened to him and how he ended up in such a state. Before he can fully answer, another presence appears. A man steps forward from the darkness, accompanied by a large wolf with glowing eyes. His figure is calm, yet heavy with intent, as if carrying something far more dangerous than visible wounds. He says he will explain everything. The others immediately tense. The armored man questions whether someone else is present, while the woman's expression grows wary. The newcomer is quickly identified as a first-grade savior, Bokudo Jasuk. His presence alone shifts the atmosphere. The question arises, why is he here when he was supposed to be guarding Aiden? For a moment, silence fills the air as his expression darkens. He thinks about Izumi, about everything that has already happened. This time they have lost. Time passes and the outcome becomes clear. As foretold, the battle ended in the worst possible way. Half of the northern continent's District 7 was destroyed, the legendary crafter Aiden Hiss was taken, and his son, Iberia Hiss, lost his life in the fight. Later, as the situation settles, the man explains what followed. After his master was captured, he attempted to track the magic traces left behind by the disaster beast. However, despite his efforts, all he found were clones. The creature had been extremely cunning. Anticipating pursuit, it created numerous copies of itself, making it nearly impossible to follow its true trail. The conversation shifts as they ask about Tenma's condition. The woman explains that most of his injuries are surface level and the bleeding has already stopped. However, he refuses treatment, remaining stubborn despite everything. She adds that something else is wrong. She can feel the intensity of his emotions, the anger burning inside him stronger than before. If this continues, she warns, his heart will eventually be consumed by hatred. Later, in silence, the man sits alone in his room. His gaze drifts toward a photograph nearby. It shows a family, Aiden, Iberia, and another figure, captured in a moment of happiness that no longer exists. His thoughts begin to drift back to the past. He remembers the first time Iberia introduced himself, speaking casually and without hesitation. Iberia had once said he would never leave Itsuki's side, no matter what. Those words echo faintly as the present returns. Now, standing once again, the man calls out to the wolf beside him and tells it to move. The creature responds, its presence steady and loyal. Without hesitation, he declares his intent. He will track down the disaster beast, and when he finds it, he will destroy it. He begins to leave, but before he can go far, someone steps in his way and asks where he thinks he is going. He answers plainly that he is going to find the ice-attributed disaster beast and rescue Aiden. The response comes immediately, he is not allowed. Confused, he demands to know why. The explanation is simple but firm. He is not a savior yet. The Salvation League has already classified the situation as a special grade threat. Only those at least second-grade saviors are permitted to participate in the rescue operation. That means he does not qualify. The words hang heavily in the air. His expression slowly changes, anger rising beneath the surface. He asks if that means he has no right to help simply because he is not officially recognized. Despite the opposition, his resolve does not waver. He clenches his fist and declares that he made a promise to Iberia. No matter what anyone says, he will go and rescue Aiden, even if he has to do it alone. The tension in the room rises instantly as the words sink in. The blue-haired man clenches his jaw, clearly irritated, thinking that this brat has no right to speak to Izumi like that. Beside him, the woman remains composed, though her eyes sharpen slightly, while the older man stays silent, watching everything unfold without interruption. After a brief pause, she speaks calmly, addressing her father and telling him that there is no need to be so blunt. She asks if he understands Tenma's mental state now, her tone steady but firm. The masked man finally responds, his voice low and direct as he asks a single question, whether he is truly okay with someone dying because of him. The words strike deeply. Itsuki's expression stiffens, his eyes widening as the weight of that question settles over him. For a moment he cannot respond. The masked man continues, saying that he understands how he feels. He admits that this situation happened because of his own assumption that the disaster beasts were only targeting him. Because of that, he neglected Aiden's protection. He explains further that if they went to such lengths to capture Aiden, then killing him immediately would not serve their purpose. Aiden is still alive. However, he makes one thing clear. With Itsuki's current strength, chasing after that disaster beast would only result in him throwing his life away. Itsuki's hand tightens into a fist as he listens. The masked man adds that despite everything, Itsuki has limitless potential. Surpassing special grade is not an impossible dream for him. He says that when that time comes, he will personally push the League to entrust Aiden's rescue to Itsuki. The room falls quiet again. Itsuki lowers his gaze slightly, then looks back up and asks what he should do right now if he wants to reach that level. The answer comes without hesitation. He is told to join the Apex camp. Itsuki repeats the name, unfamiliar with it. The masked man explains that those who place in the top 10 of the National Salvation League tournament preliminaries are invited to the central continent to attend the Apex camp run by the League. He continues, naming several well-known powerhouses who all went through that same harsh training. Every one of them endured it and came out stronger. Anyone who survives that camp becomes a key force in protecting humanity. Finally, he adds that this year's Apex camp begins in just 3 days. The meaning behind those words is clear. Commander Nento calmly explained that if Itsuki successfully survived the trials of Apex camp, not only would he achieve a high ranking in the main tournament, but it would also become the fastest path toward becoming a special class savior. Hearing that, Itsuki's green eyes steadied with determination. Blood still stained his face from the earlier battle, but his resolve had already become firm. Without hesitation, he declared that he understood and would join Apex camp. Commander Nento gave a small nod and said that before anything else, they needed to treat Keikai's injuries properly. Soon after, Choa gathered green energy in her hands and poured healing light over Itsuki's battered body. Warm green radiance wrapped around his wounds as the pain slowly faded and his strength gradually returned. While the healing continued, Itsuki looked toward Choa and calmly asked if she knew anything about Apex camp. Choa glanced at him and admitted that she did, but immediately grew suspicious and asked if he was planning to join it. Itsuki simply replied that Sensei had called it the perfect place to grow stronger. Choa's expression immediately turned serious. She explained that Apex camp only accepted geniuses among geniuses. That was exactly why it was so dangerous. Many people who had been praised as prodigies their entire lives entered Apex camp only to realize they were nothing special there. When that happened, their minds often broke completely. She had personally seen many cases like that. Her voice became heavier as she warned him that Apex camp was not only a training ground for geniuses, but also their graveyard. She continued explaining that the training there was extremely brutal and every stage carried deadly risks. Fatal accidents happened every single year because of how dangerous the camp was. However, instead of fear, a faint smile appeared on Itsuki's face. He admitted that this was exactly what he wanted. Against ordinary awakened ones or weak disaster beasts, his over-mimicry barely activated at all. For a long time, he had worried he might never find opponents strong enough to push him further, but now he realized those worries had been pointless. His eyes sharpened with determination as he declared that he could only become stronger by fighting powerful disaster beasts while standing at the boundary between life and death. To him, battling dangerous monsters was the true duty of the awakened. Hearing those words, Choa became stunned. She realized he had already made up his mind long ago. Noticing her flushed face, Itsuki casually asked if she was overheating from using too much healing energy. Choa immediately panicked and hurriedly denied it. Embarrassed, she explained that using healing skills for long periods naturally made the body warm. Even while saying that, her heart continued pounding loudly in her chest, confusing her even more. After some time, Itsuki stood up and said his injuries were mostly healed now. Thanking Choa, he quietly stated that he needed to say goodbye before leaving. Later that evening, beneath the shadows of tall trees, Itsuki stood beside Joke in front of a grave. The gravestone carried the name Iberia Hiss along with the dates engraved beneath it. A bouquet of yellow roses rested at the base of the grave, while a sword had been carefully placed in front of it. Joke lowered his head and quietly apologized for forcing Itsuki to go through something so cruel earlier. Itsuki calmly answered that it was fine because he had chosen that path himself. After a short silence, Joke asked if he was already leaving. Itsuki nodded and explained that he would join Apex Camp to sharpen his abilities until the day he became strong enough to kill that disaster beast with his own hands. He then asked Joke what he planned to do now. Joke quietly answered that if he had never met his master, he would have died to a disaster beast long ago and never would have become awakened. Looking down at his sword and armor, he reflected on everything his master had given him. Tightening his grip around the sword hilt, he declared that even his life belonged to his master now. No matter what happened, he would continue searching for him. Before the atmosphere could become heavier, Itsuki suddenly extended his fist forward. Joke looked surprised. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Itsuki declared that he would become a savior. One day, he promised that he and Joke would rescue Aiden together. Until then, he asked him not to die. A faint smile appeared on Joke's face as he answered that he would wait for that day. The two quietly bumped fists together beneath the night sky, sealing their promise in silence. From the shadows nearby, Commander Nento and Choa watched the scene quietly. Choa commented that it was impressive how quickly Itsuki had recovered mentally after being completely broken both physically and emotionally just a few hours earlier. Commander Nento calmly replied that Itsuki had only buried those emotions deep inside himself for now. Someday, they would likely erupt all at once. Commander Nento then mentioned that the recent attack contained too many suspicious details. Because of that, he planned to gather the commanders from every continent for an emergency meeting. As he turned to leave, he asked Choa to take care of Itsuki while he handled the situation. Choa immediately smiled brightly and confidently told her father to leave everything to her. At that moment, Itsuki suddenly appeared behind her and remarked that she seemed unusually happy for some reason. Choa instantly froze before awkwardly fixing her expression. She quickly informed him that her father had ordered her to watch over him from now on, meaning she would act as his guardian. Itsuki awkwardly accepted, though he quietly muttered that being assigned a guardian made him feel like a child. When he asked where they were heading next, Choa turned around and pointed ahead confidently. With determination in her eyes, she declared that they were leaving for Nakasu immediately to join Apex Camp. Itsuki immediately agreed as a faint aura flared around his body. Together, the two prepared to move toward their next destination. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Rai Kinoshita suddenly remembered the horrifying moment from earlier. In his memories, blue lightning exploded violently across the battlefield while Itsuki stood within the storm. Rai collapsed onto his knees, blood pouring from his mouth as terror consumed him. Rain fell heavily around them while lightning illuminated the darkness. Without hesitation, Itsuki raised his fist and brought it crashing down with overwhelming force. The memory alone was enough to make Rai scream in terror. Inside the hospital room, his entire body trembled violently against the bed while he cried out in fear beneath layers of bandages. Hearing his screams, his mother rushed into the room and tightly held him while trying to calm him down. She gently asked whether he had dreamed about the attacker again. Rai's face twisted with hatred beneath the bandages as he swore through tears that he would return the pain he suffered 100 times over. He vowed to make his enemy experience living hell. Hearing that, his mother's expression became cold and sharp. In a calm voice, she reassured him not to worry because his older brother had already returned. Rai slowly looked past his mother. A tall man stepped into the room. His broad shoulders and overwhelming presence instantly filled the room with pressure. A faint red aura surrounded his body, making the atmosphere feel heavy. It was Rai Kinishita's older brother. In a low voice, he calmly said that Rai must have suffered greatly. Hearing those words, Rai immediately broke down emotionally again and begged his brother to punish the person responsible for this. His brother quietly asked if the attacker's name was Itsuki Tenma. Rai immediately confirmed it and bitterly added that Itsuki was only a familyless orphan. Even if he placed first in the preliminaries, his level was still 0 and nowhere near his older brother's strength. After hearing that, the older brother remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking again. Since Itsuki placed first in the preliminaries, that meant he would definitely participate in Apex Camp. A dark smile slowly spread across his face, while his red aura intensified. Calmly, he declared that he would crush Itsuki there. On the other hand, Choa guided Itsuki toward Apex Camp. The moment they arrived, she calmly announced that they had reached their destination. Before them stood a massive dome built from glass and steel, shining brilliantly beneath the sky. Itsuki lifted his head and stared at the enormous structure in surprise. He admitted that it looked far more impressive than he had imagined. As they approached the entrance, he noticed countless people confidently walking toward the dome with proud expressions. The entire atmosphere was filled with ambition and confidence. Choa adjusted her glasses and informed him that she could not enter with him, meaning he would be alone from there onward. Itsuki nodded calmly. Before leaving, Choa handed him a bracelet and explained that it was a recording bracelet required for Apex Camp. He accepted it politely and thanked her. However, before he walked away, Choa gave him one final warning. She told him not to stand out too much because drawing attention would only make him a target. Without turning around, Itsuki lightly raised his hand and replied that he understood. Choa watched him walk toward the giant entrance while quietly admitting to herself that with his personality, worrying about him was unavoidable. Inside the registration area, Itsuki approached the counter and politely stated that he wanted to register. The employee behind the desk barely looked up from his phone. He lazily stretched out his hand and told Itsuki to hand over his bracelet. Inside the registration room, the employee placed the bracelet onto a scanning device. Blue energy instantly surged around Itsuki's body while the machine activated with a low hum. Watching quietly, Itsuki noticed that even the reception employees were above level 40. For a place like Apex Camp, that was only natural. A screen soon displayed his information. The employee's expression immediately darkened after reading it. He muttered that someone at level 0 had somehow entered Apex Camp and guessed that Itsuki probably cheated his way through the qualifiers. However, he warned him that tricks would not work there. Without real strength, he would eventually break. Itsuki simply remained silent. The employee then casually told him to choose a room and pay the fee. Itsuki immediately froze in disbelief and asked if staying there actually cost money. The employee stared at him flatly and replied that Apex Camp was not a charity, so of course it cost money. Itsuki quietly lowered his head, wondering why Choa had forgotten to mention something so important. Embarrassed, he admitted that he did not have any money. The employee frowned and reminded him that all qualifier participants earned points. Itsuki blinked and asked what points were. The employee sighed before explaining that points were the main currency inside Apex Camp. Everyone received points based on their qualifier performance. Those points could then be used for food, necessities, equipment, and even room payments. Additional points could also be earned through missions. After hearing the explanation, Itsuki finally understood. The employee impatiently slammed a stamp onto the desk and demanded that he hurry up and pick a room. Itsuki calmly asked how much the most expensive room cost. The employee looked surprised before explaining the prices. A normal room cost 100 points per month. A luxury room cost 500 points. A 200-square-meter villa required 2,000 points every month. Itsuki thought about it carefully. If he were alone, a normal room would have been enough, but there was no way Death Hound could fit into such a small space. After a short pause, he calmly declared that he would take the villa. The employee stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was serious. He warned Itsuki not to waste his points because points were needed for everything in Apex Camp. However, Itsuki simply stated that he had already decided and asked him to process it quickly. The employee clicked his tongue and reluctantly completed the registration. While handing over a metallic wrist device, he explained that inside Apex Camp, everyone's status information became private. Names and gift levels would no longer be visible. Itsuki accepted the device and quietly walked away. The employee watched him leave, while muttering that the guy had actually rented the villa. Curious, he casually checked Itsuki's remaining point balance. The moment the number appeared on screen, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Sweat rolled down his face as he stared at the display in complete disbelief. 106,600 points. His voice trembled as he muttered that it was over 100,000 points. He himself had only earned around 1,600 points during his time there. Leaning back in his chair, he could only sigh bitterly while watching Itsuki disappear into the camp. Kids these days were terrifying. Meanwhile, Itsuki suddenly stopped walking. A cold realization hit him. He had forgotten to ask where the villa actually was. Sighing quietly, he decided to head back toward reception and ask again. However, before he could move, he noticed two men nearby staring directly at him. Their faintly glowing red eyes immediately caught his attention. Itsuki calmly asked if they needed something. The two men instantly smiled and introduced themselves as awakeners from the southern continent who had arrived the previous day. Pretending to be friendly, they claimed he looked lost and offered to guide him. Itsuki simply replied that he was searching for the villa area. The large armored man immediately stiffened while awkwardly pointing somewhere into the distance. The blond man quickly agreed and repeated that the villas were supposedly over there. However, the moment they realized Itsuki had rented an actual villa, both men visibly froze. Watching their strange reactions, Itsuki quietly asked if something was wrong. The blond man quickly waved his hands and laughed nervously, saying they were just trying to remember the exact direction. The two then stepped aside and began whispering to each other in panic. From nearby, Itsuki calmly observed them while wondering why remembering directions required secret discussions. A faint suspicion appeared in his mind. At that moment, a woman with long silver hair and sharp cat ears appeared nearby with a small black cat sitting on her shoulder. It was Shiin Akagami, the fifth-place qualifier from the northern sector. Tilting her head slightly, Shiin casually remarked that the two men were scammers who tricked newcomers into losing points by pretending to guide them. The black cat on her shoulder let out a small cry, as if agreeing with her. Shiin lazily wondered which unlucky fool would fall for such an obvious scam. Then her eyes shifted toward Itsuki. The moment she recognized him, her expression completely changed. Her purple eyes narrowed sharply as realization struck her. Standing before the scammers was the monster who had earned over 100,000 points during the qualifiers. Meanwhile, the two scammers continued whispering nervously, completely unaware of who they were dealing with. The large armored man immediately assumed that since Itsuki was living in a villa, he was probably the preliminaries, rank 1 from some continent. Even so, spending 2,000 points just on housing sounded insane to him. Meanwhile, the blond man with rat-like teeth thought differently. In his eyes, Itsuki was simply some rich and clueless weakling who had no idea how valuable points really were, making him the perfect target to scam. He was about to leave when both men suddenly agreed that they remembered the way after all. The scene shifted as the three walked deeper into Apex Camp. Countless housing buildings and structures spread across the enormous area. Along the way, several participants noticed the two scammers escorting Itsuki and immediately pitied him. Looking at Itsuki's calm and somewhat harmless appearance, they assumed the poor guy had completely fallen into the scammer's trap and would soon lose all his points. As Itsuki continued walking, another muscular young man passed nearby and suddenly recognized him as the strange guy who had asked weird questions before the preliminaries. However, the man quickly dismissed the thought because his only goal was surpassing the North Continent's rank 1, Tenma Itsuki. That man was Gaku, the individual ranked 3rd. Eventually, the two scammers brought Itsuki to the villa area. The moment they arrived, both men revealed sinister smiles before asking for their guiding fee. To their surprise, Itsuki calmly agreed and asked how many points they wanted. The large man originally asked for 500 points, but the blond, rat-looking man immediately interrupted him and boldly demanded 1,000 points instead. Without arguing, Itsuki immediately began transferring the points while wondering how the process worked. Watching him obediently comply, both scammers became convinced that Itsuki was simply too dumb to realize he was being extorted. Their greed instantly grew bigger. With devilish smiles, they suddenly demanded 5,000 points for the guiding fee and warned him that if he lacked enough points, he should hand over everything else he owned. At that moment, Itsuki finally understood what kind of people they really were. They were not guides. They were extortionists. A dark and dangerous aura slowly began leaking from his body. Purple energy crackled faintly around him, instantly making both men nervous. Sweat rolled down their faces as they wondered why Itsuki had suddenly become so serious. Even then, they still tried threatening him and demanded that he hand over all his points if he knew what was good for him. Itsuki was already completely annoyed. He slowly walked toward them and calmly warned that whatever happened next, they should not complain afterward. The rat-faced man immediately introduced himself as the South Continent Preliminary's 6th ranker before activating a skill called Lightning Punch. Electricity exploded around his arm as he launched a powerful strike directly at Itsuki. However, the moment the attack landed, the lightning was completely absorbed. Not only did Itsuki remain unharmed, but the absorbed energy actually increased his agility even further. The rat-faced man froze in disbelief, unable to understand why Itsuki had not even flinched. Then it became the burly man's turn. Before he could react properly, the rat-faced scammer was suddenly slapped across the face and sent flying several meters away. The burly man could not even follow Itsuki's movements. Realizing that he was fighting a speed-type opponent, he decided to finish the battle in one strike. Activating his skill reinforcement, right arm, his arm instantly swelled to an enormous size as his attack and defense stats sharply increased. The man roared and threw a full-powered punch toward Itsuki. Unfortunately for him, Itsuki was also an order breaker. The moment their fists collided, Itsuki immediately counterattacked with overwhelming speed. Loud cracking sounds echoed as the burly man's reinforced fingers shattered instantly. The man stared in horror, unable to believe that his reinforced arm, backed by over 300 attack and defense, had been destroyed so easily. Before he could recover, Itsuki suddenly appeared directly in front of his face while crackling purple energy surrounded his body. Itsuki coldly stated that even his reinforced stats were nowhere near his own. Overcome with fear, the burly man desperately asked who Itsuki actually was. Purple lightning continued sparking around Itsuki as he prepared a finishing blow. Then he calmly answered, "Tenma Itsuki, North Continent." Itsuki's fist shot forward with terrifying force, ready to critically strike the man's face. But right before impact, he suddenly stopped. Even the fat scammer looked confused, wondering why he had held back. However, Itsuki already understood the answer himself. If that critically enhanced punch had connected, the man's head would have exploded instantly, and the situation would escalate far beyond a simple fight. After a short silence, Itsuki slowly calmed himself and told the two men to disappear before he changed his mind. The scammers immediately ran away like frightened animals. Watching the entire battle from nearby, Shiin was left genuinely amazed. Even the South Continent's rank 6th and 5th participants together had posed absolutely no threat to Itsuki. At that moment, a giant announcement echoed throughout Apex Camp. All participants were ordered to gather at Apex Plaza immediately because the entry test was about to begin. Shiin lazily stretched while calling for her cat to follow her. Meanwhile, Itsuki quietly remembered that nearly 50% of all participants were eliminated during this stage alone, which meant he could not afford to hold back anymore. As Itsuki walked through Apex Camp, he noticed countless elite awakeners gathered from every continent. Even without seeing their levels or abilities, he could immediately tell that everyone there was strong just from the atmosphere surrounding them. Then suddenly, someone poked his shoulder from behind. Itsuki instantly reacted on instinct and almost threw a punch before stopping himself at the last second. Standing behind him was Seiya. The girl smiled mischievously and told him that greeting someone like that was rude. Beside her, another familiar friend laughed and commented that Itsuki had become much bolder if he was already pointing fists at his friends. Itsuki awkwardly explained that after everything that happened recently, he instinctively assumed unexpected contact might come from an enemy. As the group talked, one of them suddenly asked where Ibara was since he was usually together with Itsuki. The question immediately brought back the image of Ibara's lifeless body collapsing before him. For a brief moment, Itsuki became silent. However, he chose not to tell them the truth. Instead, he calmly lied and said that Ibara stayed home because he was injured. Hearing that, his friend told him not to make such a gloomy face, because Ibara would definitely recover soon. Seiya immediately punched the man for saying something insensitive, while the two started arguing with each other again. Itsuki quietly interrupted them and admitted that after the previous attack, he finally realized how weak he truly was. Because of that, he intended to become stronger inside Apex Camp. His friends stared at him in disbelief. To them, hearing someone like Itsuki call himself weak sounded absurd. Before anyone could continue the conversation, an instructor suddenly appeared on top of a nearby building and ordered everyone to stay silent. The instructor explained that inside Apex Camp, everything except participants' names would remain hidden. Nobody would know another person's achievements, levels, or strength anymore. Inside the camp, everyone started equally from zero. Some participants immediately became curious and tried checking their systems themselves. At that exact moment, the entry test officially began. Large blue portals appeared nearby, and participants started entering them one after another to travel into a separate testing space. Soon afterward, Itsuki and the others arrived inside an enormous cave-like structure, far larger than even the preliminary arena. While they looked around, someone suddenly called out toward Itsuki. Turning around, Itsuki immediately recognized the two scammers from earlier. Standing beside them was a man completely dressed in white. He was Kazu, the South Continent Preliminaries, rank 1. The two scammers instantly started exaggerating lies, claiming that Itsuki had disrespected the entire South Continent. Hearing that, Kazu's expression became cold, as he demanded an explanation from Itsuki. However, Seiya and the others immediately defended him and explained that the scammers were lying because they wanted revenge after getting beaten up earlier. Even Riku stepped forward and told Kazu to stop listening to them. Unfortunately, Kazu had already become arrogant. The moment Riku touched him, Kazu violently struck his hand away and coldly warned him not to touch him with filthy hands again. Riku looked shocked by the sudden hostility. Then Itsuki stepped forward. Standing directly in front of Kazu with a completely emotionless face, he calmly stated that he had no interest in explaining himself for long. However, his voice immediately turned cold as bloodlust leaked from his body. Itsuki warned Kazu that if he ever touched his friends again, he would kill him without hesitation. Dark energy surrounding Itsuki collided directly against Kazu's bright aura, causing the atmosphere around them to become extremely tense. Before things could escalate further, Seiya quickly stepped between them and shouted for both of them to stop. She reminded them that fighting before the test officially started would result in penalties. Kazu eventually stepped back and informed Itsuki that Apex Camp had a special arena where trainees could fight freely without punishment. He then challenged Itsuki to meet him there after the test. Itsuki calmly agreed. At that moment, the lights near the cave entrance suddenly shut off completely. Everything went dark for a second. Then a man suddenly appeared between the participants. The instructor looked around calmly and remarked that since everyone was already fired up, they might as well begin immediately. He first claimed he would explain the rules. Then he casually announced that there were actually no rules at all. 4 different doors emerged from the ground behind him. The instructor explained that each room contained a separate test. Participants could choose any order they wanted because there were no restrictions at all. Equipment, skills, items, and potions were fully allowed. The only thing that mattered was points. Scoring over 80 points would be considered excellent. Scoring over 60 would be average. Anything below 60 meant failure. Immediately, participants began preparing themselves. Some drank expensive potions while others equipped powerful gear, believing those advantages would guarantee success. Even Riku quietly regretted not borrowing more tools from his master beforehand. Meanwhile, Seiya confidently stated that her own abilities were more than enough before asking Itsuki which room they should challenge first. Unlike everyone else, Itsuki looked completely unconcerned. He calmly pointed out that the order did not matter, because they would eventually need to clear all 4 tests anyway. In the end, the group headed toward the defense test first. Riku immediately became excited after hearing that because, as a metal elementalist, defensive battles were his specialty. The moment they entered the room, they saw a level 40 Earth elementalist standing at the center. The instructor welcomed everyone before immediately explaining the test. He would attack participants using 5 different levels of rock projectiles, ranging from difficulty 1 to difficulty 5. Their task was simple. They only had to block them. Riku confidently stepped forward for the defense test, believing that blocking a few rocks would not be difficult for him at all. The Earth Element instructor calmly told him to activate his defensive skills beforehand if he wanted. Without hesitation, Riku activated his C-rank skill Metallization, Defense. A metallic shine instantly spread across his body as his skin hardened into steel-like armor. His defense stat rose to 258, making him feel completely prepared. The instructor casually started with difficulty 1. A small stone formed in his hand before he flicked it directly toward Riku. The stone struck his body harmlessly. Riku smirked confidently and admitted he could barely even feel the impact. Thinking the test was too easy, he boldly told the instructor to skip ahead directly to difficulty level 2. The instructor silently prepared the next attack. This time, the stone was completely different. A much larger rock formed in midair while orange magical energy wrapped around it. The moment the instructor launched it, the giant rock flew toward Riku with tremendous force. Riku immediately raised both arms and struggled heavily, just to stop himself from being pushed backward. Seiya quickly asked if he was all right. Trying to save face, Riku claimed everything was fine, but Itsuki quietly activated his magic detection technique and immediately realized something important. Those were not ordinary rocks. The instructor was creating them entirely from his own magic power, which made them far harder and far more destructive than normal stone. Meanwhile, even with metallization active, Riku's arms had already started going numb from the impact. The attack was much stronger than he initially expected. The instructor calmly asked if he wanted to continue. After hesitating briefly, Riku still agreed, convincing himself that difficulty 3 should not be that much worse. The next second, a gigantic rock nearly 5 times larger than before appeared above him. The moment Riku saw it, he realized he was completely screwed. The enormous rock crashed directly into him with terrifying force. A loud impact echoed throughout the room as Riku was smashed into the ground. Seiya and Itsuki immediately rushed toward him and asked if he was okay. Riku painfully admitted that he never expected difficulty 3 to be this brutal. The instructor, however, looked slightly impressed. He explained that surviving a direct hit from difficulty 3 without blacking out completely was already enough to earn a decent score. As Itsuki helped Riku stand back up, Riku warned him that the power of each rock increased several times over with every difficulty level. He seriously advised Itsuki not to push himself recklessly. Soon afterward, the instructor called Itsuki forward. Curious, the instructor asked which difficulty level he wanted to begin with. Itsuki quietly remembered that even after activating metallization, Riku's defense still had not reached 300. Meanwhile, thanks to Black Wall, Itsuki's own defense had already surpassed 600. As Itsuki remained silent for a moment, the instructor assumed he was afraid and explained that if he could not decide, they would simply start from difficulty 1. Then Itsuki calmly answered, "Difficulty 5. The entire room instantly fell silent. Even the instructor looked completely shocked. Seiya and Riku immediately questioned why Itsuki was overdoing things so much. After all, Riku nearly got destroyed by difficulty 3 even after activating a defensive skill. Even so, the instructor became irritated. In his eyes, Itsuki simply looked like another reckless genius trying to show off before ending up crippled and expelled from Apex Camp. Deciding to fulfill the request exactly as asked, the instructor created the largest magic rock he could produce. The gigantic mass of stone floated overhead like a meteorite. Everyone watching became certain that Itsuki was about to leave the arena with every bone in his body shattered. Before launching the attack, the instructor coldly told Itsuki to activate his skills first. However, Itsuki calmly remained standing without using any enhancement at all. The instructor's irritation immediately grew worse. He felt like Itsuki was openly mocking him. Without holding back further, the instructor hurled the massive magic rock directly at him. The meteor-sized projectile shot through the room at terrifying speed before crashing straight into Itsuki. The impact shook the entire arena. Dust and smoke exploded everywhere, while the shockwave forced many participants to shield their eyes. For several seconds, nobody could see anything. Some participants nervously wondered if Itsuki had died instantly. One of the security staff immediately started calling for the medical team. Then suddenly, another guard interrupted him. Inside the settling dust, a figure was still standing. As the smoke slowly cleared, everyone saw Itsuki calmly brushing dirt off his clothes while casually wondering if that was really difficulty 5. The entire room froze in disbelief. Even the instructor stood there completely speechless. In all 3 years of his experience at Apex Camp, he had never once seen someone take a full difficulty 5 magic rock head-on without using a single defensive skill. As Itsuki quietly walked away after completing the test, even the instructor could not deny the truth anymore. Tenma Itsuki was one of the greatest monsters Apex Camp had ever received. Meanwhile, Itsuki himself looked confused about why everyone suddenly started avoiding him. His friends quickly congratulated him on passing the test so overwhelmingly, but Riku nearly burst into tears while complaining that even though he specialized in defense, Itsuki somehow had much higher defensive stats than him anyway. Soon afterward, the instructor called Seiya forward. Everyone wished her good luck before she stepped into position. Without hesitation, Seiya activated her B-rank skill, Flowing Water Wall, and immediately chose difficulty level 3. The instructor launched the giant magical rock toward her at full speed. Instead of blocking it directly, Seiya skillfully manipulated flowing water around the rock, redirecting and dispersing the impact little by little. Even though she visibly struggled and looked exhausted by the end, she successfully stopped the attack before it could hit her. The instructor looked impressed and explained that Seiya's method was clever. Rather than taking the impact head-on, she used the natural flow of water to weaken the rock's force. According to him, adaptability was one of the most important qualities for a protector type awakened. As Seiya returned afterward, even Itsuki quietly complimented her performance. The moment she heard praise coming from Itsuki, Seiya immediately moved embarrassingly close to him while grabbing onto his arm. Itsuki instantly started blushing while Seiya proudly teased him for finally complimenting something she did properly. Afterward, the group decided to move on to the attack power test. When they arrived at the next arena, they found another instructor lazily sitting in a chair with an uninterested expression. The moment the participants gathered, the instructor stood up and explained that the next test would evaluate their destructive power. Riku immediately wondered, aloud, what exactly they were supposed to attack. The instructor overheard him and clarified that participants would not be attacking him personally. Instead, they would attack his Shikigami named Tonma. The strange doll-like Shikigami appeared in front of everyone. Riku immediately burst into laughter because the creature looked ridiculously harmless. Even Seiya struggled to hold back her laughter. Only Itsuki stared at it seriously and quietly admitted that he actually found it cute. He even wondered where he could get one himself. The instructor explained that participants could use anything they wanted during the test, including bare hands, weapons, and skills. They simply needed to attack the Shikigami with full power. Most participants immediately relaxed after hearing that, assuming the test would be easy because the target looked weak. However, the instructor calmly explained that even level 50 awakeners struggled to seriously damage the Shikigami, so nobody needed to worry about accidentally destroying it. To demonstrate, the instructor casually punched the Shikigami himself. A number instantly appeared above it. The instructor explained that the score reflected destructive power, with 100 points being the perfect score. However, he added that achieving a true perfect score was practically impossible because someone would likely need strength comparable to a level 40 awakened or higher. According to him, the realistic maximum for participants was around 99 points. After explaining the rules, the instructor lazily sat back down and told everyone to begin. The first participant was a burly man with a ponytail. Watching him step forward, even Riku questioned whether the Shikigami was really that durable. However, Itsuki quietly reminded him not to judge based on appearances alone. Since the instructor himself was over level 40, even his casual attacks contained absurd levels of power. The participant activated his skill as green energy gathered around his hands before striking the Shikigami with full force. Moments later, the result appeared. 37 points. The participant froze in disbelief and immediately complained that the score had to be wrong. The instructor instantly told him to stop whining and leave. After that, many other participants attempted the test, but most scored poorly. The highest score eventually became 77 points, achieved by a muscular martial artist. Then the instructor finally called out Gaku from the North Continent. The muscular man with six-pack abs confidently stepped forward, while thinking that everyone else there was pathetic for failing to even break 80 points. However, after watching the previous attempts, even Gaku admitted internally that the Shikigami was far tougher than it looked. Still, he had complete confidence in his own strength. Gathering all his power, Gaku activated his abilities and slammed his weapon directly into the Shikigami with overwhelming force. Even the instructor became slightly interested after seeing the attack. Moments later, the result appeared. 91 points. The arena immediately reacted with shock. Although Gaku looked annoyed that he failed to achieve a perfect score, he still believed nobody there could surpass him in raw power anyway. As he proudly stepped away, he wondered where Itsuki was. At that exact moment, Itsuki calmly walked past him. Then the instructor suddenly called out Tenma Itsuki's name for the next turn. Gaku immediately turned around. Veins bulged across his forehead as excitement and frustration mixed together on his face. Finally, he would get to see Itsuki's real strength with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Itsuki simply cracked his neck calmly and started walking toward the Shikigami.